Okay, perfect. We're live? And hello, welcome to Aaron Swartz Day, day 2. Woo! We made it! I'm really excited about today. We've got a lot of incredible speakers today. We're going to jump right into it because we were an hour late yesterday, and everybody was really great about it. It was a really great day, but we just don't want to, trying to keep the speakers on schedule today. So our first guest is a very dear old friend of mine, Corey Doctorow. He and I knew Aaron when Aaron was 14, and we did Creative Commons together. Sorry. And it's really neat to have watched everything happen over the years since that for Corey. He's a science fiction author. He has written a million books, and he does this really cool thing, also young adult novels that aren't really science fiction. They're a little bit in the future, but with technology that's existing now is the cool thing. And there's a number of my volunteers, Will Howes and Noah from Privacy, that were very inspired by his little brother novel. And it's just a very intricate part of Aaron Swartz Day. So it's really nice to have him here in person. And he's going to talk about how giving authors more copyright is like giving bullies more lunch money. So take it away, Corey. Oh, okay. Okay, Corey, you're on.
All right. Hello. Hi. It's lovely to be here. And thank you for having me. It's always great to speak at Aaron Swartz Day, and always bittersweet as well. Today, I thought I would talk about a book that I've just published. It's a book called Choke Point Capitalism that I co-wrote with an Australian copyright scholar and activist named Rebecca Giblin, who teaches at the University of Melbourne. And the impetus for this book is that both of us had spent decades fighting in the copyright wars, as have many of you. And we had noticed that over 40 years, the scope of copyright had gotten wider, the term of copyright had gotten longer, the statutory damages for violating copyright had gotten harsher, and the ease of proving copyright infringement and taking advantage of those statutory damages had only increased. And that after 40 years of this, the entertainment industry was bigger and wealthier and more profitable than it had ever been. But the actual creative workers who did the work that generated the profits for those large firms, they were getting a dwindling share of the revenue from their work. Both in real terms and proportionately, creators were getting poorer. And we asked ourselves, how is this possible? How is it possible that we expand copyright, we give it to creators, it is used to generate income, but that income doesn't go to the creators? And we realized that it had to do with the structure of the industry, that the industry being dominated by a few large firms meant that giving entertainment workers, creative workers, more copyright was like giving your bullied school kid more lunch money. It doesn't matter how much lunch money you give your bullied school kid, the bullies are just going to take it. And, if the bullies are out there campaigning for more lunch money for the poor bullied school kids who are going hungry, giving your kids more lunch money will not induce those bullies to let them keep it. They'll just take whatever it is you give your kids and they'll take it off of them. And so while Congress and the various parliaments around the world have been giving creators more rights that they can bargain with, they've been forced to bargain those rights away. And it wasn't just at the entertainment companies that they had to do this. The other thing that had happened for the 20 years that we'd been involved in the copyright wars is that creative workers and their supporters and their fans had been asked to choose. Either you choose team tech or team content, and you root for them. And you hope that as this epic battle goes on in which these two giants wrestle with one another, that if you choose the right one, that they'll reward your loyalty once they've emerged victorious by dribbling a few more crumbs for you and your fellow supporters. And we thought that this was a false choice, not just because it excluded the possibility that you could be on Team Artist as a separate team from tech or content, but also because it posed that tech and content, that these two giants were themselves opposed to one another. And we didn't think that that was the case. Now, I have to give you a spoiler alert here, because I'm about to give away the ending of a 70-year-old George Orwell novel. So if you haven't read Animal Farm, you might want to skip to later in the stream. But assuming that you don't mind, and assuming that maybe you've watched it, in Animal Farm, the farm animals stage a revolution. They overthrow the oppressive farmer who runs their farm. They take it over, led by the pigs. But at the end of the novel, again, this is the spoiler, the pigs sell them out. They sell them out to the men. And the pigs and the men have a dinner together in the farmhouse. And the animals crowd around the window, and they look from the pigs to the men and the men to the pigs, and they can't tell the difference. It turns out that it doesn't matter if the giant company that controls access to your audience is a tech company or an entertainment company. It turns out that whichever kind of company they are, they will take as much from the creative workers who produce the work as they can get away with, because tech is not exceptional. Tech is not run by people who are exceptionally smart, nor by people who are exceptionally evil or exceptionally virtuous. Tech is just doing what it has to do. So when tech was an upstart, when it was a new entrant, it treated creators better because it had to lure them away from the entertainment industry. Once it gained dominance, once it had a choke point, that's the choke point in choke point capitalism, it took advantage of those creators and took as much as they could from it. The advent of an internet composed of 5 giant websites filled with screenshots of text from the other 4 did the same thing to creative workers that the advent of a music industry composed of 3 giant record labels that own the 3 giant music publishers that between them controlled 60% of the recordings, or 70% of the recordings, and 60% of the compositions in the world. It treated those creators as pockets to be picked. We wrote this book because we thought we could aspire to more than crumbs. We could aspire to more than just the leavings that came from these 2 giants when they wrestled with one another. And so we decided to tackle that. So in the first half of the book, we try to unwind how the different scams of the different giant tech companies and entertainment companies work. And the reason that you have to unwind them is that they're very, very complicated. And they're very, very complicated, not because they have to be, but because making them very complicated makes them hard to understand. You may have noticed as you move about the world that some things are hard to understand because they're complicated, but some things are complicated so they'll be hard to understand. That kind of arrangement, complicated so it'll be hard to understand, it actually has a name in the finance industry. Finance bros call that MEGO. MEGO, and it stands for My Eyes Glaze Over. Any prospectus or commercial arrangement designed to be so dull that people just go, I can't even bring myself to read it. I'll just assume it's fine. So the first half of this book is unwinding some of these MEGO arrangements. And I'll give you an example of one of them that we take on, and that's Spotify. So you may have heard lots of dueling things about Spotify. You may have heard that Spotify pays an enormous amount of its revenues to licensed labels. You may have also heard, or licensed music rather, you may have also heard that musicians get incredibly small amounts of money from Spotify. You may have heard that Spotify is a tech company that takes advantage of creators, and you may have heard that Spotify is an entertainment company that's owned by the labels. And the fact is that all of those things are true. And understanding how all of those things can be true goes a long way to understanding the thesis of choke point capitalism. So there are 3 major record labels. They control 70% of the recordings in the world and 60% of the compositions. And they got that way not by investing in those recordings. They got that way by buying up other labels at fire sale prices in the early years of the copyright wars, when Napster was dealing body blows to them and they were looking for suitors. The reason they were able to buy and roll up all of those firms is that for the last 40 years, since the dawn of the neoliberal era, we've had enormous forbearance for firms engaging in anti-competitive mergers, in merging with their competitors. This is everywhere we look, but especially in tech. You know, think of companies like Google. Google is a company that has invented one good search engine, a pretty good Hotmail clone, a browser that's pretty good even though it spies on you like crazy, and nothing else. Everything else Google has done that has been successful, they bought from someone else, everything they've done in-house, including things that competed with those other firms. They bought it failed. So Google made Google Video, it failed. They bought YouTube, it was a success. Their ad tech stack, their mobile stack, their server management tools, wherever you look at Google, from their mobile platform all the way down to their HR tools, you find them buying other companies and using their tools. That's something that would have been historically prohibited before the Reagan era. It's something that is permitted now, and that's the phenomenon that allowed these three giant record labels to become three giant record labels. Now, the fact that there's only three giant record labels means that there's no hope of launching a service like Spotify unless you're willing to do a deal with them and they're willing to do a deal with you. So a condition of those three labels allowing Spotify to come into existence was that first, Spotify had to give all of them equity. So they all owned a giant piece of Spotify. Now, one of the things that they negotiated with Spotify was an extremely low per stream rate. So when Spotify played the compositions by Sony artists, or rather the recordings by Sony artists, by Universal artists, or by Warner artists, they paid a very, very small amount of money for each of those streams. But the big three labels also negotiated a minimum monthly rate from Spotify for each of them. Now, if you've got a very low per stream rate, but a guaranteed monthly, it means that when you add up all of the streams that have been played on Spotify from, say, Warner, it might only come out to half of the millions and millions of dollars that Spotify owes Warner at the end of the month. So Warner knows who that half goes to. They've got the list of all the artists that were played, but then they've got this other half of the money, and it's not necessarily owed to any artist. In fact, maybe they can give it to themselves or pay them bonuses or give it to artists who they are trying to lure in at the expense of other artists. It's theirs to play with. It's unattributed royalties. Now, the other thing the labels were able to do, because they were part owners of Spotify and because Spotify couldn't exist without their say-so, is they could negotiate what's called a most favored nation clause, which means that no one was allowed to be paid more than them when their streams were played on Spotify. So for the 30% of independent musicians and labels that aren't owned by Sony, Warner, and Universal, the rate that they got paid was set by Sony, Universal, and Warner at a much lower rate. Now, this is one of the ways that copyright can give large firms advantages over creators. The fact that all of these copyrights lasted for 90 years, and that once they were signed away forever, meant that the three labels could build up these huge portfolios of copyrights, and that those portfolios would allow them to design the future of their own industry, and furthermore, design it so that anyone who really wanted to make music probably had to sign a deal with them, which would give them even more copyrights, which would also last for 90 years, which they could use to design the future of their industry. And it meant that by structuring it, they could ensure that there were never new market entrants that had to that were able to give a better deal to the creators that were signed to them, because those new entrants just couldn't even get started without doing a deal with Sony, Warner, and Universal first. They had the choke point. So when Spotify went public, the label's shares all popped. They popped in part because they had artificially suppressed the cost of running Spotify. They had made it very cheap to run Spotify by making low per stream rates. So Spotify can, on the one hand, be giving a lot of its monthly revenue to the labels and the artists, but that could still be a very small amount of money, and that small amount of money could still be not turning into much money for those artists. That is how these Baroque accounting scams all work. And it produces these horrific, seemingly intractable, and really hard to understand arrangements where artists are asked to either point the finger at labels or at tech. But again, when you look from the pig to the men and the men to the pig, you find that they're indistinguishable from one another. Now, the first half of the book does this for all kinds of different tech and entertainment company arrangements. It does it for Audible, it does it for Amazon, it does it for all of the tech firms, including the ad tech stack and how they relate to the news media and so on. But for the second half of the book, we tackle solutions, really technical, shovel-ready solutions. We did not want to write one of those chapter 11 books where you've got 10 chapters explaining what's wrong with the world and an 11th chapter that says, well, we're out of time now. Obviously, this needs to be fixed. Everyone go out and vote harder. Instead, we wanted to describe how you would unwind these choke points, how you would slow down the anti-competitive flywheel. Now, these systemic solutions are not individual. We don't think that individuals can solve these problems for the same reason that giving your kid more lunch money can't get them fed. And we shopped this book around to a bunch of different editors, and we had one very memorable call. We had an editor who said, I really liked this book. I enjoyed it so much, but I can't buy it because the second half of the book has all of these systemic solutions. And our readers, they're individuals, and they're going to feel very frustrated when they learn that there's nothing individually that they can do to solve this. And we're like, dude, you are so close to getting this. But, trying to shop your way out of monopoly is like trying to recycle your way out of climate change. You need to make systemic changes, not individual behavioral ones. And there are lots of inflection points at which systemic changes are possible. There are moments in which the arrangements become so manifestly unfair that lawmakers, regulators, or international institutions or rights bodies sit down to actually make a difference. Sometimes judges hand down orders, sometimes regulators enter into settlements. And when that happens, having these ideas lying around, these detailed technical proposals for how you can actually address this is going to be really important. Because right now, whenever it comes time to do something, we end up engaging in what Bruce Schneier calls the security syllogism, which goes, something must be done. No, there, I've done something. I guess we're done. Without any regard to whether the thing you've just done has any chance of actually addressing the issue that you care about. So when the next time comes around that someone is saying, well, maybe we should mandate copyright filters, that's something that's coming up before the Copyright Office in Congress soon. Or when someone says, well, we need to do something about the news media and its failing fortunes, that's coming up in Canada right now, and also possibly in the US Congress in the lame duck session. And we say, well, look, these ideas, they start from the right proposition that we need to do something about these manifestly unjust systems, but where they come to doesn't actually address it. In fact, it might just make it worse. So I'll take you through a few of these different proposals and how they could work. So the first one is copyright termination. In the 1976 Copyright Act, there was originally a clause that said 25 years after any copyright assignment contract, the copyright reverts back to the author. Doesn't matter if you signed a contract that says you're signing away the copyright forever. 25 years after you've signed it, it comes back to you. And the person you assign the copyright to has to find you and say, look, we would like to continue exploiting this copyright. Please, would you let us do so? And if the copyright is valuable, you might be able to say to them, all right, fine, but I'd like some more money. I'd like a better deal. It's often the case when people negotiate their contracts at the beginning of their careers, they don't have a lot of negotiating leverage. Now, the way that eventually played out was nowhere near as powerful as it could have been. Today, if you want to terminate your copyright, you can do so after 35 years. And the paperwork is very complicated. If you go to the Authors Alliance, which is a nonprofit that I volunteer on the advisory board for, we can help you out. We've got some tools to make it easier. And some authors and other kinds of creators have made really good use of that termination clause. If you've ever bought a Sweet Valley High book or a Babysitter's Club book for a kid in your life, you're buying it direct from the author. The authors have terminated those copyright transfers, and they're getting a really good deal on it. Stephen King terminated the transfers on his early books when he was just Stephen King, a guy writing his first novel, and not Stephen King, one of the best-selling authors on earth. He got a much worse deal than he could get today, and so he got a new deal. Dean Koontz did it too. The person who made the Game of Life, not Conway, the computer thing, but the person who made it for Hasbro, is trying to terminate that. The heirs of the people who created characters for Marvel are serving termination on Disney and currently involved in a huge sprawling battle that includes the estate of Stan Lee, which is pretty wild to watch unroll. But the most interesting example of this is George Clinton, who had his copyright stolen from him by a forged transfer. And for years and years, he sued the person who had forged his signature to get his copyrights back. And it was impossible. that person had all the money from his copyrights and he didn't. And so eventually, after decades of this, he said, you know what? Let's just pretend I did transfer this to you. I'm going to terminate it now. And away he went. He got his copyrights back. The reason George Clinton is still touring is not just because he's an unstoppable funk machine. It's because he's broke, because he had all of his stuff stolen from him. So termination can do really well, and we can make it easier. We can make it automatic. We can make it happen after shorter periods. And then there's transparency rights. So if you're a creator that has a royalty arrangement for your copyrighted works, so you get paid a little every time one of your works sells, your studio or label or publisher probably gives you the right to audit them. It's expensive, but creators do it, sometimes individually or sometimes through their organizations. The Science Fiction Writers Association does it once a year for one of their members. They pick them at random and they go and they audit for them. And if you go and you perform that audit, you will probably find some accounting irregularities. We cite one firm in Los Angeles that specializes in auditing royalty arrangements for record labels. And they've done tens of thousands of these over many decades. And what they found is that in every instance, except one, when they find an accounting error, it is in the favor of the label or the studio or the publisher and not in the artist's favor. Now, we have no explanation for this. All I can assume is it's some kind of horrible localized probability storm. But when those creators find that they've been stolen from through accounting tricks, and they demand the money that they're owed, the publisher, the label, the studio will likely say, you know, I think you're mistaken. You just don't understand how our books work. But because we're such good-natured Slavs, we don't want any bad blood between us. We'll offer you a settlement, some fraction of what you think you're owed. But as a condition of receiving that money, you have to agree to a non-disclosure agreement so that you can't tell anyone else how we stole your money. You especially can't tell anyone else who we stole money from how we stole your money. Oh, and also your auditor has to agree that they can never audit us again, right? Imagine if you could say, well, we'll agree to be audited by only auditors, but only by auditors that have never caught us cheating before. It's like if you're accused of doing a murder and the forensics team shows up and you say, you know, guys, I'm so glad to have you here. Dig up any part of my backyard you want looking for bodies, but I'm going to have to insist that you don't dig in that back corner. That's a corner I'm very sentimental about. I'm sure you understand, but dig anywhere else you like. So these non-disclosures represent an enormous barrier to creators getting paid. When a creator discovers that they've been robbed and they get some money back, we had one source who had a 6-figure error in their favor that they discovered this way. If they could tell other creators where the money is hidden, every creator would benefit from it. Now, funny thing about monopolies, they are very concentrated. So almost all of these royalty contracts are consummated in California and New York, Washington State, you know, you've got Amazon and some big games companies, and Tennessee because of Nashville. And contract, of course, is a creature of state law. So if each of these states were to pass a short bill that said, as a matter of public policy, non-disclosure is not enforceable where it pertains to audits of royalty statements that surface material omissions or errors that redound to the negative finances of someone who's owed a royalty for creative work. Those short bills, 4 short bills, in fact, any one of them, would put more money in the pockets of more creators than all the copyright term extensions of the last 40 years. It's like a crack in the machine that if you insert a crowbar into it and wriggle it around, money pours out of the machine and into the pockets of working artists all around the world. So transparency can do a really good job for creators. And let me just check the time here. I think I've got another 15 minutes. So I'm going to give you another example of how we can do transparency to make a big deal out of this, to make more money for creators. So I'm going to tell you a little about AudibleGate. You probably know that Amazon has a division called Audible that is the most successful audiobook company in the world. They're a monopolist. They have about 90% market share in most genres. Very, very powerful buyer of creative works, right? If you're a seller of creative works, an author, you really have to use Audible. And if you don't, you're going to be screwed. There's no one's going to be able to find your work. Now, the thing is, if you do, you're also going to be screwed because Audible knows that they're the only game in town and they act like it. So we in the book document a very enraging phenomenon called AudibleGate. And Audiblegate was the discovery of Audible authors all around the world, independent authors who use Audible's ACX platform. That's the Audible Content Exchange. It's a self-serve platform for small publishers, independents. And the way that it works is you go in and you find a narrator. They help hook you up with the narrators. You pay the narrator. You enter into a royalty share arrangement. To make an audiobook, you put it on ACX. Back when all this started, even though you paid for the work, ACX required that you not make that work available anywhere else for 7 years, even though you had financed it. And then Audible sells it for you. And Audible has two kinds of customers. They've got the customers that they don't like very much, which are the ones who just pop in and buy an audiobook every now and again. And then they've got the customers they love, which are the ones that have recurring subscriptions. Because recurring subscriptions make Audible a powerful buyer, and it gives them a lot of power over the industry. Because if you're getting a credit every month from Audible, you're going to come back to Audible every month. You're not going to go shop somewhere else. You've already paid for your credit on Audible that month. And so they want to make those recurring subscribers very happy. And so if you listened to an ACX audiobook, when you were done, you would be prompted, you would be encouraged to return that audiobook as unsatisfactory. You might have listened to it 3 times. You might have listened to it 6 months ago and kept it in your library. But Audible would send you messages in the app. They'd send you emails and they would say, you know, if you didn't like that book, you can return it. You can return it for a full credit and get another book. You don't have to wait till next month. What they were doing is they were making those subscriptions more valuable. Now, Audible pays a royalty to whichever author you buy your audiobook from with your credit every month. But if you return that book, Audible doesn't have to pay you the royalty. They get to claw it back. So what they were effectively doing was saying, hey, subscriber, why don't you listen to 3 audiobooks this month? And they were saying to the independent creators, why don't you subsidize us while we give 2 free audiobooks every month to our audience to get them to maintain their subscriptions, to make those subscriptions more valuable. And they were saying it, but they were saying it very quietly. It was buried in some fine print. And the creators didn't really know what was going on. They would see these royalty statements that said, you have sold 5 books. And what they wouldn't know was that what they'd actually done is sold 15 books, but 10 had been returned because Audible didn't break out their royalty statements. Now, one day there was an error and 3 months worth of returns were booked against their sales all in one go. And the creators woke up and figured out what was going on. A writer in Perth, Australia named Susan May kicked off this campaign to get Audible authors a better deal. It was called Audiblegate. And Audible authors all around the world found each other via this hashtag. One of them was a British author, Colleen Cross, who's a retired forensic accountant who now writes mystery novels about accounting fraud. She was the right person to go and have a deep dive on this. And what she found was that they weren't just clawing back 1 credit from you when a listener returned a book. Sometimes they were doing 2 or 3. And what's more, they weren't calculating the royalties the way they said they were. All in all, Colleen Cross reckons that there were hundreds of millions of dollars in accounting fraud. Now, why didn't the ACX authors just quit over this? Well, one reason is that the listeners can't quit Audible. Every Audible book is non-negotiably sold with DRM on it. And since it's against the law to remove DRM, even if the rights holder authorizes you to do it, your listeners can't quit Audible and follow you to a rival platform, even if you decide that you don't want to stay there anymore. And even if you tell them that it's cool with you if they convert those Audible files to an MP3 or some other format. And so those authors were locked in because the creators were locked in. Now, the Audible authors clubbed together. Once they knew what was going on, once there was some transparency, they clubbed together, they campaigned, their listeners joined them, and they got better accounting deal, and they got an end to this 7-year exclusivity with their solidaristic action. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't enough, but it was an enormous start, and it shows you how even very atomized and vulnerable authors can use transparency and solidarity to get a better deal. Now, none of my books are available on Audible, and this book isn't available on Audible, except that we did package up just the chapter on how Audible rips off artists, and we put it on Audible as an Audible exclusive. So if you are one of those people who subscribes to Audible, you can go ahead and you can download it. You can return it when you're done. It's fine with me. But if you want to get the audiobook, we kickstarted an independent edition of it. It's for sale everywhere that isn't Audible, which is a lot of places that honestly most people don't use, but we could use. It's not going to fix the Audible problem, but it will do a little bit. Again, this is not an individual issue. This is a systemic issue. We sell it at Google Play and at Downpour, at Libro.fm. I've got my own audiobook store at craphound.com/shop. Or you can just listen to that chapter in Audible and return it when you're done. So solidarity got the Audible authors pretty far. And solidarity is really important. One of the stories we tell in the book is about Taylor Swift. So Taylor Swift is a very important recording artist. She's really structurally important to the labels right now. And all of the labels really want her business. Universal Music courted her very aggressively. And they said, please come and become one of our artists. And Taylor Swift said, I will, but here's what I want from you. You're about to get billions of dollars when you sell your Spotify shares. And you have said that you might share some of that money with the artists, but you haven't said how you're going to share the money with the artist. We're all pretty sure that you're not going to do it fairly, because what you have right now is this circumstance where all these people who have Universal Music deals have been paid in advance for production of their music and to live off of while they record their album, and then they've had an expenses racked up against that advance. So that's things like the cost of the studio, the engineer, the publicity. The champagne at your launch party will be billed to your account, and you get a little royalty every time one of your records sells, or your MP3s, or your streams, and that money is credited to that account that has the debt from your album. And, at the rate that it goes, even if you make millions of dollars, you might not pay off the hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt that you owe to your label. And Taylor Swift said, we're all pretty sure that when you share the money from this Spotify IPO with your artist, that what you're actually going to do is just credit it to their debt account, so that they end up still owing you money that they will never pay off. But the fictional debt that they owe you that they'll never pay off will be slightly lower than it was before. And she said, I demand that if you want me to be a Universal Music star, that you're going to have to actually just give those creators, every creator signed to Universal Music, cash money, not a credit against their account, but money that they can spend on groceries and rent, braces for their kids, healthcare, all the things that every worker needs. Now, solidarity is great, and it's really nice when powerful people use their position to help everyone out. But what we really need is solidarity beyond just a few headliners doing good for the people around them. What we really need is solidarity across all sectors, between artists, between artists and audiences, between artists and audiences and other kinds of workers, with technologists, and with other people who care about the future of the arts and our creative endeavor. So one of the stories we tell in this book is about Uber drivers in California, some of the most atomized workers in the world. Uber drivers were required to, with their click-through agreement, agree to something called binding arbitration. Binding arbitration means that if you get screwed over by Uber, you can't sue them. All you can do is get a corporate judge who works for Uber to hear your case. And if they decide that Uber really did screw you, they can give you some money, but it doesn't form a precedent. No one else can use that judgment to get their own money. And it's often covered by non-disclosure, so you can't tell anyone else how much money you got. So this is not great justice. So these Uber drivers in California had been ripped off by Uber. Uber had been stealing their wages. And they got together and they automated arbitration claims. And they filed thousands and thousands of arbitration claims. Now, each arbitration claim has a service charge. They have to pay those fake judges. And it turns out that once you pay the fake judge to individually hear all of these cases by all of these drivers you screwed, you pay way more money than you would have if they just had a class action. Uber just never thought that they would do this. So when this mass arbitration claim was filed, Uber was in the bizarre position of going to court and saying, Your Honor, what kind of idiot would think that this manifestly unfair arbitration clause could possibly be enforceable? Please let us wriggle out of it. But the court didn't let them wriggle out of it. And in the end, they offered $150 million to those drivers. Now, Uber drivers are in a choke point market, just like creators. You've got riders on one side who want rides. You've got drivers on the other side who want to give them rides. And in the middle, you've got Uber with a choke point that takes a rent every time you do this. Uber drivers and other kinds of workers, like creative workers, we're on the same side, even if we don't know it. So at the end of the book, spoiler alert, we talk about a great friend of the Internet Archive and a great friend of Aaron's, James Boyle, who, along with Jennifer Jenkins, runs the Center for the Public Domain at Duke University. You probably know him from his annual public domain reports, where he talks about what is in the public domain and what would be in the public domain if copyright term extension hadn't happened in 76 and 98. And Jamie, in his books, he has this analogy, and I know I've said this before at Aaron Swartz Day, and I've said it before at the Internet Archive, but I'm going to keep saying it because it's the thing that gives me hope. He says that before the term ecology was coined, people who worked on different issues didn't know that they were on the same side. If you cared about owls and I cared about the ozone layer, do we care about the same thing? Are birds and the atmosphere really related? Obviously. The term ecology turned 1,000 issues into a movement. And today there are people who are being harmed by excessive corporate power all over the world in lots and lots of ways, buyers and sellers. And once we realize that we're all on the same side, once we realize that Uber drivers and public school teachers and cheerleaders who are stuck with the one cheerleading league and wrestlers who are stuck with the one wrestling league, people who are being screwed over by the hyper-concentrated finance sector, that we're all on the same side, then we will have a movement that is so powerful that no one will be able to stop it. Then those systemic changes in the second half of the book, then we'll be able to implement them. So once again, I'm really grateful. Oh, I do. Well, can we take some questions? I thought I had 40 minutes. Okay. Oh, no, not at all. So no, that's great. So, with that, we can move to questions. I think that it's a good place to stop. And I really appreciate the chance to speak with you guys at Aaron Swartz Day. Every year, it means so much to me to take this moment to not just remember Aaron, but to think about how we can honor his legacy. So I don't know how we want to handle questions, Lisa. Is there, because I don't have a video feed, but if people want to put questions in, I can pull up that.
And let them ask it.
Oh, here we go.
And then, okay.
Yeah, I'm in the live
chat. So say what
chat.
it is, and I'll say what it is, and I'll repeat it. That's what we do. Yeah. He can't hear that mic.
Can I just?
Yeah,
it's
sure.
Longer. Hey, Corey, this is
Corey,
Brewster.
Yeah, just to let you know, Brewster's here right now talking to you
Excellent.
on the Zoom. But
I hear Brewster.
When we take people from the audience, I'm going to have to repeat their question to you after they say
That's
it.
Fine.
Okay, but here's
all right.
Brewster.
Hi, Brewster.
Okay.
I feel like saying Exodor. Is that you? Go ahead.
Howdy. So
Hi.
thank you for going and detailing with this important book, publisher fuckery towards the creatives that basically sustain them. There's another area of publisher fuckery which has to do with how they deal with their customers and the shifting from copyright to licensing is just atrocious. And I would love more of your thoughts on sort of what's going on there, where copyright isn't even bad enough for these people. They went above and beyond with licensing. Larry Lessig threw out something last time I saw him, which I thought was kind of interesting, which he said, well, they should get copyright or licensing, but not both. And that would cause a choice. But why do you, copyright is this annoyingly, it is a criminal offense, so you get czars of copyright. What the hell is a czar of copyright? In the White House office to go and enforce whatever it is. Plus there's licensing, which never expires, such that it never goes into the public domain, never has print disabled, never blah, 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 blah. So you've addressed, thank you for the, but you have more work to do, Corey.
Sure.
What the publisher fuckery going the other way, and the licensing aspect of how that makes it so that there can be these platforms because there's monopoly structures built into these licensing structures.
So I think that this is a really good example of how the distinction between the tech sector and the entertainment sector is very artificial, because the tech sector really invented this licensing wheeze. right? It was the tech sector that invented the idea that you could unbox a piece of software or just land on a website, and without really any affirmative step from you, you could agree that the counterparty could come over your house and punch your grandmother and make long distance calls and eat all the food in your fridge and wear your underwear. And it was the tech sector that went and fought the court battles that made those licensing arrangements, those absurd licensing arrangements, conscionable and possible. And the answer to this has got to be solidarity again. And the good news is that so many of us labor under onerous licensing conditions that a readdressment of how these licenses work and when they can be imposed and what the limits are on them is something that with the if we bring in all of the other people who are being harmed by these unfair licensing arrangements, we can make a difference with. So take the right to repair fight. John Deere tractor owners have been told by John Deere at the Copyright Office in 2017, you don't own your tractor. You own the metal, but the software is licensed to you. And since without the software, the metal is just a boat anchor, then you don't own the tractor and you don't get to decide how you use it. When I was campaigning on HP printers, ripping people off on printer ink, they were pushing fake security updates to HP printers that were called a security update, but what they actually did was update your printer so that it would no longer use third-party ink. They said, well, but it's in the license agreement that we can do this. It's not really your printer, it's our printer. There are so many people who are on the wrong end of these licenses. Think of those Uber drivers with their unconscionable binding arbitration clauses. That it seems to me that if you want to make a difference about this, you don't pick a fight about libraries and copyright, because as important as that is to me and you, it's not important to enough people, and it's not important enough to enough people to create a mass issue. But if we can gather all of the people who are subject to harms from these licenses, we can stop the absurd pretext that, if someone were to have a shop that said over the threshold, by entering the store, you agree I can punch you in the mouth. And then when they did, they said, well, you agreed, you walked through the door. If we get rid of that absurd pretense and we get back to a kind of fair rule of law-based way of running our commercial arrangements within and between sectors, including workers and end users, then the rest of it is just a rounding error. It's just making sure that once we have that framework, that we make sure that the deal that's offered to libraries is fair. But the number of people who are angry about licensing badness in their ebooks is much smaller than the number of people who should be angry about licensing badness in their coffee makers, their ovens, their cars, their HVAC systems. I have a solar array on the roof of my house. It stopped working because the manufacturer designed it so that if we stopped sending them telemetry from it, it would cease to generate power from us. For 6 months, we've had no power from our very expensive solar array. All of these outrageous contractual arrangements are creating constituencies for dealing with this issue that is important in the round in much more ways than the mere issue of library ebooks, as important as that is to you and me.
Can I ask a quick one? Yes. My question is about mandatory arbitration agreements. Can I ask Corey's thoughts on the 14th Amendment and how corporations have usurped that language to facilitate things like mandatory arbitration and avoiding antitrust laws?
Yeah. So that was very well done. I felt like we were at either ends of like a radio relay at a remote scientific station in Alaska. All we needed was, like you saying, over at every pass there. So the 14th Amendment is the Equal Protection Clause. It's a clause that was related to the end of slavery in America. My understanding, and I've only been an American since July, so I don't pretend to be an American constitutional expert. But my understanding is that right from the beginning, the 14th Amendment was being hijacked by powerful corporate interests. But the expansion of 14th Amendment doctrine into corporate personhood has really made things worse over and over again, and continues to do so. So I think your point is well taken, that the 14th Amendment, I don't know that I would say that it's been usurped. In my understanding, what's happened is that it was always a devil's bargain where you had corporate personhood at the periphery, but that corporate personhood has become ever more important. And I think that what it shows you is that the realpolitik of constitutionalism, like how the Constitution actually gets interpreted and how its clauses are enforced, have a lot to do with power. That when firms have a lot of money and power, they can mobilize that money and power to ensure that the interpretations that are enacted are favorable to them. So, corporate personhood is hypothetically, it's a way to separate companies from their shareholders and from their managers. But then you also have decisions like Hobby Lobby, in which the owners of a company, of a corporate person, said, although the corporate person is not us, and that's very important because it means that we have limited liability and so on, it is nevertheless kind of us. And since we're, weirdo religious nuts who think that women shouldn't be allowed to have IUDs, we want our company, which doesn't share our views, because it can't have views. Companies can't have views. They're not real people. We want our company to be able to have the constitutional right not to be forced to do something that is against our views. And you had this weird merger where the 14th Amendment applied if you were trying to sue Hobby Lobby, but not when Hobby Lobby was being required to comply with other rules and was being asked to act in ways that a corporation could, even if an individual couldn't. And that very convenient two-sidedness is not accidental. It is an epiphenomenon of concentrated corporate power, right? It is downstream of concentrated corporate power that corporate lobbies were filing amicus briefs and backing Hobby Lobby in this venture. And there's an old joke whose punchline is, if you wanted to get there, I wouldn't start from here. We've had 40 years of forbearance for corporate power, starting in the Reagan era. And part of that is expressed in the way that we enforce antitrust law, but it's also expressed in many other ways. And what we've done is we've allowed for dangerous concentrations of wealth and power in the hands of individuals and firms. And what that means is that we are now in a circumstance where it's very hard to get rid of them. When companies are too big to fail and too big to jail, the 14th Amendment just doesn't matter as much because they can just play endless games with it. They can hire lawyers and outspend the US government. IBM, which is one of these firms that was too big to fail and too big to jail, spent 12 years in antitrust hell from 1970 to 1982. They called it Antitrust's Vietnam. And every single year for 12 consecutive years, the bill for the antitrust lawyers that IBM hired from outside firms was higher than the wage bill of all the antitrust lawyers working for the US Department of Justice, working on every antitrust case in America. That firm was too big to fail and too big to jail, and after 12 years, they wriggled off the hook. They were never enforced against in the way that the DOJ had been seeking to, because they outspent the US government. So we are now in a circumstance where we have to blunt corporate power in order to bring these other instruments to bear. There's an analogy here to copyright. Copyright is, if there are dozens of publishers, when I started selling books, there were about 20 publishers in New York. If there are dozens of publishers, you can use your copyright to bargain with them. You can say, well, you want too much of my copyright. I'll take this offer across the street and see if that other guy will give me a better deal. But now that there's only 5 publishers, we get a lot less value out of it. When there's only 5 publishers, they all offer the same terrible deal. And I think the same is true of the 14th Amendment, that when there are lots and lots of companies The 14th Amendment can be enforced against them. When there's only a few, it's very hard to hold them to account. The problem isn't the 14th Amendment. The problem is the concentration of wealth and power. Over. Sure.
We won't name any names, but I have been not in such a situation myself, I wish, but I've had a lot of friends in the last few years that are shopping books, and they immediately feel like not only the publishers, but their own agents and everyone along in the process is sort of against them. They're kind of price fixing. And the publishers give you the deal that it's all the same deal from all of them, and it seems like the agents are in on it. They're encouraging you to take the shitty deal. What not all of them. You have a good agent, for instance.
Sure.
But I'm just saying it feels like, but I'm just saying it feels like you don't have a lot of choices when you write a book. And even if this has always been true for small new authors, right? But now it seems like it's true for all authors. And what do you recommend? We have a lot of writers in the audience, and online around the world that are ready to self-publish because it seems like it's the only thing out there, but then you don't have the distribution. You can put it up on Amazon, but you don't have the distribution. So what would you recommend to those people as a sort of from the trenches?
Well, I'm afraid I might have to disappoint you here. So first, I will say that I think that the agents, by and large, do want what's best for their clients. Although we do talk about in the book about how the 4 Hollywood talent agents got cornered by private equity firms and started screwing over the screenwriters, who ground out a 22-month strike where all 7,000 screenwriters in Hollywood fired their agents and didn't hire them back for 22 months until the agents agreed that they would prioritize their clients over their own firms. But I think that if agents are saying, well, you should take this crummy deal because it's the best you're going to get, the reason for that is it is the best you're going to get, that this cornered market, this choke point market, doesn't have a lot of better deals available to creators. That's the problem here, and there's not much that individuals can do to fix it. It's the kind of thing that arts organizations should be working on. And arts organizations have got a kind of spotty track record on this. They have spent a lot of time chasing their tails on things like copyright filters or Google Book Search, instead of the things that actually make a difference, like cleaning up the ad tech market and blocking mergers, things that would actually make a material difference to the lived experience of writers, that would put groceries on their table and braces on their kids' teeth. The other reason, though, I have to disappoint you, and I'm sorry, is that everything I know about breaking into the field and what it's like to be a beginning author is 20 years old. That's how long it's been since I was in that position. So, when I was a baby writer, I used to go to science fiction panels, and I would hear writers tell stories about, how advising young writers on how to sell a story to John W. Campbell at Astounding. And the magazine hadn't been called Astounding for 15 years. John W. Campbell died the year I was born, and he was a fascist. And none of that advice was any good to anyone, right? It was a reminiscence disguised as advice. And, the plight of writers who are entering the field has never been an easy one. And I think it's a materially worse one now. I think the evidence points to that. But the people best situated to help you make the best of that bad situation are other writers who are at the start of their careers. Established writers, we don't know anything about what it's like to be selling your first book in 2022. Nothing. So I'm sorry, I wish I could give you a better answer.
You were supposed to have the answer to everything, Corey. What is
Lisa.
this?
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no problem. Hey, we do have one other question for you.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was just going to resemble that as an older artist to tell younger people what to do a bit.
What's your question?
So my experience was that if you value your own time and you say my time is worth X amount as an artist, putting in 50% of a production, and they give you half of the rights and the money that comes in.
Okay, if he can't hear you, remember, you're telling me your question,
Yeah.
so I can ask him.
Okay. So that was a comment on your discussion.
Yeah, he's not gonna hear the comment.
Oh,
What's your
okay.
question?
My question is, if you want to give away IP, I own the rights to the oldest magic encyclopedia in the world. It's almost 100 years old. And I just like to give that away to magicians. And so how do I prevent other people from monetizing it or translating it into Chinese and selling it, because that's occurring? So thank you.
So are you talking about, she's talking about open sourcing a book, for instance?
It's Encyclopedia of Magic, actually.
Encyclopedia of Magic. Okay, but you put it out over an open source license, and
don't
you're
know.
worried about other people monetizing it. How do
Right,
you
so
stop
it's-
other people? This is the age-old Creative Commons question, Corey, that people
I
have
mean,
been
it's
asking
already
for
been
20
translated
years.
into Chinese, and I have no.
Well,
Right.
I
So
mean, I
people
think
are
you
translating it into
can't-
other
you have to-
languages and selling it.
Yeah.
And she's
So
wondering,
if you put
what
it out
can we
under a
do?
commercial license, yeah, I think if you put it out under a commercial license, you are telling people to monetize it. So if you've used a commercial license with it, you're telling people to monetize it.
I believe
So
it's not a commercial license. That's the
Oh,
point.
so
Putting
they're
it out-
violating your copyright.
Yes, they are, but
They're violating your license. I mean, then you just have to make the call, right? I mean, that's not specific to Creative Commons.
No. I'm
licensing.
saying if I want to give it away, and other people are monetizing it.
right. So she's saying, well, she gives it away, and then other people are monetizing it. So when they do that, they are violating your copyright, is what he's saying. And just like if you had a paid book that somebody translated in another language and sold in another country. And so
That's right.
the remedies, as they say, for that kind of thing, the legal term, have never been that good. And this is something that we're asked a lot at Creative Commons. And he's just saying, you have to make that call whether you're going to try to get litigious about
You
it.
can sue. You can send them a takedown. You have to do the same thing that you would have to do if you were a commercial publisher publishing a commercial book and someone published an infringing edition. I mean, I spend an hour a week sending emails to Amazon asking them to take down commercial editions of my books that I haven't authorized that people upload to the Kindle store. It's just part of the deal, and you have to decide how much it's worth it to you to chase it, and whether you want to hire a lawyer and try and get some money out of them. I think oftentimes the people who are doing these kind of they're often doing it very indiscriminately. They're just like grabbing thousands of texts that they find and making books out of them. They might not have much money at all, in which case you're not going to get anything. Even if you win, you won't get anything out of them. I mean, it's really it's a choice you're going to have to make, but it's not related to open publishing or not open publishing. This is a choice you have to make whether it's open publishing or not. I went into a bookstore, my local bookstore, Dark Delicacies in LA, where they order books when people want signed copies of my books. They order them in, and then you send an email to them and you say, I'd like a copy of the book, and then I pop in and I sign it and they send it off to you. And they said, oh, we've got some copies of your first novel, Down and Out in the Magic Kingdom here. Would you like to come in and sign them? And I went and I was like, what edition is this? I've never seen this before. And it was a pirate print edition being distributed by Ingram that was coming up higher in the catalog than the Macmillan edition of my book, than the real edition of my book. It's not an open licensing issue. It is irrespective of how you license your book, you have to deal with this issue.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's now gone 8 o'clock.
I really
here in
appreciate.
London.
Yeah, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for coming, Corey, and
All right.
good luck with everything. And we'll talk to you later. Thank you. Bye.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Okay. So we will just. He's yeah, I know. He is very smart. So I'm just checking here. I'm trying to get the. It's not giving me. Here we go. I can unpin. Huh. I'm trying to get a gallery view on this thing for our next people, but I won't worry about it for now. I don't know why I can't do that, but we don't need it now anyway. Oh, are the Aaron Swartz Institute people on the call? Because they're after us. That's all I'm trying to determine. So it doesn't matter for now. So, Kat, are you here? Come on up. So right now, myself and Kat Walsh, we're going to talk a little bit about Creative Commons, past and future. Come on up and take a seat. Kat Walsh is the General Counsel for Creative Commons, and I'm a co-founder, even though I basically launched it and left to go get my graduate degree in 2003, I want to say. And but I worked on it with Aaron, and so Kat had the idea of us talking a little bit about that, and then she can tell you more about the direction that Creative Commons is going now and what the plans are. All right, so Kat Walsh.
Great, thank you. Make sure you can hear me. Thank you, it's great to be here today, and especially to have Lisa. When she emailed CC asking like, oh, would somebody like to talk about CC for Aaron Swartz Day? I thought about like, oh, it would be great to talk about the past and the future, especially since Aaron was such an integral part of Creative Commons past, and he should be here for the future. But and then I thought about it for 30 seconds, realized like Lisa is right there. It would be very silly to talk about Creative Commons past without having her on stage. So I feel a little bit like introducing CC to this crowd is probably saying things you all already know, but just in case. It's a global nonprofit organization that founded in 2001. The first licenses were published in 2002, and we're coming up on the 20th anniversary of those licenses. And in fact, for those of you in the San Francisco area, we're having a party for our 20th anniversary this week, and all of you are invited. We hope to see you there.
Thursday night, the 17th of November.
But we are a global nonprofit that helps overcome legal obstacles to the sharing of knowledge and creativity. We're best known for our suite of free open copyright licenses that are a simple, standardized way to share knowledge. They're widely used in open access research and grant making and sharing creative works. One of the first major adopters, in fact, of the license was Cory Doctorow, who you just heard. And we had a great interview with him earlier this year on our Open Minds podcast, in which I asked him about 5 questions, and then he goes on to talk for about an hour and a half, and very few of that material is repeated. So if you loved hearing Cory talk before, you should listen to that podcast, and he will tell a lot of stories about the early days of Creative Commons and his career as a writer and how he got into the free and open movement, and it's really great. But back in 2001 or so, around the founding of Creative Commons, copyright law was having a moment, especially in the United States, which is where I'm most aware of it, but really everywhere, because of the explosion of the internet and people sharing material on the internet, and sharing material on the internet in ways that were uncontrolled and scary, and people weren't getting a cut of all the money coming from that, and people weren't controlling where that went. So a lot of legislation popped up in response to that. One is the DMCA, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, that puts a whole lot of limits on the ways that you can share material and what you can do to unlock encryption, what you can do to break the restrictions that people are trying to put on this content. But the one really most relevant to Creative Commons is the Sonny Bono copyright term extension. And copyright was already pretty long at the time. And the Sonny Bono Copyright Term Extension Act extended it from life of the author plus 50 years to life plus 70, and that's a really long time, especially in the United States, where we think of copyright not as a moral right, really, but as an economic right. As a way to get people to create more things, we will give them exclusivity for a limited time. But that limited time was getting less and less limited as time went on. And particularly for a lot of people who were expecting things to come back into the public domain so that they could give them new life. A lot of works that had been abandoned by the rights holders, or, not that economic value and the cultural value was just sitting fallow. People were waiting to give that new life, to have the right to do that, and all of a sudden they weren't going to be able to do that. And one especially was a publisher, Eric Eldred, who took material that was in the public domain and republished it, gave it new life so that people could enjoy it again, made it public. and was counting on this material, and all of a sudden, like, the rug got pulled out from under him. And a few other publishers who were in the same position, like, also were joined in this suit. And a couple of, nerdy law professors took an interest in this, including Larry Lessig, who's the big voice behind Creative Commons. And while they were waiting for the outcome of this case, they were thinking, like, let's do something about this problem. Like, what can we do to solve this problem while we're waiting on this case, especially, like, on the off chance that it comes out the wrong way and the Term Extension Act is upheld and these works don't go into the public domain. So it was just going to be like a little hack, something somebody could do with copyright law, like, if you wanted to actually give your work away, if you wanted to let people have rights. And as it turns out, a couple years later, the Copyright Term Extension Act was upheld. Those works did not enter the public domain, and in fact, works have not entered the public domain in the United States for quite some time, and they're just about to. This will be, they've just been starting to, which is very exciting. In the meantime, that hack got a lot of traction, and one of the people around at the founding of this hack was Lisa. So I want to ask, like, what's your superhero origin story? Like, how did you get involved with CC?
That's kind of a crazy story. It's funny because Corey was here. Corey was around for that too when that happened. But basically, I was looking for something to do. It was 2001, and I noticed things were happening around Napster and things like that. And a Russian programmer named Dmitry Skylarov got arrested trying to leave DEF CON in Vegas. The feds do what they still do every year almost to this day, and hang out at DEF CON and decide who they're going to arrest on the way out. And in this case, it was Dmitry, who had a wife and 2 kids back in Russia, and the company he worked for, Elcomsoft, was actually had law enforcement contracts and stuff like that, but they exposed Adobe's fake encryption. And Adobe messed with them for a while, and then there were protests, and then Adobe said, we don't want anything to do with this. And then the feds said, we do. We'll say it. So Dmitry got lost for a couple days in our prison system when they were moving him around, and people were writing me, and I was like, somebody's in jail for a copyright thing? Like, I just didn't, So that's what set me off. And then I found out that I didn't actually graduate from college because I was teaching for UC Berkeley Extension, because they needed an XML person, and there weren't that many in 2000. So I had to go back and finish my degree. So I moved back from Seattle to San Francisco. So that's why I was here when it happened. And Corey took me around. I met Corey as soon as I got here. I kind of interviewed him for O'Reilly. I was working for him, and then we hit it off. We were hanging around. Corey introduced me to Brewster. He introduced me to Lawrence Lessig. and I was just really intrigued by the whole thing. And there was no way that I thought I could actually get involved. And I had little to no understanding of anything that was going on. But then Corey introduced me to Cindy Kahn and Fred von Lohman at the EFF. And suddenly I was a webcasting expert. CNET called me a webcasting expert, 1 article. And so we were at the P2P conference in DC, and I was hoping to be invited to the O'Reilly dinner, and I hung out in the lobby and waited, and everybody looked right at me and walked out the door to dinner, did not invite me along. So I went off to dinner with another editor and got pretty drunk, and came back and went down to the bar just to talk for a minute before, we called it a night. And then we were down there for about an hour talking, and then the editor left, and I looked up, and it was me and Lawrence Lessig at the bar. And I didn't want to say anything, because he was on his laptop, he was talking, he was doing something, and I didn't want to be that person that was like, oh my God, you're so cool. Remember we met a month ago. So I just sat there, and then he looked up, because we had met once before, and I had told him I was an XML geek who was obsessed with copyright law. And he looked up from his computer, and he said, we've met before, haven't we? And I said, yeah, and he said, what's your thing again? And I said, I'm an XML geek that is obsessed with copyright law. And he closed his laptop and said, oh, I have a job for you. So that's how that happened. And then he said, you're employee number 1. Molly Van Howling is running this thing. Talk to her, and that's how it happened.
Yeah, that's like, and I will say Molly has been involved with CC since the beginning. She's still involved. She is just about to end her final term as the chair of our board. So it's been great to have her.
Teaches over at Harvard. Yeah, you don't have to mute me, just leave it up. She teaches at, not Harvard, no, Berkeley School of Law. Yeah, and she was at Aaron's Memorial, and we're in touch.
So when did you start working with Aaron? Because I know you were one of his early mentors, or maybe that relationship went the other way.
It definitely did. I didn't teach him much of anything except being his big sister kind of in the world. Anything technical was definitely him teaching me. And what happened was, and me and Larry both thought that Aaron, so I stalked the mailing lists, mainly the W3C mailing lists for XML and RDF, and you're basically reading and learning and figuring out who actually knows what they're talking about on these lists. And I told Larry, hey, I know the guy that we need for this. He has these wonderful answers on the list. He's really smart. He's probably one of these old SGML guys, because there was all these older SGML guys that had already been through it all, in the 80s and 90s. And so he's like, what's his name, And I'm like, oh, it's Aaron Swartz. Larry's like, yeah, I don't think he's an old SGML guy. He's written me, and he thinks that we should do an RSS version of copyright law. And I said, oh no, copyright law is much too complicated. That'll never work, And then, like within a week or two, Aaron had done it. He had given us an example and showed, oh, it's really you're just saying yes or no to this. Do you want this? Do you not want that? Kind of thing. And Molly understood it right away, and they were just like, you're wrong, take another look. And then there it was, so he got me on IRC for the first time. He explained to me how with XML that you really didn't need valid documents, these complicated DTDs that validated everything, that was really just would slow things down, especially like in a browser. It made no sense. And he was very, very polite, but matter of fact, when he was just like, Lisa, you're wrong. And let me tell you why. So that was definitely, that kind of a relationship, technically, definitely. And he at least did tease me about it too. Because I was so into it, like it was such an important. He'd like, oh, what if somebody came up with a non-standard markup language and called it ZML? Oh, he used to tease me about it and stuff. So he really had a grip on things, and I knew he was going to become a superhero or a supervillain, And so I introduced him to Brewster as soon as I could, and Lawrence Lessig and Corey, and I just wanted him to know it was so much fun to be on the right, the good guy side of things. And pretty quickly, he didn't really need me anymore. He needed me when he traveled, because they wouldn't rent him a hotel room and stuff, because he was still like 14 or 15 years old at that point. But even our last trip to South by Southwest, he was in the hotel with me in his own room, like down the hall for the first half of it. And somehow he figured out a way to get somebody he figured out a way to rent a room in the good hotel that was across the street, where his friends were. And he's like, I found a way to, can I go to the other hotel, And he was with Wes Felton, I want to say, and a number of people, Justin and Zuko, and people that were, just as good as me as far as having responsible adults around and stuff. And so that was the trip I kind of let go a little bit and let him grow up with his friends.
So one of the things that was really interesting about the CC licenses. And at this time, like Aaron was younger than me, but at this time I didn't know anything about copyright law. Like I didn't really know about it until I went to college, which makes me like I feel like a latecomer to this. And I didn't know what an innovation Creative Commons was like until I got to know it a little better, because it was just like by the time I got interested in copyright law, like it had already become a standard. So what do you think were some of the most innovative things that CC was doing, especially in the technical realm?
Well, one of the most important things that I thought, and not just because I was the person that was one of my millions of jobs, but in order to make a website with basically a form on it where you could choose the options you wanted, the terms to release your works, you had to understand what the terms were. What's a commercial use? What's a non-commercial use? What's a derivative work? These were, Corey was talking about these subjects that make people glaze over instantly as soon as you start talking about them. Copyright is like, you might as well be talking calculus to these people. Like, the average person is like, public domain, like Brewster and I are sitting around, how are we going to explain to people what the public domain is, right? You can't look at it. People are going to lose it. People could lose it for 18 years. And they don't even know what they might lose because they don't understand what it is, right? And so, that was our biggest challenge, I think. And I myself wasn't yet an expert in that stuff. So I had to understand it well enough to be able to work with Aaron on the data model for it. And that was what I think still is one of the greatest accomplishments I think that Creative Commons has done, is in the sense of empowering authors to make informed decisions about how their works can be reused, and actually understanding, I always tell people when they're starting out, if you don't get it, then just do, attribution, non-commercial, share alike, and then you have to decide about derivative works or not. But don't give anything away yet if you're not sure what you're giving away. And I wasn't trying to tell people to, it was still in the spirit of things because you had the share alike thing there. But you can't go back, right? Once you give it away, it's gone. You can put up a new version of it and say, okay, this one's under this other license. But if you put it out at any time under that license at that time, you're bound to it. So, that was the big thing. And then we thought for software we might need another license, and I had to comb through all the GPL licenses, or not all GPL licenses, GPL was one of them, all the open source licenses for software. And it took us 2.5 months to figure out we didn't need another license for software. There was 1 million licenses already for software. And because software is copyrighted, we could use our existing Creative Commons licenses. So all of that, and being able to have people, because we launched with thousands of people that had put their works out when we launched, that was a big thing, because we had to have so many licenses at the launch we wanted. How do you explain to everybody in time what it meant so they could choose licenses so we could launch? And have it have meaning, not just talking people into going along with you because they wanted to do open source things, right? So yeah, that was I think the biggest challenge, and I think one of the biggest accomplishments.
I guess one main question to end, when did it really hit you that it was going to be something big, and what were your hopes and dreams for what it would become, what would happen with CC?
Well, that's really funny. I wish I could remember the person's name, but Corey hooked me up with somebody that did a report for us to predict how many licenses we were going to have. And he had charts and graphs and really convincing arguments and evidence. And he predicted something like, 12 million licenses in 10 years or something, which I think we surpassed actually when it happened. But the Creative Commons board thought that we were blowing smoke up their ass. Basically, They were like, oh, you're just trying to flatter us. You don't have to tell us we're going to have 10 million licenses. It's okay, you know. But I was like looking at this report, and I was like, it makes sense to me, showing what, you know, is in this report and stuff. And I showed Corey, and Corey's like, oh, that makes sense to me. And so it was sort of hard to believe that that adoption could be that widespread. But there were so many people asking for this. Educators, teachers, artists, especially, remember the Napster thing was a really hot topic. There was a lot of musical artists that were like, hey, I'm not making any money anyway. I would rather that my music get to more people. And then they did a report that shows that pirated music, shared music, only led to people going back and buying the back catalog for that music artist. So I think that I had pretty big hopes from the beginning because other people were doing the math and it made sense. But then when it happened so quickly, it is still kind of hard to believe.
And I will say, I think the last count that somebody tried to do on the number of licensed works CC had came up at about 2 billion. We've actually got a team of graduate students like helping us like try and get a more accurate count this year. But like, yeah, that's so I think that was a good.
Just a minute.
So, yeah, like.
So
I think,
let's turn the tables now a little bit. I wanted to ask you about, you were talking about that you're in the works, you have sort of different ways of sharing and branching out into different countries and things like that. And I wanted to know what are the plans now for the future of Creative Commons? What are we going to do next?
Yeah.
What are you going to do next? I still feel like I'm a part of it.
You are still part of it. Like, if you sent us emails saying, I think you should do that, like, that would be extremely persuasive.
Great.
CC, most people know CC for the licenses. Like, we don't actually have any short-term plans to, like, version the main CC license suite. We're on version number 4. 2002 was the first one. 2004 was version 2. There was like a small revision in between there. 2007 was version 3, and I was actually at CC in 2013 when version 4 came out. And it's been about almost 10 years now. And version 4 so far has been pretty good. We haven't. So what do we do at Creative Commons if we're not making new licenses? And I will say, as part of the team that did version 4, we're not. That was such a big lift that I think we're still recovering. And part of the reason that it was such a big project is version 1 was basically based upon U.S. law. A lot of the assumptions made in it, a lot of the language used, a lot of the rights that were included in it were based on U.S. law. It was just a hack to like deal with this temporary policy problem, and it only took it didn't take very long for people in other countries to say like, hey, you know, like this is a great idea. We need this in our country too. It turns out that our copyright law is also broken. One of the things that's interesting about copyright law as opposed to so many other areas of law is that there's a lot of international harmonization because of the Berne Convention, which most countries, almost all countries, are signatory to, which detail like what you have to do in your national implementation of copyright law. So a lot of the things that are broken in the US are also broken in other countries, and even that the US has a much broader system of limitations and exceptions than a lot of other countries do. So some of the things that are broken in US law are even more broken in other countries. The version 2 was like a little bit more international, and other countries had their own versions that would work with their own law. In version 3.0, this exploded. Like there were a couple dozen countries that had their own ported versions that were meant to work with their own national law, and had a slightly different language for things like moral rights and database rights that exist in countries that aren't the United States, or slightly different language for how you talk about those rights and how you have to give them away. which made it extremely complicated because there weren't just, the 6 main Creative Commons licenses. There were like 200 Creative Commons licenses, and like, how could you use them together? Like, we were trying to do something simple, like here's this very simple modular suite, like it's easy to tell how you use them together, but now there's 200 in different countries, like, and everybody usually tried to make that just an afterthought, talking about the Creative Commons licenses. Oh yeah, we have these ported versions, don't think about them too much unless you really have to. And that's not a great answer, especially as a lawyer. That is not a great answer, as we like to think that everybody reads the licenses all the time, and to tell you you have to read 200 of them to understand what's going on is just not an answer that anybody wants to give. So version 4 actually brought all these together. There is one international version, and we talked to lawyers in all the countries that we could find, basically, to say, like, okay, like how can we harmonize this? How can we make one text that works for everyone? And so we had a lot of things that, named all sorts of rights. That's like, if this applies to you, and things like that. And like, if this right exists in your country, here's what you do with it. And then we just had local teams translate it. So we have one official version, but many local translations, and those are actually still happening now. And that was about 10 years ago. So what do we do now? Well, it turns out that having good copyright licenses does not create openness by itself. I know this is like a revolution. This is not a revolutionary thought to anyone, but it's like it was a necessary step. But it turns out that people are putting a lot of barriers to openness that are not just copyright law. There's a lot of things that are going on that are like copyright-like things, or restrictions in the sharing of knowledge are happening in like platform liability, like filtering. They're being put in things like the AI Act and the Data Act. They're being put, and a lot of people are being subject, for example, to contracts that Corey was talking about that limit the way that you can share materials. A lot of people are adopting policies that like are sort of open, but not really. So a lot of what we've been doing is focusing on better sharing, is what we're calling it, and the infrastructure that allows openness to thrive. So recently, about 2 years ago, we got a new CEO at Creative Commons, Catherine Styler, who really wishes that she could be here today, but she isn't. She will be here for our 20th anniversary, and she's arriving like tomorrow, so this is just unfortunate timing. But she spent about 20 years in the European Parliament, particularly advocating for policies that were very pro-openness. And a lot of her focus has been bringing the organization more into the public policy debates to create the infrastructure that will let people create and share in the first place. We've also been sharing a lot of guidance, providing case studies, providing advocacy, like holding the hands of institutions that would like to create policies, because just having the licenses out there isn't enough to say, like, okay, we have the licenses, you can be open access now. It takes a lot of guidance for, like, okay, what are the steps to do this? Like, what do we need to do to make this work? So that's a lot of what we've been doing, and we've been doing training, some general training and some for specific groups like librarians, like GLAM, the Galleries, Libraries, and Museum, some for journalists, where we give them basically a short course in copyright, Creative Commons, open access, and then those people are empowered to go back to their institutions and it's like, okay, I know how to do this now, I know how this works. So just trying to expand our reach from our, little 20-person organization that tries to be larger than it is, so that we have more advocates out in the world.
Okay. And you were talking about how the landscape is getting very interesting these days with different technologies and things like AI and stuff like that, and that y'all have been thinking about those kinds of licenses, or applying copyright to those kinds of licenses, which sounds so crazy, like AI copyright. But tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so we have a couple areas that we're looking into where it's important to establish what it is that we mean by openness, or what should the norms be around openness. And one of those is AI. Some of those are around use of openly licensed images for training data for AI. Like, what does that mean? Does copyright restrict that? Should copyright restrict that? In the US, we've generally said that a lot of this is fair use, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. Like, should we give guidance around the use of those, for example, training facial surveillance systems? And what about all these systems that are doing generative art with works that may or may not be openly licensed? Looking at those problems and like, what do the legal terms say? Like, what do we think the result should be to get the outcome we want? We want artists to feel like that they do have a choice. Like, a lot of what CC is about is giving creators the choice to say, like, okay, I want to keep these rights, I want to give these away, this is what I want to happen to my work. And do we want those, what does it mean for those choices to be meaningful when, like, all of a sudden a new technology has changed the way that work? We've traditionally said that AI authors, like, can't have copyright. What happens when people are using those systems to, like, carefully reproduce an artist's style, to take things that are recognizable? That's a lot more interesting, and actually we've been engaging with researchers and scholars to try and figure out what should our answer be. You know, we don't want to be copyright maximalists just to make our licenses continue to mean something, but and also, like, if artists are seeing that use of open licenses makes things happen to their works that keeping a more restrictive license wouldn't, like, that's not good for the open ecosystem either. So we're looking at issues like that. Also, a lot of people have come to us recently asking, like, how does this interact with NFTs? Not my favorite topic, because anytime you engage on the topic, you immediately get 100 replies telling you that you're wrong in both directions. But a lot of people are exploring the concept of what it means to own the rights to a work versus what it means to own the token. So we just recently put out some guidance as to, like, what that means and how you might use it, especially how you might use it if you would like to have your cultural works, like, in the open for people to use, but you would also like to sell tokens as a way to, like, make money for your art. And then other distributed web technologies, like, what does it mean to have openly licensed works in those areas? So just looking at new technologies, a lot of people have come to us wanting us to create, like, new licenses for these things, and we've looked and it's like, actually, like, we still think that the licenses that we have are suitable for these cases, but to be meaningful for people to adopt them and not create new standards, we need to be able to understand and explain to people and then give those people education on, like, what it means to use CC in this context. And that's one of the most fun things that I get to do. Like, here's a new thing, examine it and tell us what it means.
Very nice. Very nice. So do we have our next speakers on the Zoom call? Just to make sure. There's only one if there's anybody, it's them, because they're the only people I've sent the link to. Okay, great. So let's see if there's any questions, and then we'll wrap it up. Are there any? Does anybody have any questions? Okay. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hey, I had a quick question about the non-commercial Creative Commons license. I know a lot of people, like, for example, like a classic example is, like, they say that bands, like, don't make money on tickets, they make money on merch, right? So an example would be, like, let's say I'm a DJ or something, and I have a bunch of music that's under a, like, share alike, like, non-commercial license, and I use that music to, you know, be a DJ or whatever, but then after the show I make money with, like, selling t-shirts that have my logo or whatever, right? My question is, like, where is the line of, like, when I'm using something commercially or when I'm using something to, like, make money? And, like, because I want to respect that non-commercial, but I want to also see kind of where I'm saying. Like, I'm not sure where that line is. And so I was curious if you could elaborate on that.
Sure. So first of all, this is going to be a very unsatisfying answer, because my answer is this is always very fact-specific, and I am a lawyer, I am not your lawyer, I can't give you legal advice. But That said, first of all, the easy case is if it's your music, and you have licensed it non-commercial for the world, it means nobody else can commercialize it, but you can commercialize it however you'd like. And for a while, we were looking at other ways, are there better things to name it to make it clear what it's doing, like commercial rights reserved, for example. A lot of people use that license who belong to things like collecting societies so that they can still collect revenue from their works and commercialize their own works, but let people share it non-commercially. But if it's somebody else's work and you want to make a use of it and you're not sure if it's commercial, the language in the license is primarily directed toward economic advantage or something like that, something very close to that. And that doesn't give you a lot of guidance. I would usually say to be conservative. There isn't a bright line. There are some guidelines and examples, but generally, if you're collecting ticket sales, if you're making money from the t-shirt, associated from performing that work, my guidance to a lot of people is often do something that you wouldn't be embarrassed to explain to the creator or a judge in trying to say what you're doing. If there is money changing hands in connection to the work, something that anyone would say is in connection to the work, I would usually say don't do it. That's probably a commercial use, but also somebody who has put a Creative Commons license on their work, they want to share it, they want you to use it. They may want you to use it only under specific terms, so reach out to them and ask them if you're in doubt about the use. But usually, if money is changing hands in connection to it, that's usually commercial.
Yeah, and that's a good test too. If you're so sure that it's a non-commercial use, then write the author. Write the artist and let them know that that you're doing it. If you're making shirts for you and your friends because you're such big fans, you could probably just do that. When I do this thing that lawyers, because lawyers really can't give legal advice, and I am not a lawyer. I just play one on TV when I give people legal advice, because somebody has to tell the people. I decided that some people have to explain some things to people or they're never going to know. With commercial uses, there's two ways to look at it, and I've been on both sides of it. I've been a record company manager where we were trying to get the most that we could out of our artists and trying to get them to sign agreements that included t-shirts and anything we could think of. That's how the contracts look like now, right? They say CDs, streaming, blah, blah, anything they can think of. And now they even say shit like, and all future technologies that are ever going to be created, sign it away now, kind of thing, right? And you never want to sign anything like that. As an artist, you want to make it very specific what you're giving away, and that way they have to come back to you and pay you something else for the other uses. And until somebody explained this to me, because I'm an artist, it was like, oh, of course, And even when I was the record company manager, I kind of secretly would tell our artists, don't sign that. Make us pay for the t-shirts. Now I would hope that you'd give us a bulk deal. We don't want to have to deal with, because there's a lot of accounting and stuff, right? You pay for every shirt or whatever kind of thing. But you want a separate agreement for each thing. Now, also a shirt, if you're talking about a band puts their song out under a Creative Commons license, that's for the song. Their logo on the record cover, that's actually probably a trademark issue. That's not even a copyright thing. And so but people say, oh, the song's Creative Commons, so I guess everything associated with that song is Creative Commons. That's just not how it works. And those people, the artist isn't even the one going after you. Oh my God, I had a DJ that played here at Creative Commons in 2019, did some of his new music in his set that we recorded. We put it up on YouTube, and he got a takedown from his distribution company for his own music, for what we put up, because it's just robots doing it now. And it's really hard to get through to a human.
This happens on YouTube a lot, where the artists want more fans, they want to share their work, and their record company is like, no, we people have to pay for that.
Right, and distribution companies specialize in this now, and there are these sort of Nazi algorithms on YouTube that are just, it's just a constant barrage all the time, and there's no fair use on YouTube. That doesn't exist. And they also have this ambiguous Creative Commons license that doesn't really have any, I know officially you won't want to say that, but I can say it doesn't mean anything at all. The YouTube Creative Commons license is complete bullshit. It's not a real Creative Commons license. It doesn't say what the terms are. It's not one point anything or attribution, non-commercial, share alike or anything. It just says, woohoo, no license. And almost immediately, people download it, upload it to another account on YouTube and put ads on it. And now they're making money from your free thing. And it's one of the things that we've been trying to get YouTube to understand that it's a problem. It was almost like, we don't really want it there if it's not going to be a real license. When of course we wanted it there because it's good to have it on YouTube, right?
Yeah,
so what do you think about that kind of stuff?
Oh yeah, I will say if anybody at YouTube takes issue with that characterization and would like to fix it, please email legal@creativecommons.org, and we will be happy to work with you. That is a great frustration. We want people to adopt the licenses. Having platforms adopt the licenses has been huge for adoption, as creators say oh, I have this option. I didn't know I had this option. I actually want people to use it this way, but YouTube has, number one, buried it in the interface, and number two, made it a little bit meaningless by putting these things in their terms of use that prevent you from actually downloading and remixing. So. Yeah, anybody at YouTube who would like to fix this, we would love to hear from you.
Fred, we're talking to you, Fred.
I think Fred isn't there anymore.
Oh, he's not?
He's not.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Fred. Fred von Lohman is one of the mentors that I was talking about that taught me, him and Cindy single-handedly taught me copyright law over dinner so I could write my webcasting article for CNET and become an instant webcasting expert. It was wonderful. And then he went and worked for YouTube, and he'd really got a lot of good things done over there. And I don't think he actually had anything to do with the fiasco that I'm talking about, but it's important to have corporate support. We want that. When Google introduced their Creative Commons search, I was over the moon, because we could actually find stuff. I use that. Oh my God, I use that so often, all the time, yeah. Anything you want to add before you go to another question?
Oh yeah, one of the earliest adopters of the CC licenses was Flickr, which was just a huge thing for Creative Commons. It allowed so many people to put their works under CC licenses, and they adopted it way back, I think 2005 or so, back in version 2.0. So all these things have been under the 2.0 version of the licenses. We're actually been talking to them. They hope to have their users be using the new version of the licenses sometime later this year. So watch this space.
Hey, that's good.
Yeah.
If that
Flickr
happens.
was owned by Yahoo for a long time, and Yahoo did nothing with it, basically. And now it is owned by owners who are actually present and care about it and care about the commons. So we're a lot more hopeful for them now.
Oh, great. Yeah, I was just happy that all my pictures didn't go away. There was that scary, there was that scary time you didn't know what was going to happen. Are there any other questions? Okay.
This is not really a question. This is just a report from the field of gratitude for your work. I was contacted by the UC Davis Special Collections Library asking me to authorize a Creative Commons license for a master's thesis, and they put it up on HathiTrust. It was dead easy, and I'm really grateful that it was able to get out there. So thank you for doing that.
Oh, awesome. So glad you did that. And the university librarians are like almost universally great with CC and encouraging people to make their works open access.
And actually, my master's thesis was creating a student licensing guide for Creative Commons works. And I made a little table, which was just the pros and cons of all the licenses, kind of with the pointy hat and the artist thing like that. San Francisco State was we want all of our broadcasting, electronic communications, arts work to just go up automatically under Creative Commons license. Can you show us how to do it? And it was like another dream come true moment, for me. And it's wonderful to see it propagate, because it really lets the academic articles and everything go far right away. You can usurp the and even for academic journal articles that are under copyright by restrictive corporations who shall remain nameless, just for the sake of argument, there's a loophole. The loophole is that you can take a version of the article that is not the final version and put it up on your own website. And then you can pretty much do what you want with it. So Remember that when you have a 6-month hold on your paper that you want the world to have, all you have to do is, it's not the final version, man. It's the near final version. Put it up, and it's fine. And then it'll end up in in the Internet Archive's Scholar Fat Cat collection of. Hey, Brewster, how do you know how many journal articles are in the Scholar right now?
Tries to have some. Well, 35 million.
35 million?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't think you were going to say that.
So we think that there are about 110 million known journal articles, and 35 million have been posted on the open web that we've been able to crawl, put in the Wayback Machine, assign a DOI, and make available through scholar.archive.org. And then we worked with scholar.google.com and added, I think, 20 million articles into scholar.google.com, but just because that's where people go. So yeah, let's bring public access to journal literature.
Oh yeah. So I think obligatory lawyer comment, read your contracts, because some of them have gotten wise to this and make you sign away those rights. I will also give a plug to our friends at the Authors Alliance, who have a lot of great tools for authors who want to make sure that they don't get stuck in those contracts, what to look for, tools to use to make sure that you have a better deal.
Hi, I want to ask about licenses for databases. So we have these two pillars. We have open source license for software. We have Creative Commons for art and content. What about the sort of third pillar of community-curated databases, right? So if I have a community that is assembling a list of good vegan restaurants, or a community-run IMDb, or similar, are there any licenses that protect data sets specifically, protect them from being commercially exploited? Thank you.
Yeah. So generally, we don't consider, especially in the U.S., and I am a U.S.-based lawyer, in the U.S. we don't consider those kinds of data sets copyrightable. So we wouldn't usually say that those data sets would be something that you'd put a copyright license on. They would be in the public domain. They're just compilations of factual knowledge. That's something where I would usually try to have a community-based solution, something that is something where those people will get endlessly shamed if they exploit your community. And I think other people have more sophisticated ways to suggest, but copyright, people love to use copyright as a tool because copyright has remedies that people actually work and people that actually work and people actually act on, and you will get things taken down, but it isn't necessarily the right tool for everything. The implications of saying oh, copyright should be on compilations of factual knowledge is not something that we want to do, even if we think that it is a really crappy thing to do for people to exploit those community resources like that.
I wanted to build on that question. I work in machine learning, and some of the ideas I've been exploring have been can we add a wrapper license to images so that any instance of the image must have gone through a wrapper license that says, oh, you must pay me $50,000 per instance of image, or an embeddable license that's an image that is in fact a legal document that is then embedded in a trained model and said, oh, you have this license, pay me money, or something like that.
Yeah. So I'm not 100% sure that I know. I guess what I understand from your is basically kind of a click wrap license for machine learning, sort of where you have accepted the license by loading this image into your training set or something like that.
I think that's definitely a valid way to think about it. I was really thinking a more limited approach, things that already exist. There's only one website in the world with this image, and it has a license that you must click accept to achieve, which means that saying if I use this data set or my affiliates use this data set, in a data set I must pay $50,000 a day or something.
Yeah. So it would be really difficult. Even getting outside the realm of Creative Commons, it would be really difficult to say that there was a meaningful acceptance of that license, if like you knew that no human was ever going to see it and understand it and agree to it. Even these licenses that you kind of like agree to without really looking at them, or they've been upheld, but they're a little bit dubious. I would not count on that one being upheld in court, and it doesn't. I would try to actually make something that you at least think might be negotiated with a human, even if so many people like click past the terms of use and do not actually read them. I wouldn't count on that being upheld. Training data is a hard one also, because we usually think of like, in the US particularly, we usually think of a lot of those uses as being transformative uses, like whether or not—
So fair use.
Fair use, yeah. Like even if they're openly licensed, if they're proprietary licenses, like that they can still be used, and if the output is like something that isn't really like, isn't just a reproduction of the work, or isn't like, doesn't have a straight line from that work, but it got all jumbled together at scale, and something like, something came out where you can't, it's not easily traceable back. That's usually considered fair use in the US, and you don't need a license for it. Other countries, the EU is moving towards that direction. There's some, that's going through the legislature in like various ways all the time, but usually that's not something that's a licensed use. If it is something that is going to be directly reproduced in a way that would usually implicate copyright law, like you have made a reproduction, like you were distributing the set, like that might be a different question, but that would be, I don't have a lot of confidence in that hack working, but it might depend on the details, like so much of this stuff does.
Okay, we have to move on because we're already well into our next speaker time, and we're going to take lunch. And so we're going to hear from the new Aaron Swartz Institute in Brazil, and they've been waiting patiently, so we need to move on. But let's hear it for Kat. Thank you so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here.
Okay, we'll be right back with the Aaron Swartz Institute momentarily. Emma, could you help me do this right? Because I haven't been very good at getting things up on Zoom, which is quite embarrassing. Taking a picture for the Creative Commons blog real quick. So, where do you want to hear? Give that, all right. Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Okay. Make sure it came out. He's now nervous that it's going to do anything.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, just cut it. Cut it there, okay?
Like chest.
Above my big stomach. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll actually be.
It was a bad angle to begin with, but the real thing isn't that great either. Okay, great. So I'm really, really excited about our next speakers. I think there's going to be more than one of them. I'm not exactly sure who it's going to be. And these. The Aaron Swartz Institute, which is a brand new organization that is the equivalent of a nonprofit in Brazil, is being started by ex-Pirate Party members in Brazil. The Pirate Party currently is not a political party in Brazil because their former, I don't know if is he a president? What is it in Brazil? Somebody tell me. Their former dictator required that you had to have 900,000 signatures or something to be a political party, even if you had been a political party for however many years before that. So they basically, the Pirate Party couldn't get the signatures together in time, and they depolitical partied them. So they're like, well, so what else can we do? keeping the community together to do something, and they've always had been inspired by Aaron, and they had always done hackathons over the years in his honor. And so they wrote me and Susan Swartz, Aaron's mother, and asked if we minded if they started sort of an educational institute in his honor that would do conferences, and like they're going to have a camp. They're actually going to have like an Aaron camp in Brazil in a couple weeks on the 19th, I think, and things like that. Very much like what we do here, but all the time in Brazil. And so that's a perfect sort of a perfect kickoff to the 10-year anniversary year of projects that we are hoping people are going to take part in next year. And are they ready, Freddie? All right.
Hey.
Hello. Hi, Lisa.
At the time, and take it from there. Take it away.
All right.
Wait, can you allow me to share the screen?
All right. All right. Ana Guimarães from Brazil. We have that sound. It's not a very American sound.
Right.
And
I'm
there's
like
Toledo, which
I'm like a
works
typical
with
America,
me.
choking on the extra characters there. And again, when you talk, introduce yourself, say as little or as much as you'd like. And I believe you can share your screen now, I think.
All right.
You want to try and see if it works? Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, take it away.
All right. So my name is Anna. We're very humbled and pleased to be a part of the Aaron Swartz Day this year. It's a very new. The institute is very new. We formally founded it last September. First of all, I'm gonna have to apologize. We are not native speakers, native English speakers, so there might be some issue once in a while, but we're going to do our best to enhance communication. So we are reminiscent of the Pirate Party in Brazil. Pirate Party was a party in formation, which means we had a deadline to present some goals, some signatures. There are a lot of rules to establish a new party in Brazil. During that process, the law changed and the deadline changed. And we had a shorter deadline to present signatures of, let's say, over 1 million people. And there has been a discussion in the court to see which law we should follow, and the decision earlier this year established that we had 2 years to form party, finish everything, and we had to decide if we were going to start over, to restart the political party, or if we were going to take another direction. We decided to try something different and go to an institute, focus on education, on propagating hacker ethics, hacker culture, open access culture in Brazil. We are actually nature-born hackers. We learn stuff and modify stuff and change what we need. And so we thought that could be a good opportunity to bring people to this culture, especially children and young people. Since also as a political party, maybe we missed that train. I mean, back when the party started, that was in the early 2000s, the internet was not what it is today. The internet was still not available to everyone. Most people saw it in Brazil as something magical, something full of mysteries, something full of dark horrors. And today the internet is something used by everyone, not the way we dreamed of it. Like, many people have access to the internet, but mainly through one or other software or application that doesn't charge data consumption and fornecedores from the companies, the internet companies. So they mostly use WhatsApp, Facebook, social media, Deezer or Spotify, something that is included in their cell phone plan. So they are connected, but not in the no barrier world that we all dreamed back then. Back when Aaron was alive and doing a lot of stuff, we had a lot of achievements, let's say. We had a lot of stuff going on, a lot of progress in access to information, mainly because of people in the United States or other countries that were already working on these issues, like Creative Commons, like the Open Archive, like many other initiatives. But in Brazil, we had also a few achievements. We had published a new law in access to governmental information. Like, any person in any part of the country could request any information from the government, and the government was obliged to share that information. We also had published a new law of transparency, like the government shouldn't wait for us to request information. It should make available all the important information on how the money is being spent by public institutions, how things are going and everything. So we were very optimistic on how much we had achieved through the fight of many people that came before. And we found ourselves later in a very different scenery. Like, the government also learned how to use the information on its favor. So we have a law saying you have to share the information, but we have laws meant to protect people's privacy. So they learned how to use that law to protect people, to deny access to governmental information. They sort of hacked the laws. We also have a lot of misinformation going on. We live in a sort of yellow and green dystopia with a lot of people being informed by using mostly those apps. Many people do not believe news media, newspaper. They believe what they receive through WhatsApp or Telegram or other messaging apps. So some people learned that they could share a lot of false, bad information, and sort of take the access to governmental information. So we thought back then that we had achieved a lot of stuff that we regressed later. So we have a lot of work before us. We have a very difficult scenery, a very changed world, a world in which people do have access to internet, but doesn't mean it's with the quality and with the open world we dreamed of. Toledo? So the thing about being a party, besides we are not very good at jokes, it's not an intended pun, but a party would not have been the best choice, I guess, because most of the traditional parties now already know how to deal with the internet, with the connected world, which is very different from the situation we had when we started the pirate party. So everyone already shares stuff. Everyone knows how to use a website, how to use applications, and I don't know, maybe it's better to leave some part of the work to parties that are already there and already dealing with these issues, while we take a different turn on it. We gather with other groups, other movements, other hacker spaces, and try to do something together with the society instead of trying to enter the Congress. I think it's something everyone has already experienced in other countries by now. In Portuguese, partido also means something's broken, so it didn't want to absorb that meaning. And when we decided to go for an institute that's usually used to educational or research goals in Brazil, that's more or less what we wanted to do, focus on education or bringing people to know more about this culture, about what they can do, what they can achieve using the internet to gather information, to go after whatever they want to learn. That's just like what Aaron did. When he wanted to learn about anything, he didn't see any barrier in it. So that's what we thought everyone should be allowed to. So he was the first name we thought about. We try to get in touch with people to see if it would be okay to name the institute on his honor, since we believe in those ideals, in those goals, in those dreams. It's a shared dream. And we are now happily the Brazilian Aaron Swartz Institute. This picture shows a projection made in Rio de Janeiro in 2014. People in Rio are very rebels. I don't know if any of the people watching us has already been to Rio, but there are a lot of local and political issues, and people are very humorous. They take things lightly, but they also fight back. And Aaron is sort of a symbol, an inspiration to us to how to go after whatever we want to change in the world, instead of just sitting in the couch complaining and writing stuff on social media. No, people wanted to shout out to a wall in the street, or make a protest, or do whatever, but just do. What they do.
So when we decided to start as an institute, I talked to Susan, and she allowed us to use the name. And so quickly, And I started to talk with Lisa, and here we are. The Aaron Swartz Day in Brazil, for the first time, we have putting it up. We got 7 cities in 6 states, over 30 activities. For the first, in Manhuaçu, like almost 100 people for watching the Internet Zone Boy and debates about the Aaron's life, about the copyright. It was law students. In Natal, we had a partnership with the Jerimon Hackerspace, and they talk about open science, open data, and also watch the Internet Zone Boy. Barbacena is a tiny city. They also watch the movie and debate about it. In Porto Alegre, they had a lot of activities for hardware, open software, and also yesterday, Anna was in Campus Party, the biggest event in Brazil when we talk about technology. Today in Salvador, the Raul Hacker Club is a partner with us, and they make t-shirts and a lot of arts with Aaron's face. And Fortaleza also will be making some things today, but will be at night. About our goals as institute, we want to create opportunity for everyone learn to code. As Aaron say, everything can be solved with code. We want to create education projects, bring people closer to open science, support and collaboration on open technologies, promote and advocate hacker culture, mainly in public service when they think we are criminals and we're gonna destroy everything. And also, we want to fight for gender equality on tech space. And if you want to, and if you want to get rich with us, that's our social media and our link for the website.
Some juice here. All right, cool.
That's mostly the institute. We are still in baby steps. We're just starting starting a few projects, starting a few partnerships, getting in touch with older and new friends that are already doing hacking activities in many places in Brazil. We have a nice network. We have a very broad community. And we are very optimistic that we might achieve some opening in our society to really empower people through coding and through access to information. Get them to see they can do a lot of stuff, whatever they dream of, whatever they want to do, whatever they want to know, whatever they want to change in our society, in our country, maybe even the world, why not? Through education and technology and a bit of communication, a bit of heart. So that's it. Right now, we are open to whatever the road brings us, but we are aiming at a world in which people do not need to be brave to do the right thing anymore, like people being prosecuted and have all the judicial police systems on their backs, like what happened to Aaron, like what happened to Snowden, like what happened to Manning, like what happened to so many people that had the law brought upon them because they were just doing the right thing to do. So we are aiming at that at this point and wanting to do everything we can.
Thank you very much for that talk. We're really excited about this. This is exactly the kinds of things we hoped would happen. And now we're going to try to take some questions from the audience, which is a little complicated because you can't always hear what they're saying. So I may repeat the question after they ask the question. So is there anybody in the audience that has questions now?
I'm curious to learn like a little bit more about where either or both of them like encountered Aaron for the first time, or like what, when did they first get introduced to his ideas or something in Brazil?
Okay, sure. So they're asking what specifically, perhaps, if you could let us know what inspired you, how you first sort of came in contact, first became aware of Aaron, and how that eventually led to this, and sort of looking back, how you both were first inspired by Aaron and his life. Either one of you.
All right. I think that's when we start to getting to know a few things. I first heard of Aaron and the pirates and open knowledge while I was in the medium school. I think the name is different in the US, but that's before college. So I was a teenager, and I had a few friends who were already pirates, and I had a very very distorted vision, very bad vision about a lot of things. And I had those friends that kept pushing me to know better and to question stuff and really think about if what I was thought really meant anything, or if it was a sort of a tool to people that thought it that way. I just happened to become a pirate and share all these ideals, and we got to know of Aaron. I didn't meet him. I didn't know him while he was still alive. A few people did. A few people got in touch with him. He really had a way of getting people, of inspiring people to do their best and just go there and do stuff and question, what the hell, this is wrong. How can I not do something to try and change what I don't agree with? How can we not understand how these things are happening? So he directly inspired people that directly inspired me before I knew who he was. And now that I know who he was, that's a few years ago, we had a lot of shared views on how the world was supposed to be, or what it can be, or just how much people can be the owners of themselves through information and just getting to know stuff. So I'd say it's more like a shared dreamy, idealistic view of the world. I'm not even from the technology area. I have a different profession, but I think everyone's entitled to help in their own areas with their own qualities to bring stuff to their best. So that's I'm a bit late in the Pirate Party. I started to hang out with the guys in late 2014. So Toledo is older than me, and he already knew the party. So did my friends back then. So were people that were already in the hacker culture, in the tech culture, that were already working towards this world we want to achieve one day.
I don't know. I don't know if you're familiar with the Peter parts at the world, but we have some difference between one country and another. But here in Brazil, Aaron Swartz is like a personification of our goals, of our ideals. So there is no other name better than Aaron Swartz for us.
This is the last question, which is: do they know of any similar pirate or party or Aaron Swartz Institute related things in other parts of South America besides Brazil? Like, do they have friends in other nearby countries doing similar things?
Yes. So he's asking if there's any other. It was about the other pirate parties or other Aaron things in other parts of the country. I believe that there's I think ThoughtWorks is doing one in Ecuador. And are there any other cities that you know of? And it could also be other pirate party projects, or anything else in this vein in other parts of South America that you could tell us about.
I'm not familiar with the movements in South America. I know there are people in Argentina, in Chile. We lost a lot of the connection we had with these people. We need to rebuild a few bridges to work with these guys again. In Brazil, we have a lot of smaller communities, collectives, hacker spaces that are spotted throughout many states. So we have a lot of people in the south of Brazil. We have a bigger community in Southwest, which is São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, and Minas Gerais. São Paulo is the state I live in. Minas Gerais is the state Toledo lives in, and Rio de Janeiro is our rebel state. A lot of pirates come from Rio. And we have a very uplifting, very good community growing in the northeast part of the country, which was led aside by many of the media, the government. They have been forgotten by many means, and they are just putting their hands in stuff and growing their spaces and spreading information. So it's a huge force, a bigger engine we have in the northeast side of the country. But when it comes to South America, we lost a lot of the link we had, and since the pirate had to end after the court decision, we lost a bit of the impulse we had in the party, and directed it to the institute. So we I don't know, I cannot give a very a better information, but I do know there are pirate movements throughout South America and in the middle part of Americas, also in the Central Americas, a very vibrant movement. Much of it because also we are not we are underdeveloped countries in many ways, so we actually do resource on piracy and sharing stuff a lot and just doing what we can to use technology, even if we do not officially have that the technology in the countries. So it's a very natural move. Toledo, você sabe de alguma coisa? South America.
Great. All right, thank you so much. And thank you so much for being here with us today. And I look forward to working with you in the years
Thank
to
you
come.
so much, Lisa.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Okay. So we're going to go to lunch now. We've got a wonderful make your own burritos downstairs. And we're going to come back at 2:15 just to give people enough time to eat and make it back for the talks. And our next talk is going to be Grant Smith Ellis, who is also our wonderful OBS webcast engineer here. So let's give Grant a round of applause. And he is going to talk about cannabis and social equity. His title is Cannabis and Social Equity, Weaponizing the Overton Window to Beat Agents of Corporate Regulatory Capture at Their Own Game. So it's definitely worth coming back for, and we will see you at 2:15 Pacific Standard Time. Thank you very much. And you're not doing, what are you doing? You're going to do whatever with the browser when you want. I got it on a browser. All right, let me know. I'm good. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Aaron Swartz Day 2022. We're very excited about the speakers that we have today, and I'm going to get back into it quickly so that we can get them all in a timely manner. So our first speaker is Grant Smith Ellis. He's the chairperson of the board for MassCan and a legal intern at the Parabola Center. And his talk is about cannabis and social equity. Come on up, Grant.
I think I'm gonna sit because my back has been bothering me, so thank you all for the indulgence. Thank you to Lisa and everyone involved with Aaron Swartz Day for putting this great event on, as well as to the Internet Archive for their wonderful hospitality. I have spoken at Aaron Swartz Day before, but I will give a quick refresher. My name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a grassroots drug reform policy activist and advocate. I do have a number of different hats that I wear. I also do some grassroots journalism, but I'm here in my personal capacity today, so that disclaimer off the mark. I'm also I'm studying law at the New England School of Law in Boston, Massachusetts, and I find so many of these talks interesting because I think the intersection of public discourse and law and the internet is an emerging domain of democratic legitimacy, which reflects the very best of what our modern world has to offer in a time when those very best labels are few and far between, unfortunately. So initially, I was going to talk about something which is a theme of a lot of the talks I give at Aaron Swartz Day events, or at least I have given in the past, which is weaponizing the Overton window, which is the range of acceptable topics of discussion in the public forum about a given issue or person or debate. Weaponizing that Overton window to achieve grassroots policy victories in the context of legislative framing or regulatory policy implementation, or even sub-regulatory guidance documents, which are far more important and effective than most people realize. But we'll talk all about that a little bit more in a second. But my point is, dating back to the early 20th century, there's been a theme of sort of corporate domination of the public sphere by way of propaganda. It was pioneered, the discipline of public relations or propaganda by the nephew, interestingly enough, of Edward Bernays. He was a gentleman, the nephew of Sigmund Freud, a gentleman by the name of Edward Bernays, exactly. And what's really fascinating, and why I find this sort of emerging domain of propaganda at that time so interesting, is something that Corey talked about earlier, which is the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, and the implications of the, Corey didn't necessarily agree with my term appropriation, but I do want to talk a little bit more about that as well. The corporate appropriation of the language of liberty that was so crucial to the post-Civil War period for formerly enslaved Black Americans, by corporate interests to, in essence, indemnify themselves from oversight by state governments. And so that sort of emergence of this corporate appropriation of the 14th Amendment, and at the same time the emergence of this corporate weaponized propaganda by Edward Bernays, really forms the basis for why a lot of public policy in the 20th century in the United States, and then unfortunately due to the colonial inclinations of this country still to this day around the world, it became such a force to centralize that corporate control. Now, what's fascinating about the cannabis industry, of course, is that in some ways, in particular as to social equity, which refers to facilitating pathways to ownership of regulated cannabis companies by individuals from communities that were disproportionately impacted by the drug war. What's somewhat fascinating about this new emerging market is that it's created an opportunity to break from the norm in the American tradition and shift away from that consolidated corporate control in some regard. Not every state by any means has done well at this. Some states are just completely controlled by corporations through something called regulatory capture, where well-funded interests manipulate the lawmaking or regulatory process to centralize control and, in essence, pull up the ladder. So they get the first shot at the new market. No one else gets to come in, and then they get a monopoly or oligopoly in law forever. Some states do that. Other states, however, like Massachusetts, have done the opposite. Now, I've talked in the past about how Massachusetts created special licenses where you can only get that license if you are someone who was from a community disproportionately harmed by the drug war. But something else we did this year, which very much came about by way of grassroots advocates taking charge, framing the public discussion in a way which gave lawmakers no choice to do but what I'm about to tell you all about, and following through in a way that was meaningful. So we, as a group of advocates, went to our state lawmakers and said, you know, two of the biggest hurdles to getting into the regulated cannabis industry are funding and municipal apathy. Because banks, traditional banks, can't lend to cannabis companies or even get involved with them really in any way. So why not have the state oversee 0% interest loans and grants for social equity companies and give them directly to these companies? And what I want to talk about is the way that that debate played out and how that is a microcosm of these kind of Overton window discussions in real time and how it can have a real impact on public policy. So when this idea of a state-run loan fund, which by the way does not exist anywhere, there are no governments on the whole that give 0% interest loans and grants to private companies to open. There are subsidies, don't get me wrong, but those are multinational companies normally getting it, and it's not necessarily framed as a 0% interest loan or grant for many reasons. So when this idea was first proposed, the legislative language was 10% or 20%, either or, of the yearly excise tax on adult use cannabis in Massachusetts will go towards this 0% interest loan fund. Well, about a year later, obviously the legislative session ends, so the bill gets reintroduced. That was 2021 or so. When the bill gets reintroduced, somebody suddenly, no accountability, changes the language from a 10% dedicated yearly levy to fund the 0% interest social equity loan program to a one-to-one match program where up to 10% of the tax revenue would go in every year if there was a matching corporate donation first. Subtle change, but very much entirely undermines the program because therein, the people making the donations could ensure there was not enough revenue to give out the loans in the fund. So the policy advocates involved in this picked up what was going on. They got in the room, so to speak, and they said to lawmakers, the debate can't be between a one-to-one match or a dedicated levy. The debate has to be between, should it be 10% of the yearly tax going for this loan fund or 20%? And out of that room came a group of lawmakers who sold to the public the idea of either 10% versus 20%. And that's what I'm talking about, a subtle, small shift, but that's the Overton window in real time. If the discussion is, should it be a one-to-one matching contribution or a dedicated levy, and you lose, you get that one-to-one matching contribution, the loan fund's undermined, you lose on the policy issue. But if the discussion is 10% versus 20% yearly dedicated levy, you win no matter what the outcome. And that is, in essence, how to weaponize the Overton window in a benevolent way to achieve public policy victories in the cannabis arena, but also it can be applied elsewhere. I do want to touch on one other thing, though, because coming back to the 14th Amendment and what corporations have done to the United States by virtue of their appropriation of an amendment that was meant to benefit a race freed from slavery, I think is one of the most abhorrent trends over the past 150 years in this country, and that's saying something. In particular, to come back to something I put a pin in earlier that Corey was talking about, the way that corporations went about doing this in the context of public relations and propaganda is really something we can take a lesson from if we can pull out their tactics, not the content, obviously, right-wing fascist nonsense, but the tactics, the form of what they were doing. Someone once said that to understand Hegel's philosophy, you have to look at how its form and content met at Stalingrad in 1944. And I think that a lot of that is true in terms of taking lessons from how corporations deployed propaganda over the course of the 20th century to learn how to do it in a benevolent way. You're looking for pulling out its form rather than its content, and then turning those tactics around, weaponizing them, and then using them to achieve public policy victories. Something that I think I wanted to dive into as well is how did corporations do this? And I told Brewster earlier that I would send him this court decision, but I encourage other folks to read it as well. There's a great court case from 1939 called Connecticut General Life Insurance v. Johnson. And the dissent in that case was written by a man named Justice Hugo Black. Now, on the whole, not a good man, but in terms of this decision, very on the ball. Now, Corey talked earlier about how the 14th Amendment from its very inception was intended to benefit corporations and cover their personhood. But if you read Justice Black's dissent in Connecticut General Life Insurance v. Johnson, what you'll see is that's not the case at all. Dating back to a case from 1886 called Santa Clara County versus Southern Union Pacific, what you'll see is that the first time this idea of the 14th Amendment protecting corporations in the way that our modern legal system understands that concept was a court reporter's headnote on a Supreme Court decision talking about a secret purpose on the part of the framers of the 14th Amendment in secret congressional meetings to have it extend to corporations. That's the origin of the doctrine of corporate personhood, and Justice Black spells it out word for word in that dissent. And so we, even Corey, take it for granted in some regard that this is just an established constitutional principle, when in reality, this fight, I think, should never have been ceded, and as a result of doing so, we have almost lost the republic. Perhaps we have indeed lost the republic. And I guess to tie it all together, the cannabis arena represents a very unique opportunity to achieve these kinds of wins because the language of social justice matters. It's a people-centered form of discourse that cuts through a lot of the profit-driven incentives that otherwise exist in policymaking on the legislative or regulatory level. And I think there's an insight there, which is that when policy is centered on the human being, it can change the world. When policy is centered on money, it tends to be regressive, fascist, and extremely domineering. And so I guess, and I never know what I'm going to talk about before I give these talks, but I guess that's the theme of what I really wanted to convey today, which is whatever field it is you may be working within, If you're finding your ideas running into a wall, if you're not getting legislative action, if regulators are ignoring you, if newspapers won't cover your stories, don't accept that as a commentary on the work that you're doing. Look for ways to use narratives, much like a corporation would use an advertisement, to achieve your work or the goals of the work that you're doing in an applied way. And do not be afraid to play dirty in the narrative context. So if you're up against a foe, in particular if you're dealing with consolidated corporate interests, government actors, police forces, whatever it may be, I assure you they have press secretaries and communications departments who are weaponizing the Overton window against your work every single working day. And so leaving yourself susceptible to that by not actively fighting back is pretty much a way to seal your own fate before the game even begins. So I want to leave a few minutes for questions. I think I went just, long enough. I tried to only go 10 minutes and was not allowed to, so. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yes, so I'm staying.
Questions in a minute, all right. And who has a question? Any questions?
Please.
If they were to deschedule cannabis and make it so that banks could lend, would that how would that play out from your perspective in Massachusetts, given the kind of unique loans that are happening in the vacuum of traditional banks lending to these types of businesses? So if they were to deschedule tomorrow, would it screw up the 0% loan thing that you talked about?
Oh, so very interesting question for a number of reasons, and a topic I wish I had dived more into, so thank you for it. On the loan fund, no, it would probably make it a little bit easier, actually, because banks wouldn't be restricted from the FDIC rules from lending to companies, so it wouldn't impact the 0% loan fund, which is state administered, and if anything may make reasonable access to low interest capital more accessible. But there's another reason it's a huge threat, which is there's something called the Dormant Commerce Clause of the Constitution, and it has to do with states' ability to discriminate against out-of-state commerce. And it's not, right now states obviously are forced to not allow out-of-state commerce in the cannabis arena. If there were a flood of interstate cannabis commerce, it would almost certainly result in a big tobacco or big alcohol situation. And for that reason, the Safe Banking Act hasn't passed. For that reason, descheduling has not really moved forward in terms of a lot of groundswell of support from the activist community, because it's a threat. It's a threat to sort of small craft markets. However, there is a potentially functional solution, which is interstate compacts for interstate cannabis commerce only for small businesses, small locally owned companies. That might be a viable approach. I'm at the internship that I work for at the Parabola Center for Law and Public Policy does a lot of work related to this. I encourage you to check it out if you're interested in it. And there may yet be a way for the federal government to take an intentional approach to descheduling, which wards off corporate consolidation and facilitates interstate commerce, but it's certainly an evolving area and well worth watching. Any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, just a moment while we get our remote speaker up next, and that's going to be May Sutton, and her talk is By Us, For Us, Embedding Values into the Decentralized Web. Just one moment. Okay, great. Hi. Hey.
Hello.
Nice to see you. All right, everybody. I would like to introduce you to May Sutton, and they are going to talk about the values of the decentralized web, as I mentioned previously. Take it away, May.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you for having me, and wish I could be there in person. I'm in LA, but I'm there in spirit. And let's see, I don't know how many people I'm speaking to, but I'm going to just share my screen. So give me a second while I do that. So I can do my little presentation. Okay, I think it's loading. Okay. All right. So I'm going to spend the next, let's see, I'm going to give myself a timer because I don't think I'll be able to hear anybody. Okay, so I'm going to spend the next 20 minutes or so just talking about what DWeb is, where it came from, where we are, and where we're planning to kind of go with it, and give an example of a project, which is a project that I'm involved in called Compost Magazine and Distributed Press, as a kind of example of a DWeb sort of project, and as a kind of way to describe how at least I am thinking about it in terms of the way we organize and collaborate, and not just think about things as decentralized, but also interdependent. So if I were there in person, I would ask you all to raise your hand if you have been to any DWeb events. I'm going to assume, you're probably in these circles and have been at archive things, on mailing lists, things like that. So I'm sure many of you have heard about it, but I'd like to just give a brief kind of like history where we started talking about this idea of DWeb in this context since 2015 or so. There was actually a DWeb meetup in Berlin that was hosted by our friends at YOLOCOM. And in 2016 was the first in-person DWeb summit at the Internet Archive there. And then in 2018, there was another summit at the San Francisco Mint. I've been to those events as well. And it was kind of, I would say, like in retrospect, like we were trying to find our sort of like identity, or like think about what it is we were kind of championing. Our sort of slogan, our unofficial slogan, is building a better, safer, more private and more fun web with many winners. And when we were thinking about the next event, several folks were saying, actually, why isn't this a camp? Why aren't we outside, embedded in our ecological context, and also just be more present with each other, to see each other as humans, to obviously hear about each other's projects, but not kind of be separated by our labels and our titles of our jobs, but actually see how we can all participate in building webs, as the title of this talk goes, by us and for us. And so this is a photo from our camp at the Mushroom Farm near Pescadero, California, in 2019. We were there for several days. If you were there for the build, you were there for an entire week. And it was just a really incredible event where we talked about what decentralization looked like at various levels of the network stack, from the hardware level to the last mile infrastructure level, to of course the protocols and the platform and the user experience, to organizationally what it would look like to be decentralized. And we really found that being outside, outdoors, was really a good way to allow people to make these really deep connections. One of the things that came out of DWeb Camp in 2019 was these conversations about, what is it that we want? What are we actually talking about here when we say a better web? And so this is from one of the sessions that was held about what we kind of want as different constituents that we represent. And, we all represent different kinds of constituents. And so we did this kind of brain dump in the Dome. was called the Dome of Decentralization. And kind of out of that, as we barreled into 2020, and obviously with the pandemic and everything that was happening, we decided to embark on a project to define what we actually stood for. Instead of just saying we wanted the web to not decentralized, we were wanting to put a stake in the ground and say, what does it mean to meaningfully decentralize? And so the DWeb principles came about. It was a process that took about over a year, where my co-conspirator, co-steward, John Connor Ryan, who has a long history in Silicon Valley, we kind of came at this from maybe different perspectives, and we decided to draft a version of the DWeb principles that then everyone else could just like criticize and hack and like tear apart. That was kind of the point of it, to kind of say like, this is what we're kind of thinking it would look like, but we want you as a community to shape it and be loud about it and say, what would you stand behind? And so it was this long process of like us writing it, getting feedback. We had feedback groups. We presented at our DWeb meetups that we held, all remotely. And then, we ended up with a version of these principles where we wanted to define the values of this community, and then also recognize the fact that this wasn't, standing in contrast to or to sort of like replace other types of values documents or principles documents, that we actually stand alongside them. And I'm not going to read, all of them thoroughly, but I wanted to just like go through them really quickly. So the first one is technology for human agency. And this one, we wanted to, talk about the fact that technology should serve humans. We're not building technology for technology's sake. We should be the beneficiaries. Our privacy, our security, our self-determination should be prioritized. I'm not going to read everything here, but we value open source as a fundamental building block, peer-to-peer relationships. And I think this piece is actually really core to our work, which is that we believe that multiple technical means will be more effective than a single technical solution to achieve ethical and people-centric outcomes. Distributed benefits is our second principle. And this is speaking to, essentially the ways in which control and profit has been concentrated, right, among shareholders, CEOs. It's embedded into the DNA of the companies that are, have created our sort of like digital world, right? And that's why the internet keeps being so terrible, is because they have to care about shareholder interests, about profit. That just undermines every other consideration. And so we really want to champion the idea and our belief that not only should these platforms be maybe run as cooperatives, or at least employee stock-owned partnerships or B Corp, some way in which other values are embedded into the organization that is creating the technology, designing and stewarding the technology. Mutual respect. So we really wanted to ensure that the spaces that we curate conversations in, the spaces in which we work and collaborate, people feel safe and people feel like their perspectives will be listened to, and that there's this baseline understanding that we're just not going to be accepting of people who are really disruptive or disrespectful, or obviously causing harm or making people feel unsafe. And so we just, sometimes it feels like it's a given, but, putting this front and center, I think, ensures that people know that we're taking this seriously. And then also, I think another piece I'll mention here is that we stand for open and transparent organizational practices, motivations, and governance. And I'll talk a little bit about that later as I talk about this DWeb work that we're doing. Number 4 is empower people. This is, this is a wall of text for those of you watching this. So Let me see some highlights. Yeah, so the objective of building a decentralized web is to protect human rights and empower people, especially those who experience systemic inequity and prejudice. We condemn the use of distributed tools for activities antithetical to human rights. And I think, yeah, I'll read the last one, which is we encourage the development of tools and applications in many languages and forms with a high degree of accessibility. I think this one's pretty self-explanatory. And then, yeah, ecological imperatives. We in this principle, we really wanted to ensure that we weren't just talking about humans. We were talking about the earth, this living, rock that we all live on that is just being, I don't need to go into it, but we all know that we are not doing enough to protect it. And we are actually, with our way of life, we are actively destroying it. You'll notice that actually the previous slide is called ecological imperatives. And then this, it's ecological awareness. So actually, officially, it's called ecological awareness currently. John and I are in the midst of revisiting this principle. We think it could be a lot stronger, have a lot more teeth to it. I think it's time as technologists and activists to really put this front and center. So stay tuned for that work where we hope to have a much more stronger statement on ensuring the DWeb has ecological imperatives embedded in it. And I said before, these are some of the other principles that we had referred to as we were developing the principles. And so we just felt like it was important for us to say, we're not just like this new thing. We come out of a legacy of conversations that are thinking about these types of issues. And you can visit all of these at getdweb.com/principles. So yeah, so just going to shift a little bit to talk about my project, Compost and Distributed Press. This is a blog post that I drafted as a recap of a meetup we held during the pandemic, where we invited our DWeb fellows from 2019 to talk about the ways in which community networks in South Africa, in rural Brazil, in a rural area outside of Bangalore, India, how they were using their community networks. Often they are mesh networks where they have antennas that create a local network with locally hosted information and culture that is archived from the communities. What they were doing to spread information about how to be safe under COVID. And we were realizing that even before then, that why are we using Medium to post our blog posts about the decentralized web? Why don't we have a DWeb means of publishing to the different new protocols that have been emerging that are completely useful? And so as a result of DWeb Camp, actually a couple co-conspirators and I from Haifa Worker Cooperative in Toronto, we met weekly and we were like, okay, what would it look like to make a truly decentralized or distributed press? And so the first part of this project actually came out of this idea that we wanted it to be as easy as publishing a blog on WordPress to publish to different DWeb endpoints. And then we were like, okay, that's great. However, we also want to find a way for people who have never used these DWeb protocols and would actually be the people who would benefit most from DWeb tools and DWeb publishing to be involved in this. And so we were like, okay, actually maybe having a magazine that would be the active use case of distributed press as this kind of like dog fooding of this tool, and actually have the creators and contributors to the magazine participate in the development of this tool, be a way in which we're building this technology. So instead of us being like, oh, this tool should exist because it doesn't exist, actually having a means in which that kind of like feedback is incorporated into the development as we're building. So Compost was born. This was the first issue, Fertile Grounds. where we decided that the magazine itself would be about the digital commons, and it itself would be the digital commons. We think both aspects of Compost and distributed presses, we're adding to the cultural digital commons, and then also through building an open source, free and open source tool for publishing to different DWeb protocols, that itself would be digital commons infrastructure. And so we had 10 pieces, and it was really incredible to work with people who were really curious and thinking about these in different new perspectives. You'll notice that the URL here is hyper://one.compost.digital. This is fetching it from the Hypercore protocol, which is a append-only peer-to-peer protocol, which is one of the 3 that we're exploring publishing with. And this is our second issue, viewed on the Brave browser, where you can actually access IPFS files through Brave. So you'll see that the URL is ipns://2.compost.digital. And I'll briefly, since I only have 5 minutes or so, talk about how that works. So if you're in Brave and you visit, if you visit our site on IPFS, which you can do, you can actually import to IPFS the components or the entirety of the magazine, and realize that it's actually saving it to your own computer. And so you have a copy of this website. And so functionally, we have to have all of our content, CC licensed, because the idea is that it would be copied, it would flourish, everywhere. There's no way we'll be able to enforce any type of rights, copyright, if it's on the decentralized web. So as I said, it's a package, so the whole thing can be copied, forever, can be pinned on IPFS, and so if you are in an offline context where you don't even have access to the capital I internet, like at one of the community networks in Bangalore or Brazil, maybe you want to be able to share a website with somebody and navigate it as such, without connected to the internet. You're maybe on a boat or maybe you're outdoors or something like that. You can share this with somebody in its entirety. I wanted to say that Compost and distributed press, we ourselves are driven by these value pillars that we described as we were formulating the project. And this really informed our work with the DWeb, with DWeb projects, because in a lot of ways, of course, we need to have legislative fights. We need to have the technology being built the right way. But a major aspect of ensuring that we are building what we want to build is kind of having a sort of cultural space or a social space where we're kind of keeping each other accountable, and we're talking about what matters to us, and saying, if someone does something in the wrong way, to be like, hey man, like, why are you using, that protocol? That's like run by a mega corporation, or why aren't you paying your developers enough? I mean, I think these types of conversations, these kind of like tricky conversations, need to happen. And the DWeb principles is kind of a way towards moving in that direction. We'd really like to have other tools for ensuring that people understand the DWeb principles, that, maybe we'll have something where if you uphold it really well, you get like a, maybe the community, there's a vote, like, oh, this project is upholding the DWeb principles really well, something like that. And we're hoping to build towards like ways of sort of embedding it even more. And so if you'd like to follow Compost, we're on Mastodon. Don't follow us on Twitter. We're probably not going to be posting there anymore. But we're on Mastodon at compost at .social.coop. Sadly, we're on Instagram. A lot of artists and creators are on Instagram, so we do have a presence there. Our next issue is coming in March 2023. Yes, Lisa. Am I over time already?
No, you're not over time or anything. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished because you had the contact slide. No, we're just going to do a Q&A when you are done. Don't let me rush you at all. Boop.
Okay, great. So so I wanted to like loop it back to the DWeb work. So what comes next for the DWeb? This photo is from our camp in 2019, where we had the children who are at camp. I think we had about 8 kids at DWeb Camp 2019. In our last camp this year, we had 20 children, and we're hoping to have more kids at the next one. They're just like such a delight to be there, and like they have so much to say about the future that they want, and we need to listen to them because we are bestowing all of this technology to them. I have stories about that, but I don't think I have time for that. But I think right now too, we are really formulating what DWeb is. About now, I guess a month ago, there was a article in the Atlantic about what DWeb is as opposed to Web3. And Brewster was quoted saying, this is distinct from Web3. I've written a piece as well about this distinction between DWeb and Web3, and that what we're really thinking about is power and who controls the technology, who's designing it, and how are we stewarding it. I think when you think about all the ways in which technology is broken, as I said before, it's because their organization is broken. It's because of, political economics, of course, but actually the people who are building it are deciding what the ultimate purpose of the technology is for. And it's usually, sadly, profit. And so what would it look like for us to support each other as we're trying to build, cooperative, B Corp, collective technologies where we support each other? We're not maybe having some healthy competition, but are interoperable, that we're interdependent, that we're lifting each other up. And so that, I think, is what a real decentralization would look like on the web. And so just wanted to quickly say that we have some events coming up. Our next DWeb camp is going to be June 21st to 25th, again in Mendes, at the MLK Memorial Library. And then there's a DWeb Camp Brazil by our friends in Brazil that are organizing one in April 2023. And on
yeah, it's like, oh shit, contact slide. So, okay, great. So we do this hokey thing because with our setup, you can't hear the audience when they ask questions. So I give them a microphone and they ask their question so we can hear it, and then I repeat it so you can hear it, and then you answer so everybody can hear it. No? Okay, great. Is it Dimitri? Yeah. Oh, turn it on. Or turn it on there, one or the other.
Testing. Okay.
That's a great question. Well, so there's different levels, right? You can sign on to the principles. If you go to our website, you can sign on and say, I agree with the spirit of these principles. You can please come to our events. That's really where you can hear what else is going on in the ecosystem. You can get involved in one of the DWeb camps. So we'll definitely have more information about getting involved with DWeb Camp 2023, even Brazil in April. We have lightning talks. So during our virtual meetups, we love to highlight projects that are happening. So if you'd like to sign up for a lightning talk and share your project, you can do that as well through our website. And also, I think maybe loosely, if you think this is something that you align with, to say, oh, have you heard of DWeb? It's different from Web3, and sort of be an advocate for this different vision. And yeah, I mean, I think we're trying to build a movement right now. It's kind of also a community. And so I think distinguishing the fact that it's not just blockchain, not to say that we are against blockchain. There's definitely uses of blockchain technologies that are very justice oriented, that help experiment with new different types of organizational models, that We are trying to be all-encompassing and interdependent, and we really want you to just be part of the conversation and help us shape what this looks like. Ah, I see. Yeah, so we just had our call for pitches for issue 3, so that's closed. And we're going to have some really exciting pieces in our next issue. But what you can do is you can pin compost. If you know how to pin, or I did a little demo there, if you visit compost, you can pin a copy, so then it's available for our folks. You can support us through our Open Collective. That's one of the ways that we are supported. The other way that we're supported is through Filecoin Foundation for the Decentralized Web, where we received a grant. But we'd really like to move to sort of like a subscription, model. So you can definitely support us on Open Collective. And yeah, shoot us an email at hello@compost.digital if you're interested in learning and thinking about what it would look like to publish to different DWeb endpoints. If you have thoughts about us publishing to Hypercore, to IPFS, and also to BitTorrent, or as a torrent. Yeah, I wish I had a more concrete answer, but for now we're
who's been teaching me about DirtyNet. So basically, blockchains, so if that sounds accurate, I just wanted to make that point. Okay, good. I'm still looking at you because I'm still learning. I'm like, I'm right? Okay, good.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely, we want to say it's one in a toolbox of tools that we want to use to decentralize things. And I think what's really exciting is all the experimentation around shared resources that are happening with distributed autonomous organizations. And I think we are going to see some really interesting new organizations come up in the next few years. I think as many of our institutional systems fail us, I think a lot more people are going to be creating their own organizations to support each other. And I think, blockchain will help with that, but certainly it is not, our main focus.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you very much, May. Really appreciate you being here. Bye.
Thank you.
All righty. And now, a couple things I'm going to say here first. First, I want to get this thing away. Where is, aha. Okay. So I wanted to get that up for our next speaker, and right before we hear from them, so I just wanted to remind everybody about the hackathon going on downstairs. We still have the whole Secured Drop team. Maybe not every one of them is here today, but a lot of them are still here. They're ready to hack with you, and you don't have to be here in person to do it anyway. You can do it remotely. If you go to the Projects to Hack On page that's on the front page of our website, it's got Secure Drop and the Getter to contact them and get the bugs to fix and things like that. And you can do it from anywhere in the world 24 hours a day. And not just this weekend. It's an ongoing thing. So it's another thing you can do next year for the 10th anniversary. It's something you can do anytime. It doesn't have to be during a hackathon. So I just wanted to remind everybody. We've also got the Bad Apple team that can work with you on Bad Apple, which is Aaron Swartz State Police Surveillance Project's database of policemen who have had sustained findings of misconduct. And again, that's something that you can work with, helping us FOIA documents, helping us go through the internal affairs reports and entering them into the database. And eventually, hopefully, we'll get enough entries in there there's no shortage of entries. There's just a shortage of, no shortage of reports. There's just a question of getting them and then being able to enter them. And then maybe in a year or two, we'll be able to do kind of like the Atlas of Surveillance, which is, another one of our hackathon projects. You take the data and you visualize it so you could actually have a map to see the bad cops moving around and the police union just moving them to another city instead of taking their right to be a police officer away. So that's the Bad Apple project, and you can find out more about that at badapple.tools. And then Liz Henry is here, and she is with the DTF, Disability Technology Foundation, and they are doing things like inventing devices to help with assistive technology devices, and archiving them and making like instructions and things like that more available and searchable. It's a really cool project. I'm really looking forward to working on it with her myself, and she is here today in person if you want to come and hack on that. So I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that was still going on. All right, our next speaker is Quinn Wilton, and they're going to talk to us about postmodern systems.
Hi everyone, I'm just going to take a second to set up the screen. I don't want to screw up your setup. Is there anything I need you to do to turn off screen mirroring? All right, how's the sound coming through?
From you. Do you happen to know how to export a PowerPoint real quick from Keynote?
Oh, for right now?
For him, yeah.
Let me see.
Because we could just do it if it's not doesn't take forever. We could just do it right now, where they're digging around with that anyway. Is what I was thinking, and then I can use my email to. Does it work?
Just looking for the mouse.
Oh.
Where do you want that?
Documents is fine. I can find it. Just a moment here, so that we'll have a nice. Okay, and then it should be.
Is this shared on this page?
Yes, it'll just look a lot better. And sorry, we're just doing making sure that the slides come across well on the webcast is what we're doing right now. I'm sending them to our. I'm doing what I should have done 10 minutes ago, basically. There it is, right? Yeah, that's it. God. Now Google has a copy.
That's fine.
Okay, and I was sending this to, yeah, what is it? Okay, good. I'm just laughing because Google said, okay, if it's a big file, then it's going to be on the G drive. Okay. So, did you get that? Grant? Oh, got it? All right. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, all right, awesome. No worries. Hi, everyone. I like to just jump right in, so I'm going to start with a story about language. In 1972, Italo Calvino published Invisible Cities, which fictionalizes a series of dialogues between Marco Polo and Kubla Khan, each serving as a contemplation on time, memory, and language. At one point, Polo speaks of his time in Hypatia, a city whose words are unchanged, but whose meanings are distorted. The gardens are places of sadness, the palace is a prison, and the vast libraries are dens of depravity. Reminiscing to the Kogan, Polo has this to say: "There is no language without deceit. Here Calvino speaks not only of the presence of lies, but also of the absence of absolute truth. If a phrase has no essential meaning, then what does it mean, and where does that meaning come from?" I argue that questions like these are fundamental to our understanding of distributed systems, and that by drawing on ideas from postmodernism and post-structuralist thinkers, we can conceptualize a software that's robust in the face of a rapidly changing and diverse world. This is a little bit of a weird topic, though, so I want to anchor it against something more familiar. Imagine a social network. It has over 300 million active users, and for many of them, this site is their connection to the world. And then one day, something happens. Maybe the site crashes and it doesn't come back up. Or maybe the company is acquired and things quickly begin to change for the worst. Huge numbers of people are suddenly thrown into a state of panic as they realize just how fragile their communication channels really are. But then they begin to find their escape, not through another social network, but through a network of social networks, each with no more than a few hundred people each, but all of them able to communicate between themselves. Here, services crashing or reorganizing is not just a daily occurrence, but a feature that offers the network resilience and adaptability in the face of change. In many ways, the work I'm talking about is an extension of this idea. So I want to start by framing things in a similar way. What does the world look like when you have millions of tiny databases? I'm Quinn, and I'm here to talk about postmodern systems, intersubjectivity, and a project my team has been working on, codenamed Dialogue. I'm an applied researcher at Fission, where I've been spending my time experimenting with new ways of building distributed systems. In my free time, I often spend my nights tracing through the history of programming languages, trying to piece together the context that led to their development and how the ideas behind them have morphed and shifted over time. That interest is what's led me to many of the ideas I'll be sharing today. But first, we need to speed run through postmodern philosophy. Postmodern philosophy was introduced by Jean-François Lyotard, who defined it as an incredulity toward meta-narratives. This is only a partial definition, though, and critics often misunderstand what it is that Lyotard is trying to say. To him, postmodernism isn't a period of time following modernism, but instead a response to modernism's tendency to collapse complex, world-spanning events into simple, universal explanations. As Paul Sillars puts it, the postmodern condition is characterized by the coexistence of a multiplicity of heterogeneous discourses. In this way, I prefer to think of postmodernism not as a tool whose imprecision allows you to say anything, but rather as a mode of thinking which recognizes innate complexity and then strives to understand it through a plurality of lenses, whether cultural, geographic, or otherwise. Without doing this work, we privilege the narratives which fit into a framework of precision and formalism, and in doing so, we fail to account for the chaos inherent to the world. I also think that this is something we, as system designers, are especially prone to do, and in a dangerous way. We have a tendency to build clean, simple models of the world, and then we use those models to make decisions which further impact the same world that we're modeling. In A City is Not a Computer, Shannon Mattern criticizes the use of digital dashboards and the governance of modern cities. Algorithms and interfaces tend to bracket out those messy and disorderly concerns that simply do not compute. When Calvino says that there's no language without deceit, I think this is some of what he means. Even beyond the contextual filters we apply to our communication, the process of deciding what to communicate at all serves to legitimize some discourses over others. And as we see all too commonly in the tech industry, It's only natural that the decisions we make will fail to account for the needs of the people least empowered to articulate them. It's not even that I think these are malicious decisions made by malicious people, but that the entire methodology of top-down design that's pervaded software development since the 70s is fundamentally at risk of building software that models the world using simplifying and totalizing assumptions, often rooted in the experiences of the designers of that software. This ties into a point Sussman made in 1999. Computer science is in deep trouble. Structured design is a failure. This is from a short essay titled Robust Design Through Diversity, where Sussman argues that top-down structured design leads to brittle, inflexible systems that resist modification and fail when their underlying assumptions are inevitably violated. In part, his point is that in designing a system, many plans are proposed, and all but one of these are discarded when the system is finally built. All of this diversity of thought is just erased in favor of a single unified solution that sacrifices robustness and flexibility for false elegance. Later on in the essay, he claims that to advance beyond the existing problems, we must change in a fundamental way the language that we use to describe computational systems. He believes that there's lessons to be taken from biology, and that systems can be composed from autonomous agents, which together evolve according to principles like morphogenesis. It's his use of the word language here that I want to focus on, though. Saussure was a Swiss linguist whose work laid the foundations for what's become known as structuralism, an early model of language that focused on meaning rather than syntax. The central conceit of his model is that language is mediated through synchronous, spoken conversation between participants. Conversation essentially creates a circuit between the participants of a conversation through which the exchange of ideas takes place and consensus around meaning emerges. In his model, signs were composed of two parts, a signified and a signifier. The signifier was some linguistic unit, like a word, which represented a concept called the signified. Saussure's classic example was the use of the word arbor to represent both the word tree and the image of a tree. Importantly, though, while this relation between the signified and the signifier is essential, it's also completely arbitrary, and so the meaning or value of a sign is given by the network of relationships between all signs in a language. Where things get interesting, though, is with the introduction of time. Under Saussure's model, the linguistic value of a sign is essentially immutable, but it can slowly shift in time in response to its use by a community, with the use of speech serving to anchor meaning among the community at any given point in time. There's a problem with this model, though. Much of what we know of Saussure today comes from Course in General Linguistics, a book published by his students after his death out of a reconstruction of his remaining notes and lectures. In the book's preface, two of the students remark on the difficulty of capturing the essence of Saussure's thoughts in written form, given the irregularity of oral language and their inability to clarify intention for Saussure. To me, this speaks of the model's limitation. Saussure had proposed that speech was foundational to language above even writing, and that through conversation, meaning becomes consistent. And yet, not even his students could agree on what he had been saying. And that's where Jacques Derrida comes in. Derrida was among the founders of post-structuralism, a branch of literary theory that grew out of response to structuralists like Saussure. In Of Grammatology, Derrida writes about earlier philosophy's reliance on the metaphysics of presence, essentially the idea that truth is eternal and always at hand. He connected this back to Saussure by inverting the model of language. Rather than prioritizing speech, Derrida focused on writing. His point was that through writing, a distance is introduced between both sides in a conversation, and that this distance serves as both a spatial and a temporal barrier to communication. If language is transmitted forward in time to some indeterminate reader, then there can be no notion of a fixed reference point for the system of language. Instead, language can only be viewed as a localized process, defined by their relationships between signs in a given temporal and spatial context. Derrida's criticism of structuralism reminds me of an argument made by Christopher Meiklejohn in a recent paper titled A Certain Tendency of the Database Community. The main insight comes from the claim that real-world systems are fundamentally eventually consistent. They perpetuate themselves through the exchange of information in the form of letters, telephone calls, and writing. And so they must be resilient to this information being dropped, delayed, and reordered. To aim for a stronger sense of consistency in distributed systems, then, is to go against this nature. He proposes that rather than targeting global consistency with some primary node, systems should instead be built to treat the local knowledge recorded at each node as being an accurate reflection of the node's view of the world. He argues that to do otherwise is inherently limiting, but claims these designs are common because of the way they simplify the use of existing tooling. Again, we have a case of our technology guiding our world rather than the other way around. He then goes on to briefly acknowledge the incompatibility between the designs he's criticizing and the constraints of peer-to-peer networks and large-scale edge computation. There, rather than one globe-spanning network, we end up with a number of smaller, sometimes overlapping networks, computing over different slices of some total set of data, with no guarantee of ever achieving or even desiring system convergence. The Fediverse starts to approach this idea, where instead of one global social media feed, we instead see localized communities forming using interconnected software like Mastodon and Pleroma. These communities define their own norms and cultures, and they decide who they're willing to interact with based on shared values and interests. That could be anything from banning Nazis to banning the use of the letter E. Networks like these demonstrate a shift away from centralized top-down control that we've normalized through technology and toward an internet that actually prioritizes the individual needs of the people using it. But in treating entire communities as the atomic unit under discussion, we still collapse the hugely varied people within those communities into indistinguishable blobs. And addressing this means doing something radical. If this problem arises when a single server is used to provide service for more than one person, then the obvious solution is for every person to have their own server. And at that point, why not do away with servers entirely? Local first software is a recent paradigm, coined by Ink and Switch in 2019. It defines a set of guiding principles for building software that prioritizes user agency, security, and privacy. The vision of local first software is of a world that empowers people to take back ownership of their data, freeing it from the tyranny of the cloud and of the centralized services that comprise it. In local first software, a user's device is the central source of truth for that user, with data all being stored locally and with a hard dependency on the network being severed. Instead, local first software embraces eventual consistency and makes use of techniques like conflict-free data types to synchronize data between devices. Web Native is a local-first SDK we've been building at Fission. It ties together work we've been doing across a few different domains to support building local-first applications that leverage passwordless authentication with web crypto, WebAuthn, or passkeys. It provides decentralized authorization with our UCAN token format, and end-to-end encrypted storage with a file system we've built on top of IPFS named WinFS. Thanks to Rust and WebAssembly, it also supports all of this in a browser on mobile devices or on a server, all without an internet connection and across multiple devices. To support the kinds of ideas I'm talking about today, though, we need a local-first database too. And so I've been designing Dialog, a decentralized edge database for local-first applications. Dialog takes inspiration from like Datomic in order to support eventually consistent views over disparate data structures, like encrypted stores in IPFS. In Dialog, data is persisted as 4 tuples, specifying an entity, an attribute, a value, and any causal links. These causal links denote the provenance of data, and they reference it using a content addressing scheme like you see in IPFS. The resulting structure forms a directed acyclic graph over those tuples, and this diagram here visualizes what that might look like for a small number of writes. Using a query language inspired by Datalog, we can then interpret this structure as a CRDT. In this case, it could be viewed as an observed removed set for a set containing the letters C and D. But because we're using IPFS to derive content IDs, it also guarantees that the CRDTs we build are Byzantine fault tolerant, which means we can support multiple writers and trustless environments. Here, rather than writing data to shared stores, we instead query over the union of potentially many single writer stores. And then due to the convergent nature of CRDTs, this means that different readers can subscribe to different writers, but in a way that guarantees monotonic progress towards some result. This is what enables us to provide every device on the planet with its own database, and allowing those devices to communicate in locally meaningful ways. This is an idea that ends up being especially useful in the context of encrypted data, where certain readers may only have access to certain other writers. In this example, the reader doesn't have the decryption key for the events in gray, and so they're unable to satisfy the causal links for any of their downstream dependencies. And so the resulting set, as they observe it, only contains the letter D. In a sense, we treat encrypted data as a special case of network partition. But rather than some of the data being unreachable due to network failure, it's unreachable as a side effect of not having been granted the required encryption keys. The end result is the same though, and the partition can be healed by later delegating access to the reader. There's other reasons a reader may prune the resulting data though, and revocation's a clear example of one. In this case, we can filter out all of the blue events and end up with a CRDT that's consistent with respect to everything else. Importantly though, this logic is happening entirely at query time, which means that different readers can impose their own constraints on the data. Perhaps I don't trust some other writer, and so I don't want to honor any rights that depend on his. Or perhaps I subscribe to a fact-checking service that annotates news stories with trustworthiness scores that I can use to dynamically filter out non-repeatable stories. Or maybe I subscribe to a feed of crowdsourced content warnings that I can filter and overlay onto the content that I engage with. This goes so far as allowing a total reinterpretation of data too, like here, where the set is instead treated as a counter by viewing additions and removals as increments and decrements. In this way, devices can repurpose pieces of a graph as different types of data, even annotating it with additional fields or metadata for their unique needs. In the case of a collaborative text editor, that might mean prioritizing your own rights over another user's, but while still managing conflicts and allowing them to do the same. As in the case of Derrida's system of language, the meaning of the data is given not only by the relations between it, but also by the context held by each reader. This means that different applications can operate over the same data, extending it for their domain and opening up the possibility of new types of applications. This might include collaborative media libraries that directly integrate private data from disjoint collections, or overlays that empower users to extend and remix existing applications according to their needs. This entirely inverts the way that we build systems like this by prioritizing the user's agency over the sorts of top-down design we're used to. And in all of these cases, the focus is on treating data as a medium onto which users can impart meaning of their own, rather than as a commodity to be walled off and sold. In a world where every device is generating and sharing information, restricting ourselves to a single interpretation of that data is limiting, if not impossible to reconcile with the emergent and complex needs of our users. In the preface to Autopoiesis, Stafford Beer claims that science annihilates real systems, causes relations to be lost, and relegates synthesis to poetry. And I think that that's some of what we see in the way we build systems. If we're to escape that trap, then we need to move away from a single system image view of the world, and instead recognize the inherent complexity of the world we're modeling, and the individual needs of the people our systems are meant to serve, just as thinkers like Lyotard tried to do before us. Partway through Invisible Cities, Marco Polo tells Kubla Khan of a city named Fedora. Fedora is a metropolis centered around a building filled with crystal globes, one for every inhabitant of the city. Within each globe, there exists an idealized version of Fedora, corresponding exactly to the desires of the person who imagined it. Where in one globe, the streets are lined by Venetian canals, and another, elephants parade down those same streets. It's impossible for all of these conflicting versions of Fedora to be real, and so none of them are. But what if Fedora could exist? Not as a monument to all of these cities that can never be, but as the simultaneous realization of their being. Sussman gave us the structure and interpretation of computer programs, but maybe it's with a post-structuralist interpretation of computer programs that we'll be able to bring Fedora to life in the systems that we build and inhabit together. Thank you. I'm Quinn, and I'm looking forward to meeting all of you at the party tonight.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Quinn? That was a fucking brilliant presentation, by the way. Really incredible. Not only was it interesting to learn about all that philosophy and history or whatever, but to be able to understand it well enough to understand the humor involved. Yeah, I was just rolling on the floor about that. The book that everyone uses to learn this guy's philosophy got taped together by his students that may or may not have actually understood what he meant. That's brilliant. What's the name of that philosopher again?
So it's Saussure.
Saussure.
Saussure. I'm terrible at saying his name, but the book is Course in General Linguistics.
Okay, which I've seen, everywhere, forever. Okay, great. So any questions for Quinn from the audience?
So can I use dialogue today?
No. The current state of dialogue is basically a series of prototypes that I've built in Elixir. So what I've done essentially is implement a variant of differential data flow in Elixir, and then I've built a variant of data log that compiles down to differential data flow that gives you automatically incrementalized views over data. So all of the ideas work. I have demos that show them off, but it's all prototype code right now. So I'm in the process of writing a specification for the rest of my team, and we're doing a Rust implementation that'll run over the rest of the web native stack that I briefly alluded to. Web native exists though, and there's like Google Apps clones, a Google Drive clone, decentralized music players and stuff built with it. All of that's totally usable.
Cool. All right, here we go.
So I can't help looking at entity, attribute value, causality. I can't help but think that's also RDF, right? Quads? Exactly.
Sorry, you were a little quiet. Did you ask, is the causality the same as RDF?
That model of the four items, does that not map directly onto RDF? The causality being the quad, the fourth term.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely a lot of overlap, and a lot of inspiration has been taken from RDF. I'm hesitant to say that it maps exactly to it, though, because we are not, we're not targeting everything else that lives alongside the RDF ecosystem, and we're more trying to find like a synthesis of what we like from systems like Daedalus or Datomic and RDF and so on. So we don't want to kind of box ourselves into a corner by calling it RDF at this point.
Okay, great. All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so like I said, I hang out at Quirius a lot to learn all sorts of things from all the brilliant people there. And I was there a couple weeks ago and met Quinn, and she introduced me to a lot of different concepts in a very short period of time. Casually, kind of over dinner, and didn't mind when I had to get some very simplistic explanations for some of it as a new person. And I'm like, you gotta come to my event. Oops. I should have said that all on stage, but I think you heard it. So our next speaker is one of a group of us that did a Bad Apple, and this is a good time for me to call out to my team. Noah from Privacy, who spoke yesterday, Janet McCullough, who is sort of my right-hand woman in many ways for many things at Aaron Swartz Day, and Will Howes, who came here with his parents in 2018 when he was in high school, and kind of never left. He's been coming every year ever since, and he also was a very important DWeb volunteer for the Internet Archive at this year's DWeb. And Ryan Sternlicht, who is our next speaker. And I'm going to bring him up here. I really am, I promise. Okay. And oh, here we go. Oh, I saw him for a minute. There he is. Okay. Ryan, I can't hear you. So let's make sure we can hear you and then share your slides. Can you hear me, Ryan? You can only hear me
Yes.
because I just unmuted. Okay, I can hear you. Great. And now you got your slides. We're good, it turns out. Oh,
Yep.
yeah, do that, definitely. I didn't realize that wasn't. Why would that not be happening? It was.
Because she just flipped it.
Oh, okay. And let's hear it for Emma, who's really very helpful, and Beezy, who's here at the Internet Archive and was also just so instrumental in, I don't know, anything going right. Certainly in feeding you all weekend. She's kind of like the Aaron Swartz Day Den mom. And so I'm just very lucky to have a lot of different people that help me put this on every year. And it's been a really wonderful, particularly wonderful event, and it feels really good. It was nice that we could come back in person and be safe and be together again, and I think we'll be doing it a lot more in the future. So without any further ado, I will hand it over to Ryan Sternlicht, and he's going to talk to us about new innovations in physical movement with a non-physical body. I think he's making a joke about virtual reality, perhaps. I'm not sure. We'll find out in a second. Everybody, Ryan Sternlicht.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And your
Cool.
slides are good. Yep.
Okay, so welcome to this year's talk on the next layer of reality. I've been doing these a couple of years at Aaron Swartz Day. I'm pretty sure 2018 was my first year. So this year I want to do an update on motion and physical movement with a non-physical body. So first, a little bit about me. I'm Ryan Sternlicht. Lisa introduced me earlier. I am San Francisco based. Sadly, I can't be there right now, but I do a lot of different things with different nonprofits, including stuff with Lisa, stuff with Internet Archive, Neurotech X San Francisco, Noisebridge Hackerspace, and another number of other groups. I also currently work at Alamo Draft House, which is a theater in San Francisco, and often volunteer at New People Cinema, which is another theater in SF. So this is just a quick breakdown of the different sections in this talk. So there's a quick general update of some of the new information: movement, avatar movement, human to avatar movement capture methods, avatar to human feedback, the next level of those methods, issues, why this matters, and then a little conclusion. So quick general VR update. Over the past couple months, the Pico 4 VR headset was released. It's been getting a lot of pretty good reviews. And then the Quest Pro also released a little while back, which is Meta's new headset that is mainly focused on workspace and augmented or mixed reality pass-through utilization. Then in the really expensive and more upcoming side of things, we have a few major pre-orders of different devices that are now available over the next year or so. One is the Galea VR EG biosensor headset that is a collaboration between OpenBCI and now Varjo. Originally, they were partnered with Valve, which I'm not sure what the state of that partnership is, but they're releasing it next year, $25,000. Hapdex pre-orders finally started recently, so it's expensive. $500 a month and 5,500 per pair of gloves. OO suit is just released pre-orders 3 days ago, and Tesla suit glove pre-orders just released somewhat recently as well. I'll talk about the last three of those a bit more in a few slides. So first off, human movement. Most people understand how to move their own bodies pretty well, and a lot of people want to be able to do that in virtual environments as well. Right now, most VR headsets have controllers that you can have, or a few headsets allow for hand tracking using either cameras on the device or other methods of capture like a leap motion. You can use I'll get more into that stuff, but really the whole state of this stuff is translating more of a human's perceived movement in, or not perceived, getting more of their movement into VR in such a way that it can be perceived by other users in VR. And the big part of this has to do with avatar movement in the virtual world, which translating your movement to your avatar, that's where this gets a lot more complicated. Because you want it to be accurate, and that can be very difficult to do, especially for lower costs. Like, I'm going to go from devices that cost a few $100 up to theoretical setups that I'd currently estimate in the $50 to $100,000 range once it's able to be produced at scale. Like, one-offs of some of these setups are expensive as all act. I'll get into those ones later. But to start, we need to talk about capturing the movement of our bodies. Our bodies are very mobile, and there is a lot of information to capture. We have, if you have taken a basic anatomy class, you understand how many parts of our body move. It's a lot, and they all move together, and they interact in very specific ways that we can simulate quite well now. But getting accurate matched movements is pretty difficult still. So the starting point for a lot of things these days is IMUs, inertial measurement units. These are in your phone. Usually they're in a lot of smart devices. They are usually 6 or 9 degree of freedom tracking devices of a accelerometer, a gyroscope, and a magnetometer. And they're really, really accurate, but they have a big drawback, which is the magnetometer and can often drift, especially near metallic objects. And if you don't constantly recalibrate to a known item, the gyroscope and accelerometers can also cause some drift. I've helped people prototype things like finger tracking gloves, and their hand will just wander off like really fast. It's pretty entertaining to be moving your hand and just watching your virtual hand just float away. It's fun. But a lot of devices like the perception neuron, Rococo, which is the middle one, and then the Tesla suit, they all use IMUs for their basic movement tracking. Um, and these are the Rococo and the perception neuron are somewhat affordable between 2 and 3 grand, while the Tesla suit's about 12 grand. But the Tesla suit has a lot more in it that I'll be talking about in a little while. Next is cameras. Cameras can be very useful for tracking the human body or objects in an environment. There's the most well-known ones are the cameras that things like Quest, HP, Reverb, and different headsets use to track their controllers and also track where your head is relative to the environment, which is a combination of IMU position tracking with spatial reference. Then there's OptiTrack and Vicon, which are two of the big players. OptiTrack, if you've ever watched both of these companies were really well known in the film and animation industry for their motion capture, which they ended up bringing to VR, which pretty much needs motion capture for most of the full body stuff. And so that the two pictures, the one on with the guy holding the basketball, that's OptiTrack's demo from GDC 2016 or 2017. I remember seeing it. It was really cool. They were tracking the ball and you, so you could actually play virtual basketball with a real basketball and pass it to real people next to you who were also being tracked. Then the other image is of Vicon's recent release of a new active tracking system that they're bringing to some VR arcades pretty soon. After camera, you have LiDAR systems, which I forgot to grab an image for this slide, sorry. But if you've ever used a Steam VR track system, that's pretty much a LiDAR system. It uses base stations that scan a laser in a pattern and then little detectors on the controllers and headset. And it is incredibly accurate. It is pretty much the most accurate method, and it has the least chance of having any drift. Though you can, if you get a expensive OptiTrack or Vicon setup, you can get the same amount accuracy, but you're looking at costs in excess of $30,000 to $50,000 if you want that the level accuracy that something like Steam VR can do for a couple $1,000 if you want to use 4 or more base stations. But then you have EMG, which this is something Meta has been talking a lot about recently, but there are other companies that have made stuff. Often they get bought out. Like the reason these devices aren't very common is because Facebook, Apple, Google all have bought, I think, at least one EMG tracking based company. I am forgetting who bought who, but they're that's why a lot of these devices aren't available anymore. I recently found that the Mind Drove one was actually released and they haven't been bought up. That's the picture at the bottom. That it can track your finger movement and finger position. Kind of. It's mostly for gestures because it EMG has limited accuracy. Yeah, EMG is electromyography, which is tracking your muscle impulses using little electrodes, similar to like EEG and that sort of stuff. Then there's devices like the Impulse Neurocontroller, which is pretty much just a uh, high accuracy, low latency mouse clicker. Pretty much it detects when you want to press your mouse button before you even move your finger. So it's really cool. But that's currently all it does. But if you apply that more fingers or more parts of the body, you can get a lot more accuracy in movements. So then there's avatar to human feedback. This is important because if you don't have feedback when you're moving in virtual reality, um, from the virtual environment to your real body, you can often get some different perceived sicknesses, types of cyber sickness, and um, where like if you put your arm against a wall and there's no it in VR and there's no resistance, it it can make you feel things like vertigo or different types of ghosting sensations that are quite unpleasant unless you get used to them. Um, I'll talk more about the reasoning behind some of this in a bit, but a few examples of common feedback are vibration, compression, and torques. So the most well-known one that people probably have either tried or might own is devices from B Haptics, which is the picture at the top. That's a vibration suit. It has a number of little haptic motors in it that vibrate different parts of the body when either you like get hit with a bullet in VR or someone touches you. Then there's things like tactical haptics, which I've demoed a few times, which is a torque and vibration based system that uses little weights that shift around in the controller to generate torque. And it is really, really cool when you try it. Doing something like pulling back a arrow in a bow and arrow in VR feels very realistic, and letting go, you feel the vibration from the string. Um, it's it's really cool, but they're kind of heavy and awkward at times to use. Um, and I don't know if they've fully released them yet. The type I tried is the one with the white background. Um, then there is a much higher level of accurate avatar to human feedback, and that's um, EMS, electrical muscle stimulation and resistance, which the three big companies that people are aware of right now doing this are Haptex, which has the picture in the bottom corner with the people wearing the backpacks. Then there's Tesla suit, which is they make a glove and they make the suit in the top center. That so the thing about and OO suit, which is in the top corner. So the Tesla suit and OO suit both use EMS to generate actual electrical stimulation on parts of your body, which feels like a force. Generally, if you've ever done EMS recovery stuff after either a surgery or after exercising, this is the same thing. It sometimes can feel like pain, or it can feel like it will force your body to move because it's stimulating your muscles to either contract or move, and it can actually force you to move to a certain degree. And then Haptex has a very interesting system of different tactile features, and also I think both Haptex and Tesla suit I know also has temperature zone control of the suit so it can heat up or cool down. And I'm pretty sure Haptex gloves also have a similar system. And then the Tesla suit gloves can resist movement of your fingers. So if you touch an object, it can stop you from grabbing through that object, as an example. So now we need to talk about the next level of movement, which usually has to do with trying to move around a space, because standing still in a virtual environment while your character is moving causes a lot of issues and makes a lot of people sick because of the reference frame mismatch. It's it's actually generally considered its own new type of sickness that is actually a combination of seasickness, car sickness, and vertigo. It exhibits different aspects of all three of those when you get cyber sick, and it's it can be bad if you don't know how to either prevent or mitigate or minimize the issues. And one of them is by actually physically moving in correlation with your avatar. So the most common way that people can currently do this is with omnidirectional treadmills. These are four of the more well-known ones. The Catwalk C2 is the most affordable, though I think the Omni 1 will also be pretty affordable, while the Infinideck and Act VR are pretty expensive because of the added complexity of the treadmill, the omnidirectional treadmill system, whereas the Omni 1 and the Catwalk are just using low friction shoes on a concave on a surface dish that you can walk or run on. But then if you really have a bunch of money to just throw anywhere, you can go a lot further with a lot of these systems. So first off is robotic exoskeletons on robotic arms. This is actually the type of thing people are trying to start to build, and these are expensive. The first one to really look at this in a practical sense was Axon VR's Exosuit, which I don't know if they're still around. It's hard to find them. They might have changed name because Axon VR is also a different company that makes VR simulation tools for the police. I'm not going to go into any of that crap, but that exosuit was pretty well designed, but also was going to be very expensive. Then there's the Holotron, which is the one in the bottom corner. The top corner is the Axon VR exosuit. The Holotron there is actually working wall-mounted demo that one guy built for about $30,000, and it is really cool, but also needs a lot more work before it is practical. Then when it comes to motion capture and feedback suits, the Tesla suit, if you can combine the different aspects of things like the haptics gloves and Tesla suit, you get a lot of what you need for a good motion capture suit, but they need to come way down in price for it to be affordable to people. The WoW suit's actually pretty affordable for what it has. And it is the same type EMS that Tesla suit uses, just at about one like 1/20th the price. But then there are other methods of body motion capture that are incredibly accurate, that are very early in development. Which is using EIT, electrical impedance tomography, which you can see two images of. The upper image is the OpenEIT Spectra kit, which I've gotten to demo before. And then the bottom image of the guy doing the gesture, that is called the Tomo, which is it might look similar to things like what is being developed by Meta with their reality labs, and which uses EMG, but this is actually a lot higher accuracy and a lot faster. So you can get the OpenEIT system, I think, about a few hundred hertz, which is very good for a imaging technology that's literally scanning a cross section of your body. In the bottom, you can actually see the gesture, that little heat map. That's actually the image of the cross section of his arm in real time. And then that mesh on the is showing all the different connection layouts of the EIT impedance, and like I'd have to go really deep into EIT to explain how it works, but it's really accurate, and the more sensors you add, the more accurate it becomes, and you can easily, very quickly figure out the position of your hand just by scanning a very small portion of your wrist. So it would allow near perfect hand tracking without anything being on your hand, which is one of the coolest technologies I can think of. But if you want to look at like theoretical designs for these robotic exoskeletons, a few shows and movies have done it before. So the two I want to mention are the Animus from the Assassin's Creed movie, which is a giant ceiling mounted robotic arm that your body gets attached to. And then the con pods in the robots from Pacific Rim. And I've been working on a design for a long time based on some of the different designs I've seen. And in terms of the most practical and safe version, would actually be kind of a combination of both of these to have you mounted in a gyroscope, and then mount that gyroscope to a robotic arm, because generally that would keep you safe from the robot, which I have to talk about issues for a quick second, which is accuracy is very important for this, and that's why you need so many tracking points and these motion capture suits, because right now most VR devices are only 3 points. There's your head and your controllers, which are in essence your hands, but they're blobs. They are not accurate to your fingers. So in VR, having 3 points is not very useful. A lot of people buy extra trackers and can get like up to 10 or 11 for about for a few $1,000s usually. And that's pretty good, but there's still a lot missing, especially gestures. If you've ever met any people who practice sign language in VR, it's really interesting because they've actually had to modify sign language to work with the current level of gestures you have in VR. So it's actually really cool. And then there's things like too much feedback, like the electrical muscle stimulation. There's Tesla suit and a few companies have found that their systems, if improperly tuned, can feel very similar to getting tased. Like they can emit a lot of force and electrical energy onto your body. So they have to be they have to be calibrated, and the companies buying them know what they're doing. Luckily. But then there's over body overextension, which I'm not going to ever show any pictures of this stuff, but if you've ever pulled a muscle from overextension, you probably know what I mean. But when you're in a robotic exoskeleton, it can go a lot worse. The only example I can think of that's kind of funny is the Iron Man 2. There's a scene that looks pretty bad, but it's pretty accurate to the dangers of body overextension. You could break bones. It's robotic exoskeleton stuff. It one of the reasons it isn't that common yet is because of how dangerous it is for that scenario. But there are very well-known ways of mitigating it, which is having hard limits for any of the robotic movements that are limited somewhat before a human's limit. So literally like a physical metal piece that will stop a robotic leg from going backwards or overly forwards or stuff. But there are also ways of just having the motors and gears set up such that your body always it can never exert enough more force than what you feel comfortable with. So like if something like a ball hits your leg and it forces your leg back in VR, if you choose not to let your leg move, the robot would never be able to force your leg to move. It would literally strip the gear or just like declutch. A lot of these would be clutch based systems where over a certain amount of force it decouples the motor from the actuator or from the system. Um, but all that stuff can be figured out. And the reason this stuff matters really is immersion and not getting things like cyber sickness. Thank you very much. I have 2 slides for showing some stuff. So I have this slide with some of my my main YouTube playlist of different things in XR and stuff. I keep it somewhat up to date. And then my main links sheet for a lot of the images you saw here, a lot of the websites for these companies, references, research articles. There's about 800 or 900 links in there, and people to follow on different platforms who talk about this. And then here's an image of some of my previous talks, but I'll go to Q&A now if there's any time.
Thank you very much. Love all the QR codes. So look, what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna put these links on his, or maybe I'll make a whole page of links and QR codes that go with this talk, but we will put that on the website to make it easy for you. So Ryan, we do this thing where we have Will out in the audience with a microphone so that I can hear the speaker's question, and then I repeat the speaker's question so you can hear it.
Sounds
and then
good.
you can answer, okay? All right, great.
Sounds good.
Any questions over there?
Are there any open source, free and open source technologies that you'd want to call out in this area?
Ryan, are there any open source technologies that you want to call out in this realm?
Yeah. So I can go back. So one of them is OpenEIT. So I know a few of the developers of it and gotten tested. It's that kit at the top. So that's the Open Electrical Impedance Tomography. And you can buy their kit from OpenBCI, which is another company I definitely want to mention, which I've worked with a lot at Neurotech X. They make Open EEG headsets. They also help other companies releasing hardware like OpenEIT release their hardware to a larger audience. Then I can't fully remember, but I think a lot of the Holotron development is open source, or it has been like shown such that people could try to build one themselves. But they haven't, I think, released a lot of the stuff, but the person who built it actually did almost receive a few overextension injuries. I'm like, I should probably not release this software yet. Like, I don't want people to accidentally break their legs. That's a very good thing not to release. Tell people understand that stuff. There's also, if you go on GitHub or all over the XR space, there are lots of open access projects for some of this stuff. I know VRChat and a few other companies have a lot of their stuff either open source, or they have very, very good tools for teaching people how to develop this stuff in Unity or Unreal. And a lot of these, pretty much all of these hardware items have Unity and Unreal packages for free that you can use to develop apps or games that allow people to use this hardware. Like I'm pretty sure BAptics actually has a really good developer environment. And I know someone who's actually a Tesla suit developer, and there's a lot of work to make sure that people have access to the tools to develop on some of these much more expensive devices, even if they physically can't buy them yet. But also there's always more projects opening up. Sorry for the long answer.
Oh, that's okay. It was a good long answer. It's fine. Anyone else have a question for Ryan? Okay, where's it? Right over there. Coming right up.
I'm curious, like, what XR VR experiences like Ryan enjoys like using all of these fancy technologies with, or
okay.
especially like in a couple years, what does he think?
Okay, so it's sort of a two-parter. First of all, what VR and XR experiences do you currently enjoy using? And then secondly, which ones are you looking forward to using maybe when they come out or something?
Yeah, so one that I like, it can be hit or miss depending on how you enter into it, but VR chat is pretty much the one. VR chat or alt space are pretty much the two people, if they want to have an idea of what the metaverse will be like or already is like, those are the two places to really get an idea of how people interact with each other. You can see people from all levels of owning a Quest to, I know, one of the people I know who has a Tesla suit is a VR chat user, and it's like you go from someone using a $200 headset next to you to someone who has about 20 grand of hardware on their body, and you can hear, and a lot of these people will explain exactly what they're doing and like tell you how to make sure your worlds, which it's very easy to build worlds for VR chat and alt space, can use this tech or let people who have this tech use it. Then there's a lot of VR games that are pretty immersive, but also there aren't that many AAA VR games yet. Over the past 10 years, I'd say there's about 24 games that are actually well polished, and all the other really good ones, you need a lot of mods to use. So like, some really fun ones, if you've ever modded a game, are Skyrim VR or Fallout 4 VR, or there's the mods for Half-Life Alyx and Boneworks. Those can be very immersive and very well developed. If it's more story-driven games, there's actually a lot that Meta have helped release that are really good. Like, recently, I think Red Matter 2 released. Those games were pretty good. There's Robo Recall, which is now very old, but was a lot of fun. There's Moss 2. There's a lot of rhythm games that are a heck of a lot of fun and are pretty addictive.
Audio Trip.
Yeah, Beat Saber is the one a lot of people know. Yeah.
Audio Trip took
And
over for me from Beat Saber.
I'm excited for a lot of upcoming things, but I can't really recommend anything because it needs to be released to see if it even functions. Because a lot of these upcoming games, they look fantastic. They get released and they're broken. People release VR games a lot earlier than they should, very often. And if you don't have cyber legs yet, it can be very hard to go through some new games.
Yeah, and I highly recommend Dramamine. Seriously.
Yeah.
I thought that I had, VRC legs, and then I took a little while off, and then I hopped into AltSpace for the first time when I was used to VR chat, and I got sick all over again.
Yeah.
But you just take the Dramamine an hour before, and it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
pretty much if you have methods of minimizing seasickness, car sickness, or vertigo, if you have any of those methods help a lot. Also, working your way up. Don't immediately go into VR chat and spend 2 hours in there. Work your way up from a very short amount of time. 5 minutes is usually what I recommend to start with. And like you can do it a few times a day, do 5 minutes, then work your way up to a longer period. I have a lot of experience alpha testing VR games where the amount my body moves and the world moves glitches out so heavily that most people can't even stand for a few seconds in some of these demos I've tried, and you have to be very, very used to it to handle any of those experiences. Take your time. There's no rush. This tech's getting a lot better. It's getting more affordable. Also, because you can create, your mind changes so much in VR that you can accidentally force yourself to get cyber sickness before you even go into VR. Literally, thinking about going into VR can make your mind already start to get the symptoms of cyber sickness. I've actually helped a few people restart their experience in VR by starting over, like taking 3 months off, then start from a very slow progression. Because if you go in 100% at the beginning, you will generally get sick. I have not met a single person who doesn't need to work their way up.
Yeah, definitely. And I have a rule of thumb on that, 5, 15, 45. Your brain, and it feels like, because you go in for 5 minutes and come out and you're like, that didn't even do anything. I could have been longer, I could have stayed longer or whatever, but just do 5 minutes a day for like a week, then do 15 minutes a day for a couple days at least. Then you can go in for 45. I would not recommend going in. I always start getting sick when I'm coming back. And if I don't do 5, 15, 45 over like a 2-week period, somewhere between an hour and an hour and 15 minutes, I will get sick. So that's a really good rule of thumb. And it's basically, I do that with anything new. So I'm used to one game, great. It makes me a little dizzy. I'm like, oh shit, got to do the 5, 15, 45 thing. And now I've got 2 very different games. And you're basically it's really like getting used to a pair of glasses or something. Like your brain has to get used to being there. And it does. You can train it, really easily. But you got to do it gradually, and it's worth it. And I'm just going to tell a little story about somebody that Ryan brought up, a friend of ours, Big Soul Jaw, who hangs out in VR chat, and he literally walks around. So he's in a Tesla suit in VR chat, and he's got his avatar has 300 cameras from top to bottom, where he's looking for objects in VR chat to add haptic metadata to the objects so it will feel like something if you happen to be wearing a Tesla suit in VR chat. And Ryan actually gave him the idea, because his system, 300 cameras going at once, slowing everything down, Ryan gave him the idea to localize, so it's with triggers. So when it comes across an object in the path of the cameras, then it sets those cameras off, and then he can do his thing and move on. And he was really excited because he was able to add metadata to even more objects. And we interviewed him for hours and hours, and it's actually going to come out in a Mindplex. It's called Mindplex magazine, that I'm an editor of, full disclosure, probably in a couple months. And my last question, unless somebody else has a question in the audience, okay, is about another thing that we're building. We're building at SingularityNet, but it doesn't require SingularityNet. Is an open source. So we're all about an open source, decentralized metaverse. That's what we want to build. And we can't do it without you because it's going to take a lot of people making a lot of cool things. And our friend Alex Peak, who has also recently been hired by SingularityNet, but who's been making things here at Aaron Swartz Day for, I don't know, 5 or 6 years now. He did a virtual museum for us in VR for Aaron Swartz. And he's making portals to go between other worlds so that you can hop between and have an outside system to keep track of your friends in all the worlds, and a chat system, because can you believe some of these systems like VR chat, it's called VR chat. You can't actually chat with people like while you're in there.
Some worlds have that function.
Some worlds
Not
have
many.
it, but they put it in. It doesn't come with, it's not just doesn't just come automatically, and it's really annoying too because you're like troubleshooting, and your person's there and you're here, and you can't hear each other for some reason, and there's no way to chat to them. It's kind of ridiculous. So what we need is a portal system that can go between worlds, with a way to remember who your friends are in the different worlds, and a chat system that works between them. And it's what we're building right now.
Yeah,
But again, there's plenty of room for everybody to contribute. It's a huge undertaking. And decentralized metaverse will be so much more fun than, and the metaverse has been around since the 70s. Thank you very much. I was a metaverse specialist in 2008. I still have my business card. And everybody here knows that. I'm sure that, Facebook didn't invent anything. So it's kind of an exciting undertaking that this stuff is, finally taking off. All right, thank you, Ryan. Really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Bye.
All right. And our next speaker is not Stage Computer. All right, so we have this. And hold on a minute. But why don't I see? Here we go. Oops. Is there a way for me to get Ian with his slides? Or is it that we only have the slides? Does anyone know? Huh? There he is. I did it. Woohoo! I was able to do something right in Zoom. I'm so proud of myself. Whew. All right. So our next speaker is really cool. It will be a really very cool talk. And these are about SLAPP lawsuits, which are one of those ridiculous, it's one of those things where, it's kind of like when I was teaching at San Francisco State, and one of the professors put up a recording of the DMCA notice from the Super Bowl on YouTube and got a DMCA from the NFL. It's one of those crazy, is this really what's going on in the world? What a crazy world kind of moments. And so Ian Linkletter works at the British Columbia Institute of Technology as an emerging technology and open education librarian, and he's going to tell us about SLAPP lawsuits. Thank you, Ian. Oh, hold on a second. I thought I did it, but it switched again. Side-by-side speaker, but it doesn't have Ian. What? Ian, turn your camera back on, unless you purposefully have it off. Oh, sorry. Ian, could you turn your camera back on, unless you really don't want to be on camera?
I'm here. Am I on?
There you are. Now you're back. Thank you very much. Take it away.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Ian Linkletter, and I am a librarian. I live in Vancouver, BC, Canada, on the unceded traditional territories of the Coast Salish nations of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh, and my talk today is called Standing Tall Against Academic Surveillance. I have some slides, and you can access them at bit.ly/standingtallslides. And here we go. So academic surveillance has been encroaching upon student freedoms for a long time now, and on Aaron Swartz Day, we vividly remember its harms. When schools pour resources into spying on students instead of educating them, they demonstrate values of power and control instead of teaching and learning. Mutual trust between teachers and students is crucial to a positive learning environment, yet surveillance sends a message. You are not trusted. We are watching you. You can be removed. Using technology, many institutions are scaling up surveillance through what's called e-proctoring. Students are required to install spyware on their own computers to continuously monitor and record their behavior during exams. It's been marketed as a way to use AI to watch everyone without actually needing to watch everyone. But in actuality, a lot of academic staff are now finding surveillance to be part of their jobs. I ask those staff, please stand against surveillance. TAs, sessional instructors, even tenured faculty are being told to watch videos of students in their own homes. I ask, what if you just turned it off? Neglect your surveillance responsibilities. Just don't do it. The primary responsibility of an educator is to do no harm. Educational technologists have to support surveillance tech too and teach people how to use it. I ask, is that in your job description? Surveillance isn't education, it's police work. So proceed accordingly. Make it an ethical issue and stay strong. Involve your union. Trust students. Stop surveillance. One act of refusal at a time. If we work together, we can change history. Now is the moment. And for those of you watching who have different roles, you can support the EFF, who have been working against e-proctoring for years. There are lots of ways to get involved. I could say a lot more about harm, but my time is running short. I'm currently battling a lawsuit because I was outspoken against one vendor. That story begins in August 2020. I was a learning technology specialist at the University of British Columbia, which used academic surveillance software called Proctorio to spy on students as they took exams. Students hate Proctorio, and they had been petitioning against it for months. Common concerns which I share include that surveillance software discriminates against disabled students, that it perpetuates racist biases, that it's an invasion of privacy, and that it causes emotional harm. But I didn't know how it worked and decided to find out by checking the instructor help. It contained unlisted YouTube videos. The content of these videos were no secret, but the videos themselves, created by the company, proved that the student concerns were true. In the public interest, I tweeted links to 7 of those videos along with my criticism of them. 2 hours later, they had all been removed. And then I was sued, with no warning. 2 years later, the lawsuit continues. Proctorio claims that my sharing of these unlisted YouTube video links constitutes copyright infringement, breach of confidence, and circumvention of a technological protection measure, or TPM. The TPM claim has since been thrown out of court, but the other parts were allowed to proceed. So on December 2nd, my appeal to dismiss the whole lawsuit will be heard in British Columbia. I have a few words of advice for anyone else who is targeted for speaking out. This type of lawsuit is commonly referred to as a SLAP, a strategic lawsuit against public participation. Dozens of states, including California, have what's called anti-SLAP legislation, which can enable you to have the lawsuit thrown out with legal bills paid by the person or corporation that sued you. Look into anti-SLAP laws right away, and we need federal ones. Let's fight for those together. Find the best lawyers you can. I'm forever grateful to my team. With your lawyer, make a plan for how to talk about what's happened to you. Every public word will be used against you, so get legal advice on how to make them count. And finally, therapy helps. This is costly advice. The truth is, this lawsuit cost me everything. If you crowdfund like I did, I will donate to your defense. I'm standing tall against academic surveillance, and I ask you to stand against it too. I want to clarify that standing tall is not about height or ability. It is about being bigger than a tech giant by not standing down from your beliefs. Stand against harmful technology with all your might, and you will find that you are not alone. I will be right there with you, and so will this community. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And
questions?
Do we have, I don't know what happened to the person, to Will, that had the mic. Okay, does someone have a question? You're not just being nice because I had to run around and I don't have my mic. Okay, no questions. I think that was a very straightforward presentation. I didn't mean to, there we go, you can see me. So thank you very much. We really appreciate you coming. Thank you, Ian.
Thanks.
All right. All right, our next speaker is Ben Goring. And did you, yeah, hold on. You don't have to bring your laptop. I should have forwarded your slides a long time ago, but if not, I can do it right now. You can see it, yes. Okay. And I don't know why that's there. Why is it there? Why? Sorry. I had it. Where'd it go? Oh, it's downloading. Okay. Whew. I was like, what the hell? I don't know why the Zoom window won't go away. Do you know why? Oh, here we go. Hide video. But that still just makes it small. It doesn't, so I have to leave it down there?
It's the right button.
Just a minute. The slides are downloading. Oh, great. All right. Okay, everybody. Ben Goring.
Hey, everyone. Yeah, thanks to Lisa for emceeing so well and for inviting me to talk about this. The title, this is sort of a rehash of a talk I've given before about how the ActivityPub protocol works, but I wanted to highlight some sort of ways in which Aaron or his work played some role in this, at least from my perspective, which I'll try to tell the story of. And yeah, basically what we're going to talk about is sort of social web history that happened like 10 years ago, the World Wide Web Consortium Social Web Working Group that standardized the ActivityPub and ActivityStreams protocols that are now at least sort of in use by this piece of open source software called Mastodon that's been in the news a lot. Talking about like, yeah, what the deal is with ActivityPub today and then where we could make it better in the future. So yeah, part one, history. Even like 15 or 20 years ago, there was this talk about there was like an academic field called activity theory that was sort of like philosophical and also related to like human-computer interaction, but that's some of the precursors to what we now just like talk about as social web or social activity on the web. But that was like in the Cold War and also in the early 90s and stuff. In 1998, there was this blog post essentially that Tim Berners-Lee wrote that was called the Semantic Web Roadmap, where he basically talks about the idea of the web storing not just documents and web pages, but data and objects that are kind of like described by those documents into like a big web of data. Around that same time, there was also this this standard for that is the Resource Description Framework, or RDF. And you can see that even in 1998, when this kind of abstract data model called RDF was being talked about, one of the examples here is about a person named Sue who has a couple publications, one called The Anthology of Time, something about zoological reasoning. Like, even as far back as 1998, and in the description of this pretty abstract data model itself, one of the use cases that someone had in mind was for describing the relationships between humans and what they write and share with each other online. So where Aaron sort of came in was like not long after that. I never met him, but I was definitely inspired by this work as a kid. And if anyone's ever heard of RSS, there's a couple of different things that acronym could mean. But one of them, according to this webpage, is RDF site summary. That is using the RDF abstract data model to summarize what's on a website, so that you could kind of like read it on a feed reader of your choice. There's some other acronyms that it could mean, like really simple syndication. And in making this talk, I realized that there's kind of like some sort of maybe battle for exactly what the acronym means. But RDF site summary is this one that Aaron had a role in, and you can see I think towards the bottom of the bottom left of this slide, pretty small, it says this document is maintained by Aaron Swartz on behalf of the RSS Dev Working Group. So that's cool. During this time of like 2000, 2005, soon after that, I would come home every day from school, kind of bored from class, but I would get to read all these RSS feeds from people all over the web and sort of learn things that they weren't going to teach me in school or that just like were interesting to me. And so that's kind of like what I considered like my golden years of getting to learn things on the web. And this is the Wikipedia page for the Linux RSS feed reader I used to use in my parents' basement. And also around 2005, after reading blogs for a while, I was like, maybe I could be a part of the social web. Maybe I have something to say. So I started blogging about Xboxes on this website that the archive, or the Wayback Machine has, but is no longer around, called gaming360.com. And you can see like at the bottom of that slide, it talks about the Gaming 360 Gamecast, which was our podcast. And so RSS ended up powering some of the early parts of podcasting and video podcasting too. So that was like when I got involved. Also around the same time, Aaron was blogging, and I like vaguely remember, because it was quite a while ago, like Aaron's blog was one of the RSS feeds that my reader would pull in. And so especially back then, I would read pretty much anything that he posted. Around that, this is kind of a similar date to when I was doing Xbox stuff. Aaron was talking about moving to San Francisco and maybe doing a startup accelerator. And then not long after, like a year after that, is when this website called TWTR was getting off the ground. So you can see that back then, at least in the mid-2000s, there was blogging, this Twitter thing came out, but it was all people kind of co-creating the social web. Not long after that, there started to be an effort to continued effort to sort of standardize how do we talk about social data on the web. This is a little bit of history about the OAuth protocol, which this person named Blaine Cook helped make, who was an employee of Twitter at the time. And also around that time, Tim Berners-Lee started talking about this notion of the giant global graph, which even back then was sometimes referred to as Web 3.0, not explicitly to be confused with the Web 3 that a lot of people mean today. But whenever I heard Web 3 over the last couple of years, I was like, didn't I kind of read about this as a teenager a lot? And yeah, there's the .0, I guess, is the distinction. But yeah, this is around the same time. And soon after this talk of like Web 3.0 back then, some people started getting together and trying to standardize a social web using things like OAuth or OpenID or this activity streams work. And that this is like excerpts from a mailing at the time, the DSO project that was like distributed. Around the same time, there was new protocols and efforts to standardize like OpenID, OpenSocial. This was my blog as a 17-year-old. That's me in high school on, I think, like Disco Day or something, where I think it was powered by Tumblr, but I totally used like OpenID 2 and some other kind of server or protocol. So I was eating this stuff up as a teenager, trying to like integrate them on my blog as best I could. Yada yada. There's like more development on this sort of notion of like social activity streams. One thing that a lot of people don't remember, and you can't really find unless you use the archive, is that some of the early versions of the Facebook API platform actually used these activity streams, social data vocabulary. At the time, it was sort of XML and I think RDF based. And the first versions of Facebook's Open Graph, as well as like the MySpace APIs at the time, and even some Microsoft APIs, all actually had a kind of common data vocabulary for the social Web 2.0 type things they were starting to do. And at the same time, in the free software world, there were other projects like GNU Social or StatusNet or Pumpio that were all people trying to make either a non-interoperable social web product or increasingly like ways for these social products to sort of talk to one another.
And yeah, this slide is just to like reiterate that in 2009, Google, Facebook, MySpace, Microsoft, and Yahoo all had implemented a social networking protocol that mostly interoperated, and like that's totally not where we're at right now. But that's how it was like not that long ago. And what happened? It kind of depends on who you ask, but this is like a strategy that comes to mind where like it kind of makes sense for new entrants into a market to use something like a standard to get adoption or like sort of piggyback off of like the existing incumbents. But if that works successfully, you've embraced some standard, maybe you can start to add a couple fancy features that only your implementation supports. And if you're the biggest implementation and you do some slightly non-standard stuff because of you've made extensions, you can make moves to try to like extinguish the rest of the sort of competitive environment or cooperative environment and sort of have a monopoly for yourself. So I'm not saying that's like the only reason we're away from where we used to be, but it's something that comes to mind. Also around this time, some of the work that had happened in the Open Social Foundation that was largely like a Google-led effort got donated around the time like Google Buzz shut down, if you remember Google Buzz, to the W3C. And so I saw this RSS item come into my feed that some of this work that I'd been following on social web protocols was actually going to get continue inside the World Wide Web Consortium, which I thought was really cool because that is the same standards body that worked on RSS back in the day and things like RDF and had made this thing called the web that I was really into and still am. So that's when I decided like, hey, maybe I could show up and try to be a part of some web standard, like they're pretty great. So as soon as I saw this blog post, there was a face-to-face meeting at Mozilla SF and I snuck in basically. And so that's when I got involved around 2013, at least as like a cheerleader. This is the wiki page on W3.org for that working group, the social web working group. Activity streams is one of the standards that group made, but there's also an activity pub is related, but there's some other ones that came out of it too that I think are also really cool, but don't get talked about quite as much yet. And this was the charter of the group. The charter of the group was to make basically a social data like syntax, so a way of describing social data on the web so that machines can read and parse out in a standard way. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is the slide I'm looking for. Social data syntax was one of the deliverables, a social API, as well as a federation protocol. I think the distinction between the latter two was sort of like social API being something that like your Twitter client could be open source and talking to the equivalent of your Twitter server, sort of like a client to server API, whereas a federation protocol was a bit more about how different servers could talk to one another, kind of like how email works. So that was what this working group was tasked to do. And the result of the work, pretty much from like 2013 to finishing in 2018, were the things I'm about to talk about. One of them is called Activity Streams 2.0. Activity Streams 1.0 was this thing that as early as 2009, so even like 4 or 5 years before this, a bunch of companies, including Facebook and MySpace, had used. Activity Streams 2.0 is like very similar to that, but adds in a different JSON serialization. JSON is like pretty popular for web developers. And also added support for RDF as its abstract data model, which is what this @context thing sort of affords for at the top. You don't have to understand RDF to deal with activity streams, which is kind of hard to make work. But if you want to take advantage of some of the like more complicated ways of doing extensions or like linking to other ontologies for describing data on the web, that's like what it's there for. But yeah, that's activity streams. The core spec for activity streams sort of talks about like the base classes you could think of them as like objects or actors or organizations or people, sort of like the base classes for things on the social web. And then there's this related document that's the full vocabulary document that describes all kinds of social activities or different kinds of actors on the web. So there's some pretty small text there, but there's basically different social activity types for like accepting or like inviting someone to a group, joining a room, like giving an offer to someone, asking a question, all the some like sort of common denominator for what a lot of social websites do. And again, you can use RDF to make extensions or define new things without having to go through any sort of like central committee or bureaucracy. And yeah, on the right, it also talks about different object types like a video, a document, an event, a note, a place, etc. And like a mention, as a common paradigm in social web apps, you would like @mention someone. There's a way of describing like mentions in a thing too. So that's activity streams, that's a social data syntax, and then ActivityPub makes use of activity streams as the data vocabulary, as a syntax, but as a networked protocol for sending those social activities around the web. And like this diagram on the bottom right is in the spec itself. It's like a surprisingly readable spec. So I encourage you to take a look at it. But honestly, it works a lot, like very, very much like email. Every actor on the ActivityPub sort of social web has an inbox and an outbox. When you want to post something, you can post something to your outbox, at which point the server that hosts that outbox will like do the ActivityPub protocol to replicate the social objects to the people that need to find out about them. And then if someone else posts something on their server or on their node that you need to find out about, they will post into their outbox. The logic of the ActivityPub protocol will tell their outbox to deliver something to your inbox, and then you can open your device and see what's in your inbox to sort of have like, just like an email inbox, a list of things that are probably relevant to you that you want to find out. Unlike email, it uses, in practice, JSON almost all the time. I think it would have been interesting if we would have used even more email, but it really is pretty simple to grok if you use email, and most people do. Let's see, this talks about a part of ActivityPub, which are actors. So that's like the term for like any person or organization or club or something or toaster that's on the social web would have an actor, and it's based on this older computer science idea of the actor model that turns out to be really useful for modeling distributed systems. This also zooms in on a part of the ActivityPub protocol that kind of is related to the social web as we usually know it. There's specific descriptions for how you should model like the set of things following an actor, followers, or your followees, or maintaining a collection of the things that have been liked by a given actor or shared. So this kind of gives you a window into the different kind of the aspects of the protocol that model like common social web activities, things like blocking people, undoing things that you didn't mean to do, et cetera. And there's like there's defined processing rules for example, what should happen if your server receives like a block activity or an undo activity. One of the things I want to highlight is that like ActivityPub was pretty arduous to get standardized. It also sort of wrapped up in 2018. There's a lot of things that like I definitely would do differently if I knew what I knew now, and also we still can do differently because there's no reason we can't like make these protocols better or learn from what they didn't do. One of the things is security, and I put that in quotes because basically ActivityPub doesn't say that much about how to do security or that much cryptography stuff. There's some affordances, some things you can use to add like cryptographic signatures, but in practice there's not like really strong normative text on an implementation of ActivityPub has to do the crypto in these ways. So that's something that like could be improved in the future, but back then the idea was like, just use something like OAuth 2 and that'll probably be good. I think that's something we should revisit going forward and make more advanced. There's another document that I think doesn't get enough love that came out of that working group that's called the Social Web Protocols by Dr. Amy Guy, that because there were so many sort of different protocols being worked on or documents being worked on, it wasn't obvious how they fit together. This document is a really good overview of the work in that working group that describes the different social web protocols and compares and contrasts some of them. You can see how it looks at like the different things from the charter on this axis and some of the different protocols and standards that we were working on and sort of where they fit in. So that's a good place to dive in if you want to. And then some people over the last few years have also heard more and more about a project by Tim Berners-Lee called the Solid Project that originally started in his decentralized information group at MIT around like 2014. And they work pretty well together by way of both using this RDF abstract data model. You can use things described using Solid's RDF vocabulary and sort of mix and match those with documents described using the activity of the other like hundreds of vocabularies out there. And they kind of co-evolved. Like Solid was at the time especially not in a W3C working group. It was sort of like on the side innovating as fast as possible. But I think even back then there was something in the README on the Solid README that said, anything the social web working group does, we're just going to use that, and we're going to try to only solve problems that the social web working group like isn't going to take on. And so there was sort of a natural symbiotic relationship. But I made this slide a few months ago. Actually, I saw on the mailing list like a week or two ago that Tim has now like initiated things to have there be a Solid working group in W3C, which I think is a good idea. So maybe he was just playing the long game on all that. But they work together fairly well. or like in theory they can at least. Okay, so that's sort of look through the history books. Where's ActivityPub at today? This is a repo you can go look at that seems to be aggregating a bunch of awesome ActivityPub projects. There are a lot of them. One of the more popular ones is called Mastodon. A lot of people have been adopting it over the last week or two. I saw a stat from the lead dev that like 1 million new accounts have started using Mastodon in the last week or two, at least from his numbers, which are not complete, and like 600,000 accounts that had previously been created but were not active have been active over the last couple of weeks. So there's like 1.5 million people that are sort of diving in or rediving into Mastodon over the last couple of weeks. It's written in Ruby on Rails, and it actually existed before this protocol that I just described came out. So it implements a couple different protocols, including ActivityPub. This is what it looks like. Kind of looks like Twitter. Instead of tweeting, you toot things, which I think is funny, but that might get renamed, I read. And then what's kind of great, like this all felt like kind of fun, just like silly hacking, like let's make an open source version of Twitter that's decentralized. Like at least that's how I looked at it back in the day. I was like, this just seems like a fun thing to get up to. And this weird thing started happening like 2017, 2018, at least from my perspective, which was like the EU showed up and was really interested and started as part of their larger next generation internet initiative, which is like a public funding initiative for European technologists. They took notice and started like basically printing euros and funding open source hackers to work in the space. And then earlier this year, like beginning of this year, Europe launched like the official ActivityPub server of the European Union, which is on the left. It's like social.network.europa.eu. And you can actually go and follow, I think this is what the right shows a different one, but you can go on the Europe one and basically follow like the high privacy court of Europe, or like 100 different European agencies, and follow from the European server, but get their notifications delivered to whichever ActivityPub inbox you choose. So that kind of blew my mind as soon as I was following like a government agency on these like decentralized social network. And then earlier this week, I learned that the Internet Archive is launching is hosting a Mastodon instance now. That's like mastodon.archive.org. So you can follow the archive or Brewster or probably a bunch of other nice people on there. And again, even though these are two different servers we're looking at that each host their own account, I, using a personal server of my choice or a friend's, can follow accounts across both of these. So everything, you're not stuck in one silo. Like if you are deciding whether you should follow your friend on Twitter or Facebook, you can follow your friend on whatever server they're on. That's sort of the point. This constellation of different servers that sort of talk to each other through protocols like ActivityPub or Activity Streams or other like decentralized social protocols make up this sort of amorphous concept called the Fediverse that like I didn't come up with. I think it's a cool word. It has a Wikipedia page. It has a pretty logo. But I encourage people to sort of like read this Wikipedia page and see whether it calls to them. I personally think it's cool that it's like a big tent idea for people that want interoperable social web, but without necessarily like shilling any one protocol or saying that there has to be like one right way of doing this. So it's sort of a loose collection of protocols. And let's see, on the top right, I'm showing other Mastodon servers. The top one here is social.coop, which is really cool. It shows how like there's a lot of people operating nodes in the Fediverse that are not for-profit companies. Social Co-op is like a co-op registered in the UK, which has a long history of cooperative organizational structures. I learned about HCI.social this week, which is like Princeton's Human-Computer Interaction Department, somehow is like coming together to host a bunch of HCI scholars on HCI.social. And then another, this is Ethan Zuckerman, like earlier this week, who has a lab at, I believe, UMass Amherst around digital public infrastructure and is starting to use a fork of Mastodon, I believe, in the context of like the civic discourse of the municipal government of Amherst. And I mostly think it's cool that we have this federated universe of organizations that are not just sort of big tech companies and are not just nonprofits or just co-ops or just municipal governmental structures. All of these things can sort of flourish and still talk to each other, even though they have different things they're trying to optimize for. Okay, and I will wrap it up in part 4. So what the future of ActivityPub? Like, this is all great. I think it's amazing that anyone uses this at all, but there's a lot of things that can be like really, really improved about ActivityPub and the specific implementations like Mastodon. So there's like the protocol level. and which can be really flexible. And then there's these specific apps like Mastodon that only expose like a subset of what can be done. And here's how we could shift things going forward. Like anyone can make an extension to ActivityPub. So like defining a new activity type or a new object type or maybe new fields that you don't see in the vocabulary. Because it uses RDF as its abstract data model, that can be done in a relatively like permissionless way. Like anyone that can make a web page can make an extension. You don't have to come and ask permission, which is pretty sweet. There's a wiki page on W3org about like ActivityPub extensions ideas. As far as I know, there's no like official extensions, but part of that is like by design. Anyone can just go and make an extension, just make a new RDF property or class or something and mix it in using JSON-LD. This is an example of not creating an extension, but mashing up the activity streams, like vocabulary, with this other ontology I learned about this week called the Scientific Evidence and Provenance Information Ontology, SEPIO. That's like 10 or 15 years old. And I learned about this from this conference in the lower right that's happening like literally as we speak. And was cited in a talk yesterday, I noticed. That's the ACM Conference on Computer-Supported Cooperative Work and Social Computing. And there's people that aren't me that are talking about using ActivityPub in there combined with sort of other ontologies that model the scientific discourse and synthesis of new knowledge. And this on the left is like a hack I whipped up the other day that shows how like you could use the activity streams vocabulary or the ActivityPub protocol for someone to ask a question, like a scientific question, but then someone in response can answer, which is defined by activity streams, but they can answer with a assertion object. They can sort of respond and be like, this is an answer, but it's also a specific kind of answer. It's like a scientific assertion. Here's the line of evidence. Here's the evidence items. At least in the data model, we can describe the mashup of both the silly sort of Q&A social stuff with this pretty deep ontology for modeling like reasoning and evidence chains and stuff like that. So that shows how to mash up. Something that I want to see more of in the future is people mashing up activity streams with other ontologies, either like ones they make or ones that other people have already made. And here's some other hand-wavy possible futures, like ActivityPub, at least as it's authored, it had HTTP or HTTPS transport in mind for like how a lot of the data goes around, but there's not a really good reason it needs to stay that way. We could totally be passing activity streams around over something like libp2p, which can run over Bluetooth or LoRaWAN or something like that, or MDNS, sort of transport agnostic. Leveraging other efforts like the RDF dataset canonicalization and hashing working group, which is a new W3C working group, to add basically like signatures for data integrity and authenticity into the same knowledge graphs that represent these like toots and question and answers. Different ways of basically doing content addressing for the social objects, which can like be useful for sort of peer-to-peer or offline first environments. Because activity streams uses RDF, any sort of URL can make its way, or URI can make its way into the data. And there's this new kind of URI that just got standardized in W3C called the decentralized identifier URI scheme. So we could mix up some decentralized identifiers in there. And then there's some different security models like capability-based security that are probably a good idea to mix in for like complicated use cases. Yeah. You're a fan of capability-based security? Excellent. Yeah, me too. So related work I just want to highlight, because this is, like I said, not the end-all be-all. There's some other stuff. Like we need to all sort of work together and learn from these different efforts. Blue Sky is a project and company that has a pretty good mandate to make a decentralized social networking protocol that will be using DIDs, at least according to their latest publication. Keep an eye on what they're doing. They put a really good team together and are moving really fast. Publishing some stuff. They released a protocol like 2 or 3 weeks ago called the app protocol that you should look at. A solid project I mentioned that Tim Berners-Lee's been working on is really great. Christine, who is like the lead editor on the ActivityPub spec, is working on a capability-based security project called Sprightly that was talked about in a previous talk. Definitely go look at that. I think it's really exciting. And then, yeah, like I made this slide like 6 months ago, but yeah, this is relevant to current events by way of different social networks being acquired. And the other thing I wanted to highlight in the context of like current events is the European Union Digital Markets Act, which I believe will like start to have some teeth that go into effect 6 months from now or so. But there's basically clauses in European law where they're, just like with GDPR, adding disincentives to not do privacy by design type things. There are some clauses that go into effect in about 6 months in Europe that will start to have disincentives for having social features on your website that don't have interoperable like ways of working with other websites. And so it doesn't explicitly mention ActivityPub, but we might see the regulatory landscape of Silicon Valley being affected by these European laws, just like it happened with GDPR, that are sort of like legislating interoperability, and these are some ways in which you might want to do that. You can get started poking at this by getting on a Mastodon server. There's a bunch to choose from. Joinmastodon.org down here on the bottom right is a place that lists a bunch of them. These are two apps that I use that are not made by that nonprofit, but one is called Toot, that it works pretty well on iPhone, and I also really like this desktop-based app in the top right if you have like a laptop-based monitor you want to see more things on. And you can follow me when you join. And I kind of wanted to just wrap this with these two slides here of like harkening back to Brewster's post from approximately 2015 that talked about locking the web open and the importance of making re-decentralizing the web. And I think like a sub part of that is locking the social web open. Like we have current events make this as good of a time as any to kind of move off of centralized social web providers and move to like more decentralized solutions, or at least go kick the tires on them. Let's make the most of that. Let's go try things out. And if they're working even sort of good, like use them and tell your friends. We may not get another chance that's nearly this good to sort of lock the social web open. And if we can do that, we're on the right track for what Brewster wants us to do, which is lock the whole web open. And so the last slide here is just thanking Aaron for his work on RSS, blogging, all kinds of things he did that inspired us all, including me, and as well as the authors and people who contributed to the ActivityPub spec who are listed on this slide. So thank you very much. Come find me if you have any questions.
All right. And do we have questions? All right. It's from Eric at SecureDrop.
Hey, thanks so much for the talk. I'm actually curious how many folks in the audience have a Mastodon account already. Could you raise your hand?
That's what I like to see.
Cool. So yeah, that's a good number. I just want to underscore something you said. Like, this is a really, really important moment in history where we have a chance to individually, through our choices, actually shift the landscape in a pretty important way. Twitter is collapsing. It's rotting. It's being neglected systematically. It's a good time to make a shift. So if you are interested in actually trying it out, check out Mastodon, make an account there. I am here still for another 90 minutes or so. I'm happy to help anyone who wants to get started. I don't know about you, Ben, if you want to offer any assistance, but yeah, if you want to give it a try, please give it a try, and we're happy to help. I do have a question on the scalability front. So we are seeing like big names migrate to Mastodon, like Greta Thunberg, like people with millions of followers. I don't think the network is anywhere near prepared for the sort of scale that we're seeing now in terms of the number of followers and the size of the social graph that is developing around these folks. So let's say like a Stephen King joins Mastodon because Elon pisses him off in some way. Not unlikely to happen. So you've got a person with like 100 million followers who joins the network, joins some random server that might not be set up for an account with 100 million followers. I'm curious if there has been any sort of initial work towards greater scalability of the network, reducing the cost of operating an ActivityPub server where an individual actor might have like millions of followers on other servers distributed, of course, across like potentially thousands of different servers, like routing those requests more effectively, just managing the scaling of the network in a more systematic way that doesn't have cost explode for individual server operators.
Yeah, I think the question was like sort of is there work on scaling the network, and I find my brain going to like there's Mastodon is a specific piece of code, like a small distributed system that's scaling Mastodon, and then there's sort of like maybe protocol level changes or best practices that could be defined to scale like the protocol Fediverse. I don't really know that much about either, especially like the Mastodon code base stuff, but I would defer to them. On the protocol front, like I would look to basically there's been a couple ActivityPub confs where some people have shown up and given talks about things in that space. So like anyone that's curious for the bleeding edge of sort of the scaling the protocol type thing could go watch some of those talks. If there was like a very good silver bullet, I would tell you. I think that the way I think about it is just like in a giant global graph of peer-to-peer everything, like things are going to be a little bit slower. there's these trade-offs between like performance that we're used to from Web 2 systems and resilience or decentralization that we also want for good reasons. And so like, there's not necessarily a silver bullet. We all need to just like make good choices that are appropriate for us around whether we really need like 2-second latency or 1-second latency or half a second latency, or whether we really need pure decentralization or our friend server, or we really need to self-host our own thing. And like, there's no silver bullet. But I think it's like a good question, and it's one of the things that keeps me up at night is that like we have a really good opportunity right now. There are a bunch of things that are going to go wrong as for people who like shouldn't have to care about the tech, and it may mean that we like miss that moment and have to show up for the next one, but that's how shit gets done, like that's how we build things out. So
yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions? Okay, well, I have a question, because this is what I was interrogating you on Signal about, just in terms of migrating. How do we can set up a Mastodon account. I could get different answers from people about what server should I use? Do the servers really talk to each other? That kind of thing. So that's my first question. Does it matter what server I pick?
I mean, yeah. I wish it didn't matter, but it does. At the very least, what you're doing if you're using a server from someone that you don't know is like you're trusting that they're going to be able to keep it up, and that's a multi-dimensional thing. It's like you're assuming they can afford to keep it up, that they have the technical know-how to scale it if like a bunch of if it gets DDoSed or something. And you're also just like, even if something's going to work for a year or two, is it going to be permanent? Is it going to like keep working several years down the line? Like, I kind of just know, trust that like nothing is permanent and everything will go down.
I'm confused by that, because it's supposed to be a decentralized system. So why does it matter which server I pick to start? It's just starting with, right? Aren't I on all the federated servers?
Yeah, like I think it kind of comes down to like a case-by-case basis, but I do think that one of the protocol things that we like can and should make much better is there is already something I believe in the protocol for like if I went to check on your actor at whatever server you chose and you had moved to a new server, a way that the old server can sort of point to your new location. That's really helpful.
So if it goes down, something could still
It's like if they're up but don't want to be hosting your actor anymore, or if you move to a new account.
What about when they go down?
If they go down, this is a big problem.
It's just over?
So one of the things I think that the community should be doing is
the Internet Archive does have a Mastodon server now.
Basically
Good point.
providing like a good playbook for instances that need to go down for one reason or another. So like one of them is called Mastodon Technology that went down like 4 or 5 weeks ago. The admin of it worked his butt off for many years hosting this node for a bunch of people, and then family got sick. His bank accounts were getting drained, and he just like couldn't afford to do it anymore. And I think that the community could have a better solution for like helping those people point the domain to a place that keeps things up long enough to help the members of that server move along. But that doesn't currently exist. So if anyone wants to like work on that,
if you back up your account and the server goes down, then you don't lose everything, right?
Yeah, I mean, backing up always helps, but we also want to make sure that like if I print on my business card my identifier on the social web, and then that server goes down, that in a perfect world, I wouldn't even have to like reprint my business card or give a new identifier to all my friends.
It would just be somewhere else.
They'd be able to go fetch the old location. It would point to my new location, which might point to a new location.
Okay.
And everything would work.
But one way you might not lose all your shit if a server goes down is to be backing it up.
That sounds like a good idea.
Right? Okay, because that's one of the answers that I got. And yeah, actually, the Internet Archive, we like to think, is never going away and is probably maybe a good place to start. And they'll also play by the rules in terms of federating, in terms of letting other places connect to them and doing this pointer thing and stuff like that. The other thing was, you said something about RSS feeds for being able to take my followers with me or my tweets with me or something. What was all that about?
I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Okay. I don't remember exactly what you're referring to.
Well, it was something about how it was able to, there could have an RSS feed of my Twitter feed that could somehow contribute to my Mastodon.
I think if anything, I meant to just sort of illustrate that, like, especially by way of RDF, this sort of RSS feels in a lot of ways like a precursor or like prior art to what ActivityPub does, and being
okay.
like an RDF-based serialization for stuff happening on the web that you
Okay.
can sort of
There
aggregate
is
and
that
follow.
website though. Was it you that showed me? Knitter, or there's something where it shows you all of your Twitter feeds but without all the crap.
That it wasn't me. That was someone else. But that
does anyone
sounds
know
cool.
what I'm talking about? What's it called? Knitter, but with an N. Oh, okay.
Sounds
so
cool.
Knitter was an idea. Okay. So just to double check, I know I keep asking the same kind of questions. There's no way to bring my followers with me. There's no way to, I guess the only way is to tell them all that I've got this Mastodon account now on Twitter.
Yeah,
Which is why
I think
people are
there's
doing
a couple
it.
tools that you can use. I don't remember the name of them. That will like you will connect via OAuth to Twitter and connect via OAuth to a ActivityPub server. It'll try to find some matches that are on both and help make it easier to follow you. But there's
What tool is that?
I don't remember the name. I would search
What's it
like
called?
Twitter, Mastodon.
There's a tool called Debirdify. Yes, it's a pretty good name. And yeah, if you could just Google Debirdify, that's the one. And what it does, like you said, is it basically looks for links to your Mastodon account in your followers' Twitter bios. And it actually is very, very good. Like I've been running it like every couple of days in the last week, and every day I find like 15 new people. Yeah, it's really, really good.
The community tool I use a lot is this one called Moa that I really love, is Moa Party, which will watch my Mastodon account and watch my Twitter account and replicate things back and forth. So like practically speaking, if I want to publish something socially, I can pull out and I can use either the Twitter iOS app or the Mastodon one, whichever one I use. Like the content will go to that place, it will get syndicated to the other place. I've had cases of like being on Twitter, retweeting something, it gets pulled through Moa Party over to my Mastodon account, which gets federated to a different Mastodon server, and then someone replies over there. So there's all these kind of like emergent kind of like information behaviors that can happen with tools like Moa replicating
a
things.
wonderfully useful, redundant kind of system that would be perfect for this kind of migratory historical time. And it's really funny, yeah, Twitters have become bird accounts. Like, it's, yeah, I just saw that for the first time, a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, bird account? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. That was really great, Ben. Thank you. All right. Yep, the time has come. I think it feels like an end of an era. It does. That's not why I'm emotional. I'm emotional for different reasons. I can live without Twitter. But it does feel like yet another thing that got compromised and fucked up because the billionaires owning everything and stuff. And another really good argument for the decentralized web in general. So I'm actually kind of excited now because now there's tools, there's things I can do. It's not just like, so let's do it. And if the Internet Archive, again, the Internet Archive has a Mastodon server, and that's where I'm going to start my account. I'll start one there. All right, I'm really excited about our next speaker, Charles E. Linner, who's a member of the W3C DID working group. And he's going to talk about verifiable credentials and DIDs, which are two fully baked specs. The DID spec is a meta spec, so other specs are going to fit into it before we can maybe actually do stuff with it, just to be clear. But it is baked. VC's verifiable credentials, baked. ActivityPub, baked. So we are ready to do things on the decentralized web. And Charles is going to help us understand a bunch about it very quickly in a quick talk. Charles?
Thank you, Lisa. Hello, everybody. I'm going to present about verifiable credentials and decentralized identifiers. One moment, please. Is it ready? Okay, just a second. So verifiable credentials and decentralized identifiers are two specs, technical standards from the W3C, which is the World Wide Web Consortium. Decentralized identifiers, or DIDs, became a recommendation of the W3C this past year after a long process. The recommendation is the status of a technical standard coming from the W3C and its consensus process. And verifiable credentials have been a recommendation for over a year now, and there's work going into the next version of it. So these are two different specs, two different standards that are and can be used independently. This talk is about how they can be used together. Also, this presentation and slides were based on a presentation given at W3C TPAC, which is W3C's conference earlier this year by Manu Sporny, who is a member of the working group, both working groups. So, verifiable credentials are a privacy-preserving technology for issuing, storing, and presenting education degrees, government-issued ID cards, shipping container, manifest, certified product information, and other machine-readable credentials. And there's a picture here of a United States of America permanent resident card. All these are examples of use cases, real-world use cases for verifiable credentials. And the common theme is that there's some information that is packaged up and certified or issued by an authority of some kind or entity that's trusted in some contexts, and this information is about a subject, which may be a person or maybe a non-personal entity or object, and then this information is packaged into the verifiable credential data model format and can be transported digitally and can be received and verified to confirm the authenticity of it. Decentralized identifiers are an identifier technology based on cryptography that empowers us to control our personal data and consent to its usage, often paired with verifiable credentials. This is a URI scheme, if you are familiar with URIs, and it starts with DID, and then after that is what's called the DID method, or the DID method. And as was also mentioned in the previous by the previous speakers, there's many different DID methods, and each method has its own spec that determines what the rest of the DID is. In here it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, etc. And each DID method spec determines specifies how to resolve the DID, the entire piece of information here, to a document that contains public keys usually and other information. Deployment and funding. These technologies are being deployed and funded around the world in many different initiatives. There's supply chain applications, a European digital identity wallet, education credentials, age verification for products that require proof of age to purchase, content authenticity, and permanent resident cards and other government use cases. Growing community. There's a lot of people collaborating together to build these technologies and related applications. A lot of it is at W3C because that's where the specs are being developed. Also, two event series that I want to mention here. Internet Identity Workshop, or IIW, takes place in Mountain View, and a lot of these concepts are workshopped and explored at this conference. That's an unconference. It happens twice a year, and it's happening this coming week also. Rebooting the Web of Trust also happens twice a year, most recently in the Netherlands, in The Hague, and next time in Los Angeles, California. IEEE SA Open and Kantara Initiative, there's also good work happening there. Going into this a little bit more, inside W3C there are working groups. If your organization becomes a paying member of W3C, then you can participate in these working groups, or individuals without affiliation can participate as invited experts. Then there's community groups, and these anybody can participate in. You only have to agree to the contributor license agreements to make contributions. So the credentials community group has weekly calls, and these are public and recorded. And then the verifiable credentials working group and decentralized identifiers working group are ongoing. And within the credentials community group, or CCG, there's a task force for education use case credentials, and there's a lot of things happening there. More organizations, OpenID Foundation, developing OpenID standards, which have integration with verifiable credentials. Linux Foundation is like a meta foundation that contains other foundations like Decentralized Identity Foundation, or DIF, Hyperledger Foundation with the URSA and Aries projects, Trust Over IP Foundation, or TOIP, Open Wallet Foundation, which is most recently created, and Internet Engineering Task Force, or IETF, where internet standards are developed, and including the Crypto Research Forum, Crypto Forum Research Group, where cryptography things are done. Join us and help build a web that respects individual privacy, empowers individual consent, and lives up to its full potential. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for bearing with me while I read through these slides. Hope this was useful.
Thank you very much. Questions?
Can you elaborate a bit on the privacy preserving aspects of these credentials? Because it looked to me as if they had things like people's names and pictures on them, which are the examples that you showed. Hold the mic up. Up to what? Up to my face?
So the question...
Could you hear my question? Could you repeat the question?
About privacy. How is there privacy preserving technology in these credentials when there's, for example, people's faces appearing, like on this first slide, I guess. One of the ways is a technique called selective disclosure, where parts of the credential can be withheld by the subject in the case of a credential about a person, and only certain attributes could be revealed at the discretion of the individual or through a negotiated process. Does that make sense? Well, the canonical example, I suppose, is the age verification, where in an establishment where you have to present your a driver's license or something to prove your age or overage to enter a bar or something. Ideally, maybe more ideally, you don't need to reveal the whole license. You just could reveal just the birth date, or just the fact that you're over the age. So that could be an attribute, or a Boolean predicate, if you want to use a mathematical term. Well, there's special types of cryptography called zero-knowledge cryptography that can be used for this, or it can be done through simply having the credential be split into different parts that are each separately signed, and then the holder can select which parts they want to disclose.
Okay. Hey, any other questions? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's great. Peter, I don't know, you're next. Peter Kaufman? Okay. All right. Just two more speakers today. Our next speaker is Peter Kaufman, who is from MIT Open Learning. And he flew out here to give us a talk. Oops, I should pick a mic. Yeah, I know. What am I doing? All right. So thank you very much. Let's hear it for Peter Kaufman. Oh, right. Oops, just a moment. What did I do? Hold on. No, I'm just getting his slides. 1 second. Thought I already did. This is very strange. I had one job. Huh. This is really funny. Now, I wonder if it's going into spam. Huh. This is really weird. You're not. Huh. I'm having trouble. Sorry, I'm not sure why it's not coming in. It's the weirdest thing, but it was happening. Hey, Grant. Oh, you got it on a. Are we just gonna use his laptop? Is that what we're doing? Oh, thumb drive. But on his laptop? Oh, he's gonna give it here. Okay. But I don't have the capability for that. Huh? Oh. It does? Oh, it has it on there? Yeah. Oh, okay. This only has USB-C. I just don't know why the email isn't working. Okay, but this is only this, so it's not going to work. Oh, that's what I need. Okay. Wow. Okay. Okay, so we can do this. Come on up. All right. Okay. All right, they're opening, Peter. Come on up. Terribly sorry about that. All right, here we go. Can we make it full screen? We should be able to. Yeah. I can make it bigger, but oh, I see. I need to get rid of that. No. I don't know why this thing is. What program is this? Oh, it's Keynote. That's why. Do you know how I get rid of the thing on the right, Emma?
Probably just like a start slideshow.
I've never used Keynote. Yay! Thank you, Emma, again. And now, the moment you've all been waiting for, Peter Kaufman.
Thank you, Lisa, like 100 times now. And the fantastic organizers. Aaron Swartz was one of the most courageous and articulate people ever to walk the planet. I can try to be articulate, but the only courage I have is to stand here with Vahid and between you and the beer and the soda and the dancing that come later. I'll make 2 quick points. You're not born a Trump voter, hating black people, white people, Jews, Catholics, Mexicans, Muslims, Protestants, the red-headed, the rich, the poor, or the left-handed. You come to these ideas and patterns of behavior by hearing them, reading about them, seeing them and watching them in action. The great Boston University sociologist Peter Berger had something to say about this. He was from Austria, so he understood some of it. This is Vienna, 1938. Nazis preventing Jews from entering the main university there. The building, the staircase, the columns look a little like this one from the side, but it's familiar in other ways too. This is Lansing, Michigan. This is Washington, D.C. If you were to place small children together in the American South, say Natchez, Mississippi in 1860 or 1960 or 2022 for that matter, white, black, boys, girls, they would play with each other just as energetically and freely as if you had assembled children of the same color and gender. The stigmata of race, the false hierarchies of gender, the cruelties of adults will be visited upon them only later in the socializing institutions of school, church, the family, the media, especially the media that we control so very irresponsibly today. One's entire field of reality, our own fields of reality, are all socially constructed. Berger explains in another great book that the times we live in, modernity, the mass movements of people, modern education, and modern means of mass communication together have also brought about an enormous increase in people's ability to access alternative approaches to reality. We've reached a time that can only be described as a period of complete epistemic chaos. And we have to figure out how to get out of it. It's a little like unscrambling an egg, as someone has put it, but it's up to us, and we got to do it. Do you know how many lies Trump told while in office? 30,573. The Washington Post keeps a database which you can search by the subject of the lie and the type of media platform on which he expressed it. This would be a good thing to build the antidote for, by the way. Where previously an individual could go through life without too much reflection, Berger wrote, about the modern world, today the individual is thrown back into his or her subjective resources. What am I to believe? How should I act? Indeed, who am I? To make this dilemma easier for people to handle, Berger tells us new institutions have emerged that offer entire packages of beliefs, norms, and identities to individuals. This is Trumpism, the world of Bolsonaro, Modi, Putin, Xi. Pick your dictator. Entire packages of beliefs, norms, and identities based on falsehoods. And it might be a trick that's even older than Berger knew. We have 20+ million people in America today believing that armed insurrection against the present government is a legitimate thing. A great many more, tens of millions of people more, as the world saw last year, believing the American government actually is illegitimate. 1 million Americans at least dead in 2 years because many of them were fed wrong information about vaccines and COVID-19. What Aaron Swartz knew, and what he said so eloquently, and this is my second and last point, is that knowledge institutions, libraries, universities, museums, archives, and people in and out of these institutions, the fifth estate, as I call it, have a certain power, and more important, a responsibility now, an ethical imperative to do something for us in this chaos. And to change the world that, as one writer has described, is a world where the truth is paywalled, but the lies are free. This guy wins the best subtitle of the Decade Award. The truth decay that we face appears overwhelming, but it's not new. States, religious organizations, and publishers always have spread lies. They've been doing so for millennia. And for as long as there's been information, even information based on facts, people have doubted it and dubbed it false. What is new is the power of key players in what we might call the fact business. Here in the United States, there are 4,000 institutions of higher education, 35,000 museums, 120,000 libraries, public media, the vanguard actors of the information commons, to help correct the chaos. What is new is the activism of institutions like this one, together with the world's largest philanthropies and their support, public support, to power the internet, to flood the zone with the antidote. What is new is the power we have to connect with one another and to publish facts more aggressively and systematically now, and the potential we have to build a new system to verify truthful information wherever and however it appears. In my book, The New Enlightenment and the Fight to Free Knowledge, I wrote about the original Enlightenment, how we have out of the original Enlightenment much to be grateful for, but nothing more perhaps than a better understanding of human freedom and liberty through the writings of Rousseau, Montesquieu, Voltaire, and many others. Yet at the same time, in the 1700s, it was quite normal to look at an advertisement for a cargo ship and marvel at successful ways it could pack barrels of rum and molasses and the human cargo of black African slaves to be traded and sold at various ports of call. Many people took the slavery of other human beings, which has a long history, as a matter of course, like the snow coming after the fall and the rain coming after the winter. This is the way we thought. This is what we thought was normal. Today, our epistemic mayhem owes much to another kind of shackling and other types of manacles. The manacles that we have around the ideas and inventions and solutions, indeed the media that can promote human progress and provide us with some common values, what another sociologist named Emil Durkheim called the collective conscience. I think we need to figure out as a collective how to free those ideas, because owning ideas may make as little sense in the future as owning people does today. We should engage, maybe in Aaron's name and in his honor, as representatives of knowledge institutions, in the systematic emancipation, the manumission, if you will, of knowledge, and the modes especially of publishing it. And to pick off where Mark Graham left yesterday, we have to make sure we do it with video too, because we can't let video get all knotted up the way that Elsevier and all the others have managed to shackle print and text over these last 600 years. It's largely video and radio and the web that are responsible for the shit show that we're in. And it's video that will be the evidence when real justice reaches these bastards. Anyway, I would just want to close and honor the person we're all here to honor today by suggesting that all of the institutions involved move a little faster, because there's only 85 years that separates the first photo of the doors of the Internet Archive and the Nazis at the doors of that university in Austria. Only a few years, only a few votes, and only a few brave people like Aaron and like you. Thank you very much.
Does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you, Peter.
You're welcome.
That was amazing.
Can I grab that?
He came out here from Boston to deliver that. Our next and last speaker is Vahid Razavi, and he's going to let us know more about what's going on in Iran right now. And I can just close this, can I? You don't think we need it for anything because there's no slides? Well, should I bring it? I'll just put something, I just want something generic up. I just don't want anything distracting. Is that okay? Can you turn that off? Can we turn that off? Yeah. Yeah, I think we can turn it off. We don't need it. Unless you don't want to bring up anything in your talk, do you? Okay. All right, let's hear it for Vahid Razavi and his talk, Women, Life, Freedom, Digital Rights, Press Freedom, sorry, and Press Freedom under the Islamic Republic. I was very affected by that last presentation for some reason. Oh, Peter, is this your phone? Okay, I'll bring it to you. All right, thank you for coming.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I know I'm the last speaker holding you back from the beer, but the next 10 minutes is really important to me. As Peter mentioned, we're one step away from the next Trump in this country potentially taking over. And I can tell you what that looks like in Iran, a country that is based on theocracy, that's based on religion, that got into power promising an Islamic republic that's neither Islamic or a republic. Why is it not Islamic? Look at the countries in the region. Look at United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Turkey, where women have rights. They can have equal rights to men. Did you know in Iran that women have half a right of a man when it comes to courts? When they feel justice, their word is only worth half a man's. It's not about just hijab or the head covering. It's about the fact that if they have children and get divorced, the child automatically goes to the father. It's because they can't go outside of the country without their husband's permission. Now, for the past 43 years, you've been seeing images, and they've been propagating all over media outlets of Iranians walking on Israeli and American flags. I can tell you, they've been lied to by a theocracy. They didn't know any better. They thought their problems were caused from the outside, not from the theology that they followed. The interesting thing is, today's revolution in Iran, and I call it a revolution and a regime change, is because of young, new generation that grew up under the mullahs, that grew up under this theocracy, and doesn't want to have anything to do with it. They're the 15 to 22-year-olds that go out in the street, stand up to the police, and intimidate them, and beat them up with their bare hands, just to make sure that the regime doesn't stay the same. They do this thing called Ammam Pari, or they take the mullah's turban and they flicker it off and they run. And it gets the mullahs really pissed off. In Iran, there's been 400 deaths between Mahsa Amini, who started the movement 8 weeks ago, to 15,000 political prisoners, 30 jailed journalists that are now in prison, and of course, the parliament, being a republic, has voted overwhelmingly to sentence the political prisoners to death. 227 of the parliamentarians have decided to issue a letter encouraging the sentence of death for these protesters. Now, remind you, these protesters are 15 to 22 years of age and are young and are brave. So, what happens with social media? Where's the media outlets? They shut down the internet. You guys talk about Internet Archive and Secure Drop and, all the technology that's coming out of the hackathon. Well, they can't access any of it. They can't get online. I can't talk to my cousins in Iran. Why? Because there is no internet. I can't use WhatsApp. I cannot use Instagram. I cannot use social media, and neither can they to communicate. The whole country's internet is shut down. So when you think about what's going on in Iran, you might wonder, well, what can I do to help? What is there that I here in the US can do? Iranians are not asking for a moment of silence. I didn't come here to ask you to please hold your breath and stand up tall and hold a moment of prayer for us. That's not what we want. Iranian Americans in the diaspora and Iranians in Iran want you to be their voice, want you to reach out to journalists and media. If you're a part of a nonprofit, if you represent a nonprofit organization, you should write about what's taking place in Iran. Digital rights are human rights. Women's rights are human rights. The message of leading with woman, life, freedom resonates with every woman. If you have a daughter, of course we all had a mother, if you have a sister, if you have a cousin, it should resonate with you. I'm not saying the Iranian men aren't taking their part. For 43 years, they tried one way or another to fight this regime. They're in the street, they give full credit to the woman, and they walk behind them in their support and the fact that they want to have freedom from this regime. This is just not a problem in Iran. If you look at Saudi Arabia, for example, its neighbors, our ally, look at what's going on there. 2 people that tweeted against the government or retweeted content were jailed for 16 and 34 years, respectively. Saudi Arabia is the second largest investor in Twitter. The MBS was responsible for the death of Khashoggi. And now they put $1.9 billion in Twitter. Twitter was just fined in May of this year $150 million for opening up private data to advertisers. Let me ask you, with Qatar owning 375 million, MBS and the Saudis owning 1.9 billion, how safe do you feel about your blue badge? I'm sure you all got one. Why should activists around the world use that platform? Why should anybody trust their data to Elon Musk? And this is before Elon's purchase. Imagine being an activist in Twitter in Iran or Saudi Arabia or Ethiopia and using one of these platforms when you need to be verified to get your story heard. And the consequences is you get verified and you'll be killed, imprisoned, tortured, raped. That's what happens when people post on social media. So please don't take for granted the rights we have in this country, the free speech that we have, the fact that we have Internet Archive and sites that we can post our content on, because that freedom and that right does not exist in places like Iran. Get involved, spread the message, ask media companies to cover these stories, share it, sign the petitions. Amnesty International put out a great petition that's got over 1 million signatures, having Iran deal fairly with the people that are protesting, to treat them humanely. Just remember, if nothing else, the person who started all this 8 weeks ago died because her hair was not properly covered. The veil or the hijab went down to here as opposed to fully down. She was taken by the morality police in front of her brother. So she was with somebody who she knew. Imagine being raised in a country that's based on Islam and based on faith, but that whatever they taught you wasn't enough, that you need to have a morality police to arrest you, to jail you, to put you in a van, to beat you up and kill you. That's what Iran is like today. Iranians are not just in sorrow. There's a sense of joy, there's a sense of pride, because Iranians from all classes, across different ages, in and outside of Iran, in the diaspora, are speaking up, they're taking to the streets. Join us. We're your colleagues, we're people that you depend on, we're your lovers, your neighbors. We contribute to this community. Don't let our voices become silent. Help us carry the message that human rights and women rights and digital rights need to be respected across the world. Thank you.
Are there, before you go, does anyone have any questions before we let Vahid go? I mean, it was pretty clear what he was saying, I guess. Okay, all right. Thank you so much. All right, so that's it. He was the last speaker. I just want to thank everybody for coming, and we had a lot of great speakers. I kind of opened it up this year and put up a form and let people just let me know if they want to get a talk, and I think it worked out pretty well. We got like a lot of great talks I would have never known to ask for, and just incredible. So I did want to say that I'll be doing another event around the 10th anniversary of Aaron's death, which is January 11th of next year. And I don't know if it's going to be here or somewhere else yet, or I don't think it's going to be on the day. It might be that weekend, just to make it easier for people to come. And we already have a couple speakers that we'll have. It's not going to be like back-to-back talks or anything, but we'll probably have a few speakers doing short talks, just because it's always nice to see what people are up to. And we are planning on doing a whole year of projects next year in his honor, and we just want to be we want to make a difference in some things and be a force to be reckoned with next year. So thank you very much, and that's it. Talk to you later. Bye.